Yo, yo, fuck! I've been rushing around trying to get back home. I just walked in the door, so I wanted to start this so I could technically be on time. You know what I'm saying? What's going on, everybody? How you doing today? Inward, Alcatraz, Gator. Who's that? Is that Gorilla Biscuits? Yep. Bing! Yes, sir. It's all gone, dude. No, I just do that from time to time. I like buzzing my head. You know. How you doing today, Inward? Good to see you, man. Hey, Squeaker, you in with us? Oh yeah, buddy. Yes, sir. Shiny. Shiny. Absolutely. All right. So I'm trying a few new things, right? I know, dude. I know it's crazy. It's crazy. I buzz my head and it adds like 5 years immediately. It's fucking wild, dude. And I let my hair grow out, and it's like I look a lot younger. I'm doing good, man. I'm doing good. Just went up and got a coffee maker and a few household items, you know. So I'm trying a few. Oh, by the way, did an AI song. Like to see what you think about it. This is going to be for Town Hall. So I don't have like a video or anything for it, but I don't know if anyone here's metalhead, but I love me some metal. Yeah, so that's that. I think that's good for for Town Hall until I figure something else out for it. But I've been working with a couple different like background layout kind of things. Just trying to see stuff that'll work right. So I have this one, which I really dig this one. I think this is probably my favorite. And then I got this one. That's the one that it's been on. Then I got this one. They're pretty cool. Just trying to see what works. Yeah, dude. Yeah. I'm a metalhead, bro. I love really heavy music, so that's what I tend to stick with. But that's just my own preference, man. I need to get I want to get the panel link up. Yeah, dude. Yeah, definitely. And it kind of goes along with that, like the actual like lower class theme, right? They all look like working class, my kind of folk. You know what I mean? All right. Let's get this pinned. All right. All right. Yeah, I don't know why. I think I just got a little more specific with the prompts that I put in a Leonardo, because this is the same image generator as Leonardo. I really like it, dude. I really like it. But so here's the background for Town Hall. So this, with each bubble, when like two people will be debating, each bubble will be on each side. Town Hall will be in the middle, and it looks like they have an audience of people. It worked out perfect, and I didn't even necessarily mean for it to do that. It was just kind of, it fell right into place, man. It was really, really cool. I like the way it did that. All right, so I'm gonna go ahead and mark it a little bit. See if we can get this out. Oh yeah, okay, yeah. I see that. Oh, dude, that's great. That's actually perfect. All right. So we can get a few people up in here. All right, what's going on? What's going on? Hey, what's going on, dude? Yeah. Base Tweaker, you're still welcome to jump in, man. Panel links pinned. By all means, dude, feel free to jump in whenever you like. What's going on, Darth Mac? Good to see you, brother. Welcome in, dude. Welcome in. How's it going, man? Glad you can make it. So, funny enough, the last time that when I was on Sarah's panel last, I was, hey man, it's going great, bro. I'm happy to be here. So Arbiter, so the way this works is I have basically a list of prompts. I can pull that up actually, and I'm gonna have to reset up the wheel because my power went out. So the wheel's not hard to set up, but I have a list of prompts. It's pretty random, in the way that we choose things, right? I don't have necessarily like a full idea exactly on the structure of everything yet. Still kind of evolving. This is the second one I've done. The first one was pretty cool, trying to get some ideas tossed around still, but there is a topic that I'm interested in right now that I would like to debate somebody on, like a bigger channel, because I have a really good argument for it. People actually believe this bullshit. Still working on things. I'm a tiny channel, my man. I'm a tiny channel. All right. Oh, you're good, man. Yeah. That's really all this is, Arbiter. Is like, it's kind of a like, we jump in, we just debate all sorts of different stuff, dude. It's more or less like I really have it so people who want to like get their feet wet with debate can jump in and learn how to do it. I'm always down to have anybody come up and argue any positions, man. For sure. Still getting things going, you know what I mean? Darth Matt, I don't think I've seen that video yet, man. I need to check that out for sure, bro. I'd like to see what you got going on. And hey, bro, feel free to post your channel link in chat. Oh, word. Okay, cool. I need to keep tabs on that. Got it. Yeah, but yeah, dude, feel free. If you have a channel you want to promote, feel free to post your link in chat. And, when people build up, I'll plug you too, man. Just waiting for some folks to jump in. Well, hey, so the way we've been doing it recently is like 2 people come in. I'm just moderating on the channel for right now. I definitely do want to get a good 1v1 in here soon on a bigger channel, just because there's a prompt that people are very, very certain on, and I have like kind of a foolproof argument that they're not going to be able to refute. So I like debating on other people's channels. For this one in particular, I'm kind of sticking with the I'm not Crucible Ghost. Okay, what up, dude? What up? All right, I've seen you around before. Yeah, I can play it while we're waiting for people to come in. What's up, brother? Can you hear me?
I was Arbiter in the comments.
Yeah, what's going on, dude?
What's going on, man? I joined, but then I heard you say that you were just like you're moderating. And I didn't hear that last part. What you're saying there?
Oh, so typically what I do in town hall is I just moderate. I'm still trying to build up like a consistent viewer base, like to come in and actually debate. Not a viewer base necessarily, but just like
if you're here, then like let's say like 2 people wanted to debate, you just moderate it.
Yeah. I mean, I'm down to debate.
Well, I think we're all right. I definitely think that we're on the same page. I just was confused there. My bad, brother.
No, you're good, man. No sweat.
Dude, can I ask you one question though? You said something happened when you joined. Well, you said her name, so I'm sure I can say it. Sarah's channel. You said something happened. Was it that topic that you were going to bring up? That's what you're saving, or what happened?
Yes. Yeah. It was the topic of the
don't
big
share it
parties.
now, brother. Save it.
Yeah.
If you got a good one, brother, you got the uppercut up your sleeve. You better save it.
No, I do. Yeah. I wouldn't give it up.
And it's hard to ask people for like, especially like other people, like, hey, what do you think about this? Because like they're all trying to debate you, and like you never meet someone that's actually like, well, I'm not a debater, so it's like being a boxer. Like I'm sure you can meet it, but it's like if it was on national, like if they were in the ring, they wouldn't share it with you. You know what I'm saying?
Right. Exactly. I'm not going to send all my best moves to the enemy.
Can I mention other creators on your channel?
Of course you
at
can,
all?
bro.
It's not me. Okay. Do you remember when Speakeasy joined Andrew Wilson, and they had that debate? It was the 3 laws of logic when he asked Dude, can you imagine having? I would honestly probably be quiet a lot of the time. But can you imagine having Andrew Wilson in your corner?
It'd be incredible.
Mike Tyson in his prime. Would you want to fight Mike Tyson in his prime? No. Would you want to debate Andrew?
No, not at all.
Want to sit down and have a beer with him? Yeah, probably.
Right, yeah. I definitely want him to be in my corner for sure. Because, with Andrew Wilson, you also get like Rob Knorr and Jake Rattlesnake and these guys who are very good at
Jay
what they
Dyer.
do. Jay Dyer, Jim Bob.
Jay Dyer. Jim Bob. How did I forget Jim Bob?
Yeah.
And then there was a new guy. I'm sure you. You probably don't watch it, but on the Whatever podcast, it was and it was like DP. I forget his name, but he was on the second to the last show, and he went to he's got like a degree in like religion and stuff. Like it was he has it's 3 letters like RVD, but no, it's his like first, middle, and last name. I think it's like doctor something. I would look it up, but I'm using my phone right now.
You're all good, man.
But he was pretty logical. Imagine going on like a podcast and Andrew Wilson's like, yeah, I give my word for him. That's like a job recommendation. It's like, well, you better
be
good then.
Bro. Yeah. And you're almost guaranteeing yourself to get it.
The argument would be it's not that hard if you talk about like the Whatever podcast. Like it's not like it would be hard if you don't know what you're just sitting there talking. But if you were a little bit of a debater, it would be hard. But like they don't know what they're just there. It's like a dating podcast, you know what I'm saying? But if you get somebody there, like, because there's many good debaters that join, they do the same thing in Jubilee, like 25 liberals, college students, and you get like Parker and Dean there, like they're pretty good debaters. You better know what you're talking about.
Right. What's up, Thomas? Good to see you, man. Welcome back, dude.
What's going on? How are you?
Not much, man. But yeah, dude, and I will say, like most people, they're just going on whatever pod. Like most of those chicks are just going on there to try and.
Well, why they either want to get their OF shouted out or they want to get their Instagram shouted out and they want more. Right. That's the only reason. I mean,
yeah, it's clout. Yeah, exactly.
Or there's an exception to the rule, which I don't want to make an argument about it, but there are those like girls. They say they're conservative. Probably not. I don't know. I'm not trying to judge. That's not burden of proof is not on me because I'm not making that claim. But that's kind of what I think. But like, they go on there and they just want more followers, man. I mean, why else would you do it?
Right.
You know? It's not like us, even like you sitting here hanging out and shit, like it's not like that. You're going on like the podcast that gets like, what, thousands of views? Can it be called millions? I guess maybe replayed. I don't know. And there's a big argument. That's why OnlyFans, they do that on purpose. Like, he doesn't even put their he doesn't even put their Instagram on it anymore. I don't know why, but
I mean, probably what it seems like to me is he's had so many of these chicks either show up and then leave early, bail out on him, or just not show up at all. So they already got plugged, right? Like they already had their social.
Well, trust me, if those people are sitting there watching, even if their Instagram's not there, they're gonna find it.
Yeah.
They just made an appearance. They know that.
Yeah. 100%.
It's kind of sad to see though. Like, if they would just watch a couple podcasts, like anything, they'd know like a little bit, just a tiny bit of logic. But they go on there to troll and stuff. It's crazy, man.
Like the chick with the raccoon, bro. That bitch was crazy. What were you saying, Thomas? My bad, dude.
No, I just sneezed.
Yeah, sorry, brother.
Oh, okay.
That was loud when I heard that.
That raccoon girl is pretty. I like her personally.
She was a troll, 100%.
I know she's a troll.
That a little bit, yeah. My raccoon's gonna bite. Hey, you. Well, I can't say it on here, but remember she put that shit down on the table and she got her card out and started.
Yeah, dude. I gotta give it to her, bro. That shit was.
I thought it was serious. I didn't know her before. I thought it was serious. Dude, I was like,
yeah.
What the fuck?
Yeah. That was wild. That was absolutely wild. The look on everyone's face was like, "What is going on right now?" You know what I mean?
I just got into a little family debate with my cousin. About I don't know if you guys watched it. If you want to talk about whatever podcast, Andrew Wilson, did you see where he when Priscilla was there?
Priscilla.
Like, remember she like shoved this? She shoved Andrew's chair back. She's like, "Let's talk about it outside."
Oh no, I don't.
Do you guys see that? Oh, okay, never mind. Then I got in a little, those friendly cousin debates.
Yeah. Oh yeah, absolutely.
All
right. So first topic is going to be politicians. And then the prompts I have for politicians are: should there be term limits? Are they paid liars? Should they liquidate their portfolios before entering office and be banned from trading while in office? Should whistleblowers be prosecuted for leaking information? And should politicians take a pay cut if they don't represent their constituents?
I have a real quick question, if you don't mind. I think it was the third one. Should prosecutors? What was that?
What's up, Ashton? Good to see you, my man. Good to see you. The third one is: should they liquidate their portfolios before entering office and be banned from trading while in office?
No. What was the fourth one? Sorry.
Should whistleblowers be prosecuted for leaking information?
That one. Do you want me to take a stance on it?
I mean, it's up to you guys. If you want, I can spin the wheel again. It's fine.
Well, I had one thing to say because I did just have a little bit of a debate, and it was about the Subway man, and he talked to his like therapist or whatever, and he told her all the shit, and then she came out, and like there was people like trying to like judge her because like doctor patient confidentiality or whatever you call it, and remember she snitched on him. So we got in a whole debate about that, and it's like.
Well, so I don't know where you stood on that, but I guess was the information she knew, was that pertinent to him, like harming somebody or himself?
I don't want to take the 100%. I mean, in most cases, I think they, unless you're going to like a different. I mean, there's, I'm trying to just think about it. I don't want to take the position because you know what I'm saying.
Yeah.
But I do hang heavily in that one, though, because I do think that it's okay a lot of times, you know what I'm saying?
Careful with that topic. Ooh, chat's going, whoa. What's up, Babe Dinkus? Welcome in, bro. Good to see you always, man. Corey Barton, Big Soda, the man, the myth, the legend himself. Abe, if you want to jump in, bro, we're getting things kicking.
Corey Barton. Doctors do not have to disclose crimes if committed by a patient. They only have to disclose if it's a threat to someone.
Yeah.
A threat to them or
themselves or a threat to someone else.
Yeah. If I tell my doctor I have like 2 pounds of cocaine in my house or something, they can't report that.
No, but if you have like a gunshot wound, they have to report that, correct?
No, if I show up to the No, I'm pretty sure if I show up to the doctor's office just with a gunshot wound, they don't have to report that to the police. I'm pretty sure.
Yeah, they actually
I'm
do.
not gonna settle down that. Yeah, I'm pretty sure they do, but I don't know for sure.
Really? Oh.
Yeah, legally for
Pretty
gunshot
sure they
wounds,
do.
you have to. Yeah, it gets automatically reported to the local police department.
Ooh.
What if I shot
Yeah,
myself? Like, what if I was like cleaning my gun?
Yeah,
and I just,
even
like,
if
shot myself in the
you
foot?
shot yourself in the foot, they still report it. I'm pretty sure.
Man, that sucks.
Mm-hmm.
Because there's like
Even a
even
cop
if you
might
did
come
to
there and, like-
yourself, there's still like
Yeah.
something that
Well, how many times have there been like somebody shot in the leg or something? They're like, "Oh, I did it to myself," because they're not snitching. Like,
Yeah.
I mean, you probably didn't do it to yourself. I mean, yeah, there is. There's possibility that you did, but like, I'm pretty sure. Like, I don't know about in all states or whatever, but I think that doctors they have to report that. Like, you can't just show up with even to your hand. Let's say you shot yourself with the hand, they have to report it.
Yeah, no, and that makes
I
sense
don't
because
know.
now that
I don't
I,
have Google right next to
I've,
me or
I've
whatever,
heard
but,
stuff about like
last time I
I've
read
heard
about
stuff
it.
about like gang members and stuff like getting shot and then not going to the hospital because of that. So yeah, no, that makes sense.
any violent offense. Okay, no shit. I did not know
But
that.
I mean, it makes sense though. People.
I don't think it does.
I was just about to say, any
if you're
violent offense, whether it's a gun or like, say you go in and you're like, oh, I sliced my chest open from falling down or something. They don't report like something to that extent because that's believable, but a gunshot wound or like child abuse or domestic or anything like that, they have to.
Oh, anything with children, they report everything.
Yeah,
100%.
yeah.
Which is it's good. I mean,
Absolutely. Yeah. All right, you guys want me to re-roll? You guys want to pick one of those prompts? We
Yeah,
got a
if we're
few
gonna
people
actually,
in now, boys. We
unless we
can
just all wanna agree
start
about it.
slugging it out. You know what I mean? What you guys think?
I'm looking at.
I'm
your wheel
indifferent.
here.
That the
Yeah, me
whistleblower
too.
thing you were talking about, we can. I'm interested to see how that goes, but also I'm indifferent. We can spin it again if you want.
Okay.
I don't know if
So
I'm going to
should
take it that far, though,
whistleblowers be
because
prosecuted for leaking information?
Yeah, that's a hard yes for me on that one. But like I said, if you guys don't want to talk about that, we can do something else.
well, we'd have to define like whistleblower and stuff. Like I'm going to take the yes position. Yeah.
Yes.
I'll take the no. I'll take the
Yeah.
negative position on it.
You take the negative position,
I don't
Ashton?
I don't think
Just
they
to
should be
do it,
fined.
or
If it's a whistleblower, you should never go after whistleblowers whenever you have criminal offenses and stuff like that. Because if they're the whistleblower themselves,
Do we need to
Technically
clarify
me, though,
anything
but-
for anybody before we jump into
Yeah,
this?
can we clarify what whistleblower actually means? Can we clarify that?
So a whistleblower is somebody who, here, let's just take it straight from Google. Colloquially,
Yeah.
the way I define whistleblower myself is someone who comes out and reveals information that of crimes or something that could harm somebody or people actively being harmed, right?
Then they should always come out. That's my position. If that's a definition of it.
Yeah, so a whistleblower by dictionary definition on Google is a person who informs on a person or organization engaged in an illicit activity.
Yeah, I might
That
take
also
the hard
includes
yes on that
government.
one then.
Yeah, same.
So that's a
There's
yes
another
from
person, too.
Crucible Ghost, yes from Tomris, and a no from Ashton, correct?
so wait, are you guys saying that they should be prosecuted, or they
Yeah.
shouldn't be prosecuted?
No, they shouldn't be
First.
prosecuted. They should come out, but they shouldn't be prosecuted.
Okay.
That's
Oh,
my
so then
position. Am I the only?
No, so my position was that they should be prosecuted.
Should be prosecuted.
Should be, yes.
Okay. Corey's saying let's stick to government based. So specifically, how about this? We will change the ticker on this. It'll be should government whistleblowers.
I've never heard of a
Oh.
whistleblower that wasn't a government.
Edward
whistleblower.
Snowden.
Well, like the guy from Boeing, right?
Most famous.
Remember the guy from Boeing that came out and he said they were like cutting corners really bad on safety regulations and everything with planes, and then the guy ended up dying before he was either before or after he testified in court.
And was it
Not
okay
only
for him?
that.
Should he have whistleblown it? I mean, wouldn't that have been okay if he'd have?
The main focus on whistleblowers, if you're actually looking at it from a political background, was Facebook, Twitter, and Google during the time
All that shit
there was
should have been okay.
yeah, the government agencies, Google and stuff like that were hand in hand. There was whistleblowers on that. There was multiple trials on it.
There's still any information. No, they didn't. But if there's a whistleblower, we'd all knew about that. So it was 100% fine for whistleblowers to come out.
So everyone's in agreement.
They came out more.
Everyone's in agreement.
I agree that they should come out, but they should not be prosecuted.
Right.
Oh, I know. Oh, I took that the wrong way. Yeah, I 100% agree. I took that the wrong way.
Okay, Tomris, what do you think?
I thought you meant
think
like
they should be prosecuted.
Go ahead. Sorry.
Yes.
You do. Okay, cool.
Oh, damn.
So
Well, hold on.
I'll go ahead and take this down.
Government whistleblowers. If you like, I think there's a guy who snitched on Google, like the women's rights thing in Google. I'm not sure if you guys remember that. I don't think that guy should be prosecuted for that. But if you're a government whistleblower, you should be prosecuted by the government. Yes.
Okay, cool.
So you're saying that? Okay.
So, who wants to take this one against Tomris, Ashton or Crucible Ghost?
I don't.
I'll take it if you don't.
Debate. I have questions, but you can go ahead, brother, if you got one.
Ashton, you want to take this one, brother?
Fuck yeah! Sign me up. Let's go.
All right. Hey, Crucible
Let's
Ghost, I'm gonna put you in the back.
Sir.
And I'm gonna join you back
I
there
like
once we
Tomris.
start.
Yes,
So,
sir.
I have respect.
So
for Tomris,
before I put you back there, here's how we do things. You have an elective opening statement, each a minute and 30 seconds, or you can just go straight into a 10-minute debate.
Okay. Yeah, I'll do a quick opening statement, but I'm not sure who's going first.
So you're in the affirmative, Tomris.
Yeah.
So you would be first. You'd give your opening statement first. Ashton, you're going to give your opening statement second, and then we're going to do a 10-minute debate after that. All right?
All right. Give me one
So,
moment.
Yeah. Take your time.
No, I'm just setting up a stopwatch so I can time myself. So let me know when you start, and I'll start the stopwatch.
Oh, cool. Yeah, I have one up too. Awesome. Okay. All right, Crucible Ghost, I'm going to put you in the back, and then what I'm going to do is after the debate, we'll
Yes, sir.
pull you up, and then we can do like an assessment, see what arguments worked, what arguments didn't. That way we can all grow from the situation.
Read the chat a little bit. I'm sure they have a lot to say to you.
Oh yeah, absolutely. All right, cool.
Absolutely, sir.
so-
Thank you.
Absolutely. Crucible Ghost, I'm putting you in the back, and then I'll go ahead and switch y'all. Okay. So, Tomris, you're up first. Opening statement in 3, 2, 1, go.
Okay, so when it comes to the government and when it comes to whistleblowers, I would see this primarily as a national security issue, and to a lesser extent, I guess national security would include domestic issues too. But it'd be my position that, especially when you're considering things like the military and things like, things that keep us safe as Americans, it is incredibly irresponsible to have any sort of precedent or any sort of policy where people disclose secrets about the military or about the government to the public, because then obviously that can be used against us. So I think the best way to illustrate this is if I'm opposed to nuclear weapons, right? If I think that they're, going to harm people or whatever, something like that. It seems like to me that if I think whistleblowing is okay, then it would be okay if I have that personal inclination that it is okay for me to share things such as where we keep our nuclear weapons, how we store them, how we keep them safe, stuff like that. Which, if a whistleblower disclosed that information to the public, that would obviously be a massive national security issue, because then whoever wants to mess with our nuclear weapons could. So I think a large portion of our government's security relies on people being confidential about things that need to be kept confidential. And if we have a culture where where things are confidential with an asterisk, which the asterisk is if you morally disagree with it, then it's okay to whistleblow about it. I think that's dangerous. I think that leads to people's subjective moralities getting in the way of things, and I don't support it. That's it.
Damn, dude, that was a minute and 29 seconds, bro. Right on the nose.
Based.
Awesome. Good job. Good job. Okay, perfect. Ashton, you got a minute and 30. You ready?
No, yeah, whenever's clever, my boy.
What happened?
I said whenever's clever.
All right, my man. Gonna start your opening statement in 3, 2, 1, go.
All right, so despite the fact that we're mentioning the government officials being ousted or any form of information being ousted, such as nuclear weapons, technologies, etc., whistleblowing propaganda, not propaganda, but the whistleblowing culture is not based on letting our secrets in the hands, it's letting the public know about what's going on within the government and with other entities of the government. So if there is something that's going on within the government, would you not want that somebody come forward and speak to it, such as an example of Facebook tampering with the election voting? You also have the whistleblowers that spoke out during the COVID
Hey,
issue.
Ashton, real quick, sorry. Yeah. I'll go ahead and restart your time here in a second. It's real hard to hear you, man. Your mic's not coming in very well.
Let me check my settings real quick.
All right.
Better
Sorry,
now?
bro. Hate to make you start over, but it's just
No,
real
that's
hard
fine.
to hear you.
How about that? Better?
Yes. Very good. All right.
Okay.
All right, we'll restart that one. Mulligan, boys. Mulligan. 3, 2, 1.
Okay, so like I was explaining, the whistleblowers coming out and coming forward is a great part of our culture. It allows us as the public to have the information, such as things that are going on within the government that should be brought to light. So if you're having nefarious acts within our government or within organizations that are entities of the government or helped by the government, you would want those people to inform the public of the truth of what's happening. Now, we do have a very strict set of guidelines and policies for what counts as a whistleblower and what constitutes whistleblowing as far as an open or public forum. So that should be protected within the rights of the American people, because you don't want to have a government or an entity that's too big to censor anything they want to censor. We've seen how that happened with Facebook in the 2020 elections. We've seen how it happens on multiple different occasions within Google, within Twitter, also known as X. We've also seen it within our own government happening as well, for silencing the speech or silencing the research that they have available to the public. So we definitely don't want those whistleblowers to not come forward and in fear of persecution or fear of incarceration just for speaking to the truth, what the public should know and ought to know. So, yeah.
Oh, your audio is not working, lower class.
Thank you. Sorry, I had my headset muted. All right, so that was great. A minute and 10. Thank you very much. Boys, we're going to be going for 10 minutes here. No personal attacks. We're sticking to the facts, okay? So we'll give this started. You all ready?
Yeah.
Ready?
3, 2, 1, go.
So when you say that you think whistleblowing is, I guess, you think it's okay or it's good, or what exactly is your? You don't have to repeat.
I believe it holds. Yeah, no, I believe it has a purpose within our society. If you have government officials that are working for the government, higher government officials, and they see nefarious acts, you should have a culture that calls those nefarious acts out, so that we can look into them more in depth. Especially whenever you have such a split and divided government as well. Muted, lower class.
Yeah, your audio's being goofy again. Lower class, you're muted. Yeah, if you could do what you did during your opening statement, so I could hear you better. I guess I would ask you. I understood most of what you said though. I'll just ask you in response to that. What would you say that is there a line for when you think whistleblowing isn't okay or it goes too far or something like that?
Well, if you're drawing a line on it, the line could be drawn at national secrets, such as, like you said, the nuclear sites or nuclear weaponry or something to that extent. When we're looking at it as a whole, though, we're not seeing a lot of people coming forth about that type of information. A lot of the information that we're seeing that's being whistleblown on is nefarious acts within the government, such as tampering or such as, changing narratives within the public view or controlling the media and information that has been brought out to light. That's the main things that we are seeing as whistleblowers have gone on. We've seen hundreds of hours of testimony during the 2020 elections, during the COVID-19 trials as well, people whistleblowing on information that they know is true, that the government or the entities that they are residing with has kept quiet.
Okay, but you said that you agreed with me that there's a line at national security, right?
Correct. I agree with you as far as okay, so you have a government employee who was working on a nuclear submarine. I wouldn't want him being a whistleblower as far as saying how our technologies work. I do agree with you on that. But at the same time, a lot of the whistleblowers that we're seeing, a lot of them are just mainly going after corrupt politicians or corruption within companies themselves. We're not seeing people. The only actual testimony from a whistleblower that we tried to see is such as not like a terrorizing, but a definite thing was Edward Snowden. But Snowden really wasn't even a whistleblower. He was more of an operative turned bad.
Yeah, I mean, I guess I would just say that would you agree with me that you can both have someone who is doing something, they probably shouldn't be doing, who's supervising other people, who's doing things that are shady or whatever, that person simultaneously for them doing shady things, it also can be the case that if you released information to the public about that person doing shady things, that would be a national security issue?
Not necessarily. Because
well,
if they're doing it,
but do you agree that that could be the case? Because, for example, you said Edward Snowden, and I think Edward Snowden falls squarely into that category. That is someone who he was exposing things that were bad that the government was doing that were illicit. At the same time, though, he did give away a massive amount of information about how we do intelligence in this country that Russia should not have been given access to, and he should be held accountable for that.
Well, no, that's what I'm saying. You can draw the line at classification, so to a certain extent. What we're mainly looking at there from whistleblowers is the nefarious acts that the government or entity are engaging in. That, as a public, you need to have that information to go out. So what you're saying then is, if you had investigational journalists that were going around looking for stories, would they not be considered whistleblowers as well if they're cracking a case open based off of an investigation they did as a journalist?
No, because to be a whistleblower, you have to be someone who's on the inside of something. If I'm an investigative journalist and I just go and investigate something and then I report on it, I'm not a whistleblower because I'm not I'm not inside of that. I'm not inside of that organization, getting information that a reporter couldn't. So, for example, if a reporter was doing a story on I think it was the NSA or whatever. If this reporter was doing a story on the NSA, they would not have been able to get the information that Edward Snowden had, which is why they're not a whistleblower. You know what I mean?
But to the same extent, though, you also have investigational journalists that could, however, get into the organizations that they want to get into to investigate. Well, so you still have investigator journalists that are going through it as press. But if they're going as an undercover agent for the press and they're going into those organizations, what's the difference of them doing that versus a whistleblower who's already had an established tie to that company or to that organization coming forward?
What you just described is espionage, and that's already incredibly illegal.
Well, it's illegal, yes, but I'm saying as a journalist, you have protections and rights because of the Freedom of the Press Act and from the First Amendment. Whistleblowers are pretty much the same thing if you actually look down to it as an ontological thing. A whistleblower is always somebody that's in that company that's just saying the issues that are happening. An investigation journalist can still find that same information out if they do a deep enough dive or if they interview people from the company to a certain extent. So what's the difference between the two?
Well, the difference is that, like I said, an investigative journalist... So I'm just going to keep using Edward Snowden as an example because we seem to both know about that.
I'm only familiar with bits and pieces of Snowden. I'm not 100%. I don't know everything on Snowden. So if I ask you for clarification, it's not a jab at you or anything. It's literally I don't know what you're talking about.
Okay, I'm in the same boat, so it's fine. If we have information we need to clarify, we can just look it up on Google. But for Edward Snowden, the information that he released was not public. It wasn't publicly available, and it was classified enough that, for example, if Edward Snowden was following the rules of his job to a T, and a journalist came up to him and asked him about that stuff, legally he would not be allowed to tell that journalist that thing, and he could be held criminally liable for telling journalists that thing for this classified information. So with what you're saying with an investigative journalist, if everything's being done ethically and everything's being done, not illicitly or anything like that, the information that an investigative journalist is going to be able to get, that's not classified information. If an investigative journalist is able to get classified information, someone is either whistleblowing or spying or doing something else illicit, which they shouldn't be doing. So like an investigative journalist, like their job ends at where what I just described would begin, if that makes sense.
So, for example, then the Twitter files that were released, would you consider that investigative journalism, or would you consider that whistleblowing?
I don't know about the Twitter files. You're gonna have to give me some backstory.
So the Twitter files were released when Elon Musk took over the company. He had two journalists, I believe. One was they both had one of his name began with Matt, and then the other one, they were both very, very well-known journalists, even for like the left-leaning sources such as I think Life or something to that extent. I remember watching the actual trial for it when they were releasing it, but it was all the information and misinformation about COVID, all the information and misinformation about the Russian scandal hoax, all that information of Biden's party actually trying to have Twitter control what they are and are not allowed to post on their public forum. When those files were dropped, and the two journalists that dropped that file that Elon Musk...
2.5 minutes.
Okay. When they dropped that information, that were they considered whistleblowers at the time, or were they still considered investigative journalists? Because Elon Musk allowed them that information, even though it was a wrongdoing that was happening prior to him owning the company. So they outed all that information on Twitter of the executives from the top down, saying what illicit acts they were doing, blacklisting certain conservative points of view during the COVID-19 outbreak, when the Hunter Biden laptop story emerged via the 2020 elections, and they shut down all the websites in regards to it as well, so you couldn't find the information any further. All of these things were shown in proof with documentation from Twitter, and those guys were just journalists. Now, would you consider them to be a threat because they brought all that information to light about an organization in regards to our government complying with that organization? Or would you still consider an investigative journalist point of view, even though they were handed the information?
They were handed the information by Elon Musk, correct?
Correct.
Yeah, so since Elon Musk owned Twitter, he was doing that completely legitimately. So no, they're not they wouldn't be doing anything wrong in that situation. They'd be doing something wrong if this happened before Elon Musk bought Twitter. Well, it was still Jack Dorsey or whatever who owned Twitter, and it was like an employee at Twitter who wasn't supposed to leak that information, who went to those journalists and gave them that information. Then that would be whistleblowing. And then, like I said, I still probably wouldn't want them to get prosecuted, because that's not a governmental thing. But absolutely, Twitter would have every right to take action against that, right?
But it had to do with our government involvement within that company. That's what it was actually blown up to. So when you're talking about information from the government, it was the government entity that was trying to control Twitter during Dorsey's handling of it. So I'm trying to see how the difference would be made from a whistleblower to an investigative journalist, because you have the whistleblowers. For example, there was five FBI people that had lost their classification ranks. They had lost their ranks and pay. They also were moved to different towns and then basically told you're fired with no reason or valid reason, just because of what they were onto on Twitter and on Facebook. And then they had whistleblown about certain things that were going on within the CIA and the FBI that were happening, and they got fired really early.
That's time.
Yeah.
Good time, bro.
All right. Bring you up, Crucible Ghost. Welcome back.
I will say, man, I enjoy talking with you, bro. I do. You're a good person.
I enjoyed listening to it.
Appreciate it. Yeah, that was didn't devolve into an insult party, so yeah.
I think
Good
the
talk.
only can I give my little bit of criticism real quick?
Yeah, go for
Not
it.
allowed.
I think the only thing that you guys didn't cross was that thin line. Like there is a line. I think you guys both agree, but there is a line. I think you both agreed there is a line. We never agreed where the line is, and that's hard to agree to.
I agree with the classification.
But both of your opening statements were fucking awesome, by the way. I agree with both of you.
That's where I draw the line. I kind of agree with Thomas on the point of like nuclear secrets, or like how certain things in the United States are done, or like how we strategically attack people, or something to that extent. But whenever it comes to actual government involvement within certain entities, I don't think that should be prosecuted. I think that should be welcomed with open arms.
Exactly. He went government with. That's what I was going to say. He went government with it, which you didn't necessarily do that, but you did a little. I know what you were saying, but like, there is a line that has to be crossed. I mean, it doesn't have to be, but but what is the line? And I was just, I was just chilling in the background. You know, like that's my only question though. Like, what's the line? Does anybody know the answer? All three of you. What's the line? Where's the line where it crosses into being a bad thing?
My line personally is
because I think even T would be he would agree even like you can be a whistleblower and it'd be good like unless you go government, unless you get like a clearance, unless you get like top secret. Like he made all these arguments, but like where's the line where you cross the that's all I'm wondering.
Hey y'all, poll is in the chat. Poll is in the chat.
When does it become a bad? Oh my bad. I thought we were. Oh my bad.
No, you're good. No. I was just talking to chat, bro. Go ahead.
If you're asking me personally, the line is classified information. So if you leak classified information to people who don't have access
like
to
Myron
it,
Gaines, he talks about a lot of shit, and he had a clearance. So should he not talk about anything? Like
I support Myron Gaines being put in federal prison for the rest of his life. Just because he's Myron Gaines, not because of anything. Just because he's a fucking idiot. So.
We can you put can you put that on the wheel if you don't mind?
Put what on the wheel?
Myron Gaines to be in prison because he's Myron. I'll debate about it.
He's a fucking idiot.
I mean, so I have a category on the wheel called wild card.
I want to know what the host had to say about the line. What do you feel about where's the line crossed? I know you kind of agree with both of them. Where do you cross the line at though?
Oh man. So I personally, I tend to agree with Tomris on this, that if they're releasing classified information, but just a little more specific, classified information that deals directly with national security, if they were to release something like that, then they should be prosecuted. But there's a lot of things that are classified and don't really have...
Remember back in the day, black marker? They just black markered that shit out.
Yeah, redaction, exactly.
Yeah, redaction, yes. Call of Duty. But there is a line, though. Like, I don't think that would have been a good... I didn't really know my position, though, because I didn't know that line to cross or not. That's why I didn't take that position.
Yeah. I would say that's a sensible approach to it. Go ahead, Ashton.
I would say I 110% agree with Thomas whenever it comes to like a national security issue, or if it would come down to like you said earlier, like the nuclear information, stuff to that extent. If it comes down to that line, yes, I don't want other people having that information, like other countries or other people. That's something I can agree with you on. But whenever it comes
I didn't expect them to go straight national, but yeah, I do agree with that. I agree with you too, though. You had good points, brother. Really, you did.
That's kind of where I was getting with the classified information thing, is that we kind of don't really, like, just us as, like, regular people, right? Like, we don't really have that good of an idea of what is and isn't a national security threat. And I think that's kind of what making information classified is kind of trying to do. You know what I mean? That's kind of
personally. So as a journal, imagine if we did have the information. We already write on the street. Imagine we did have the information.
So I would think, yeah.
That's a good argument. That may be a good thing to keep it from.
Yeah, my only thing to that, Thomas, I would say is that system gets abused. So there are things that get classified, and they're classified specifically because what happened.
Cover their own ass.
Like think Bradley Manning, okay? When he released that video, Collateral Damage, there was no national security threat there. He literally just released the fact that we had been committing war crimes in the Middle East. And he got put in solitary confinement for a year straight.
I mean, that's just been happening forever. We just know about it. That shit's been happening for 12 years? I mean, goddamn.
Right. Now, that stuff was classified, but it's not necessarily a national security threat. They're just...
We know who did it.
They were hiding things that could have gotten people seriously prosecuted in like an international court, you know.
You should put another chink in your will and say dem boys.
Dem boys? What's that?
Dem boys.
What would that be?
Hey, we don't want to get canceled. I ain't saying it.
Yeah, the group of people who, if you say them too much, we're gonna get your YouTube channel deleted.
Got it. Yeah.
I'm talking about the PR boys.
I
Is that
was
what we're
promised
talking
this channel 2,000 years ago. The fuck?
Yeah.
Talking about Brazilians, obviously. We're talking about.
We talking
the people
about
who live in
that? We
Brazil.
talking about? Obviously,
Yo,
we
what's
like to
up?
stick some ass and wear some hats. You heard?
Welcome in, Bass Tweaker. How you doing tonight, bro?
What's up?
I'm doing all right after smacking people for 12 hours last night on VK.
Yeah.
Fucking
I don't know.
winner
Ooh.
dinner.
I don't know
Hey,
if
did you watch me?
watched BK yesterday, but Bass
I
Tweaker
smacked so hard,
won the
bro.
first one, and then he came into the second one.
Just
He
earning
did lose
all of
one
it.
of his debates, but then he got
Yeah.
brought back up and almost took it all the way for the second
Yeah.
2 times
Yeah.
in a row. His
Damn.
first 2 times on VK.
Hey, and my first time on VK, I whooped Speakeasy's ass too and sent him out, baby. Let's go.
Hey Beth, how you doing today? Thanks for coming in. I do appreciate it. Thank you very much.
I brought her over. She's coming up.
Welcome. Oh, she's coming on?
Yeah, she's gonna come up. She's a
Nice.
debater, man. She's a
Nice.
debater.
Dude, hell
Yeah.
yeah. Hell yeah. Come on up, Beth. Whatever.
Well, fuck. If we're teaming up, can I invite somebody on?
Oh, we're not teaming up. I'm here. Hey, I'm here to give feedback.
Yeah. So Bass Tweaker, he's.
Well, if you're inviting other
really-
people on, can I get another person?
You're more than welcome to bring people on, man. I would
Yeah,
love to
I
have
just brought someone. because I figured
I'm
lower
gonna-
class would enjoy it.
Yeah. Dude, hey, the more the
I'm gonna bring
merrier.
up
as far as
Speak. I
I'm
think you guys would enjoy it.
Yeah, lower
Well,
class. I
you-
had so many people reach out to me when I was in VK yesterday. Like my Discord blew up all day.
Hell yeah, dude.
It was insane. People were like begging me, like, when are you gonna debate again? Who are you gonna debate next? Like, what's going on? Where can I follow you? I'm just like, dude, what the hell is going on?
All right, boys, we have BLM and Antifa.
Ooh.
Oh, I like this song.
The prompts that I
Let me see what's
have.
going on, Beth. Are you coming up?
Antifa.
The link is at the top, and it's pinned to the top of in the chat. Do you not see it?
It's in blue.
Yeah, it's in blue on the top right where the chat is.
Top of the chat in blue. You can't miss it.
By the way, Tom.
Well, she's been up on panels before.
You might have to scroll up.
By the way, Thomas and Ashton,
Well,
you
she's
guys
female, so.
split 50-50 on that one. It was a very like solid back and forth as well. So
That was a good fucking debate. I'm not gonna lie. There was good points both ways.
yeah.
That was an
All right,
excellent, good faith debate.
The prompts that I have for BLM Antifa is this: is lethal force ever justified in a
I
riot?
did the thing again. I hate the mobile shit, bro.
Yeah, me too. Me
Well,
too.
you did the thing, and then we.
What's up, Beth? Welcome in.
We gotta hear.
Nice
Thanks
to
for
meet you
joining.
guys.
Thanks for joining.
The poll was covering your link, by the way.
That's
sorry
that's
about
a handsome lady right there.
Well, vote for the poll, and it wouldn't cover it. Vote for it.
I did vote
We need
for
the
it.
poll.
I had to dismiss it. I found it.
All
I found
right.
it. Be quiet. I'm a boomer and I'm a woman. I got a double handicap.
You're not a boomer. You're a Gen man.
God damn. No, you in a wheelchair.
You're Gen
Would you like
X.
to be
You're
better
not
than
a boomer.
It's a double handicap. when it comes to it. Whatever.
All right. So here's the prompts that I have for BLM Antifa.
Oh,
Is lethal force ever justified in a riot? Is extreme prosecution the
yeah.
best remedy for riots? What does I guess that's not a very good prompt. I'll go ahead and take that one out. I put what does rioting accomplish? I should put
Getting punched in the fucking face, getting killed. Yeah, I'm gonna shoot first.
is what rioting accomplishes positive.
does
It's
rioting
right. He said
accomplish
rioting. His exact
anything
words is
positive?
rioting.
No. Is what rioting? Okay, you got to do the words careful. Is what rioting accomplishes positive?
Or how
Oh, a
accountability
fucking evolution.
community be for controlling their own people?
Well, that's a different point.
It's still, I would say it still falls into.
I don't give a fuck how many people.
Yeah, no,
there are.
it
You
does.
think
It does. I was
Go
just taking
ahead.
his
Start your
point and
evolution.
adding the words.
Let us just
He
say
has a
we
bunch
took
of
your
prompts that
point
he's
of
written
view.
out, and he's just asking for different words. You can add another prompt. You can suggest another prompt.
Oh,
Like
I'm ready
Yeah,
for
absolutely.
one. All right, let's
Look,
go.
I've
I didn't know there was
competed
haters
over
in here. Let's
on
fucking run
Force,
with
I
this
mean,
stuff.
like, it's cool to see this layout, and yeah.
It's new. We're just starting it out. Just
I like
testing it. We're just getting
This is
about
the
it.
second one. Thank you for coming in, Beth. I appreciate it, for real.
It worked. I'll spread the word too. I mean, like, I'm friends with Emmett. I know he's been in here. He told me about you first, and then based.
Who the fuck is that guy?
Emmett's
The
good
guy
for
that
us. I like
the guy that I debated on no means no, and then they made me. Someone paid $100 to make me argue no means no against him during VK, which was the most stressful debate of my life.
Hey, you won both times, dude. You won both times.
I know, and the best part is the second time he had to bring his notes out. He had to do the whole thing. I just did that shit off memory.
Yeah. All right.
He's
So
a good guy, but
Well, because you're such a smart guy,
Thank
sir.
you.
You're so smart.
what was Beth?
Yeah,
what
Why
was
are
that
you being
prompt?
sarcastic? You
Hey,
know,
hold
I'm
on,
gonna
hey,
debate
hold
your
on,
ass.
hold on.
Which one? Who
Hey,
said that? Who
wait,
said
Wait,
that?
wait,
I'm
wait, hold
saying you're. Oh, you want
guys,
to
guys,
debate me?
hold
Well,
on.
fuck it, you're
Hold
dumb then.
guys, hold on. Beth,
yeah.
what was that
Rude.
prompt that you had said earlier?
Hurt my feelings.
How responsible should the community be to control their own people?
In
You
what
mind
way?
you mind if I reword that?
Go for it.
Yeah,
I
and
was
what-
just
yeah,
throwing
what
an
way?
I'll
idea.
reword it to: is the community responsible for keeping these things at bay?
Take your guns up. We're gonna get
Keeping what things at bay? You need to be careful the
Keeping
wording.
riots at bay.
Protecting their own.
Okay.
The whole stand your ground should absolutely
Why
apply,
are you helping her?
and these people should absolutely be able to defend.
This is about debate topics. It's not like actual arguments.
Well,
Yeah,
you're
yeah,
helping her, so
we're
we have
just throwing
teams.
prompts.
Can I
in. We're just
invite?
throwing
Can I
prompts.
invite people in then?
Yes, you're
I'm
more
gonna
than
help
welcome
people.
to, brother.
He's already said that 3 times.
I'm a
Yeah,
woman.
Crucible
I
goes,
heard.
please. If you have someone you want to bring in, this I'm planning on going for another 5 hours. So the
No,
more
yeah, I
people
was
that come in
literally
here-
talking to her since VK last night. Me and her have just been talking since VK, and I told her that I was planning on coming in here with you and asked if she wanted to come and join, and she said yeah. So of course I knew it was okay.
And
So
ain't
why is it
nobody
okay to kiss her ass?
What do you mean kiss her ass? I'm her friend.
Why is
I
it
brought
okay
her
to be a
here.
white knight?
What's the white knight? What am I white knighting? Can you demonstrate
Hold
how
on,
I'm white
guys,
knighting?
Stop.
Kissing the ass, boy.
No, we can have this. We can have this debate. We can actually bring this up.
No, we're not. Give me just a second, guys.
Abe,
wanna
I didn't
get
know
these
you had a
prompts taken
channel.
care
I'm
of.
sorry. Send me the link in Discord.
I want to get these prompts taken care of.
I'm
Okay.
getting yelled at.
All right.
I apologize. My
These
bad,
are the
I'll be
prompts that I have for BLM Antifa. All right. Is lethal force ever justified in a riot? Is extreme prosecution the best remedy for riots? Is what rioting accomplishes positive? Should BLM and January 6th rioters be prosecuted the same way? Do Black Lives matter more than other lives? Any other lives? And is the community responsible for keeping riots at bay?
Why don't you take it and say, do Black Lives matter more, and leave it there? Because I think that everyone else can draw
that's
their
a
own
good question.
conclusions.
You would take it there. You would.
It
take
would
there,
would
wouldn't
make
you?
it would make it, because you said more than
Does
other
my
races,
life-
right?
Does
More
my
than
life
any
matter
other lives,
at
not
all?
racist.
No, that's what I'm saying. So the argument that you're making would make it a very precise argument that
So
might
your
not be
life
as
matters
easy.
more
to
than
run.
me.
I'm not talking to you. I'm talking to you, lower class. What I'm
talking
trying to
to you,
explain is
gentlemen.
if you say more, it would encompass the things you're trying to encompass, and it would allow more arguments.
Literally
Is
what
why
I
I was
just said.
suggesting it.
Okay. Yeah, that
That's just
works.
my opinion.
Fine,
If you
that's a
disagree,
suggestion.
then you know.
No, you're good. You're good. That works. That's fine. All right. So, which prompt would y'all like to run?
Why this dude's retarded?
Hey, we're
I
not
have,
doing
I have
that.
good arguments against it. Oh my bad.
Can I vote to spin the wheel, or is that not a thing?
Yeah, 100%. If you want to, man. You guys want to
Yeah.
do a respin?
I'm down for a
Yeah,
respin.
spin that bitch.
All right.
All right, Ashton, you're gonna beat whoever's next again, right?
Let's rock it.
Well, it's not you. You're the champ. Is this
LGBTQ
are you the
is
champion?
the topic. Hold on, guys. So, I have 4 prompts for this. Should people be proud of basic instinct? I guess that's very broad.
Yeah.
Gay,
A
Yeah.
basic sexual instinct.
gay.
Are people
I don't-
born gay? Should people affirm gender? And why do women feel offended when confused with a transgender man?
Don't know, man. I'm pretty sure I didn't bite that apple, brother. It wasn't me.
That last one's more of just a meme topic. That'd be something that'd be funny to talk.
What's the last one again?
I didn't bite that motherfucker.
It's why do women feel offended when confused with a transgender woman?
They feel offended. They should feel
Okay, that's absolutely
because they came from
ridiculous.
my rib.
That's
That's
why I
absolutely
feel
ridiculous.
Yeah,
It's more-
they
it's
came
more
from my
of-
rib.
more of
They
a-
should
it's
feel
more of a
ribbed
meme
it. My
prompt.
bad.
It's just
I mean, you ate
to
the fucking.
joke
You
around
send
and
us
have
all.
fun.
How about-
Fuck you? I gave you my rib, and you fucking.
How
ate
about
a fucking
this?
apple.
How about this? How about this debate
How about
prompt? And Beth, I want to see your reaction
You're
to
not
me
gonna make
saying
shit
this.
Alright.
Is
Oh no.
is
Yes,
is
don't say
transgenderism the feminist version, or sorry, the feminist
that. We don't know what.
response,
what those
feminist
words mean. We don't know
response
what that
to
means.
forced doctrine?
The
Trans
feminist attempt to.
No, you don't even know what forced
answer.
doctrine is. If you guys would let me, I'd burn his ass up on forced doctrine if you guys would allow me.
Do it.
You don't even know what the.
What do you
fuck
think
it
about that prompt? What do you think about that prompt, bro?
Is transgenderism
Who
the
you
feminist
asking?
response to
Bro,
forced
you're
love?
asking me,
You
bro. I'm a
feminist-
man.
Do feminists.
You don't know what forced
support
doctrine means.
Transgender. As
Hey, can you shut this guy up while we're
Let's
talking about
assume
topics? Like, I don't really know what the fuck is going on in lower class, but like, you should know
brought
better.
Over, you guys agree on topics. I'm just trying to disagree. We're having a fucking discussion. over
We're
here.
no, this isn't a debate. I'm bringing it to lower class and seeing what he thinks about something.
Oh,
I
yeah,
was
yeah,
told it
yeah,
was-
yeah.
I was
This isn't a
told it was a
debate.
Crucible
debate.
goes.
My bad. I
Crucible
was told
goes,
it was
yeah.
a debate.
No, not yet. No. All we're doing is just like going over prompts, adding prompts, changing prompts, taking away prompts.
I'm one of the mods that helps bring people to
I
his
mean,
channel. I try to drive traffic. I'm not here to debate you.
Nobody's
Trust
trying to
me.
bring nobody knows channel. You fucking read. No, you'd probably like to hear it now. Like, hey, your topic's kind of. You don't know what the fuck you're talking about. You should hear it from me. You're gonna join somebody else's channel. Like, at least hear it from me. That shit was retarded. You didn't know what the fuck.
What are you talking
Hear it from
about?
me,
Are you like?
practice.
Are you
It's called
schizophrenic?
It's got. You don't know
Yeah,
what force
I have a-
what is force doctrine? Go ahead. I'll give you the chance right now. What
Can
is
you
force
understand what we're? Hey, lower class, dude. This is why you need a damn
Explain
producer.
force
This guy should be
doctrine.
muted, like right now.
doctrine? If he doesn't explain it, he's explain force doctrine, or you're gonna get banned.
Hold on.
actually.
Crucible goes.
Explain-
Crucible goes.
I mean, I'm just gonna make it easy for you. I'm not here to
You don't
argue
know
with a
what the fuck you're
retard
talking
that doesn't
about.
understand what we're doing
You
here.
don't
So I'm
You,
about
you
to
don't
just
know
go.
what you're talking about, yeah, dude. Honestly, the reason why I know you don't know what you're talking about is if you knew, you'd answer it immediately. You know what the fuck you're talking about? What is force doctrine?
Crucible Ghost. Hold on. Wait. Hold on, dude. Hold on. Just
I'm
Hear me
about
out.
to just go, brother.
no. Hear me out. We're not even trying to like go back and forth and argue about anything right now. We're just trying to pick a prompt. Once we find a prompt that everyone can agree on and people want to be a part of, we'll move forward with it.
Prompt, you probably
I got
shouldn't
one
pick
I
it. So
love
let
to
me
throw
destroy
out.
it, then you can move on.
Like, I'm trying to be nice for you, lower class,
know
but
what
like,
the
I
fuck
mean,
he's
let's
talking
be
about.
real.
Can I throw out a suggestion for a prompt on
Be
this one?
mean. Go ahead.
Yeah.
I'd
What's
love to
the-
run it.
What is the threshold
Bro.
for putting distance between a child of yours?
Bro,
That
good answer,
gets
bro.
into this?
Bro.
Wait, dude, come on. I'm trying to listen to her talk, man. Please, Crucible Ghost. Please.
Why is he not muted?
What were you saying, Beth?
Because I
what's
make
the
actual good
threshold
arguments,
for-
dumb.
I'll wait. I'll
You
do.
don't.
I'll wait.
You're a terrible debater. Yeah, I'm just gonna say, Beth. That's
What'd you say, Beth?
And you're gonna need to reword it some. Like, what is the threshold when it comes to disowning a child of your own that starts joining the LGBTQ community?
Would a better
So-
wording of that be like,
Word
Is
it better,
it-
yes.
is it morally acceptable to like disown your child if they come out as transgender or something?
Yeah.
Is it moral to disown your LGBTQ kid? How about that? Does that work?
Yeah.
All right. Cool. All right, Crucible Ghost. You calm down a little bit? We all good?
Yeah.
All right, cool. Okay, so these are the prompts, boys and ladies. Should people be proud of basic sexual instinct? Are people born gay? Should people affirm gender? And do women feel offended when confused with a transgender man or woman? Is transgenderism the feminist response to force doctrine? Or is it moral to disown your LGBTQ kid? If you want me to
I'll take the
re-roll, I
second
can
to the
re-roll.
Now I'll take the second to the last one. If I was a woman, which I don't even know if I could take the position, I would feel offended.
You were
Like if I
what?
was a woman, you called me a man, I'd be offended. You not see the Adam's apple? You not see the fucking biceps? Like I'd be offended.
I'm kind of interested in the topic that Beth just brought up.
All you're doing is supporting.
I don't know what the
delusion.
fuck you're talking about. Man that wants to be woman, woman that wants to be man. I don't know. Pick one. Who cares?
It's-
I'd be offended.
Well, Crucible Ghost,
I'd be
it was
offended
more of
either
like,
way.
it's more of just like a joke prompt, yeah. But
Oh my bad. Sorry. My
I
bad.
would like to-
no, you're good,
I
you're
would like
good,
to see
yeah.
if anybody-
So Thomas, you were saying the moral to disown your LGBTQ kid. That's what you were saying.
I think I just want to hear what everyone's opinion is on that because I think that'd make for an interesting
Chief for the
conversation.
street.
Okay. Ashton,
I
you had-
agree.
Don't be morally correct. Say what you
I
want.
want to go with that one, but I want to be the affirmative. I think you should disown your child if they come out as that way.
okay.
You're saying you should?
110% agree.
Maybe
don't
my
support
child,
delusion.
order a lot of guns online. He's a serial killer, but I should defend him, right?
You shouldn't support delusion or celebrate bad behavior.
It's
You know,
delusional to kill a lot of people for making fun of you, correct? It's also delusional to think that you're a fucking woman and not a man, but then you kill a lot of people, correct? It's a mental illness,
Hey,
correct?
watch the K word. Lower class.
Yeah.
That one's TOS. I'm pretty sure.
I'll lower class it. Let's run it. You want it?
So wait, what
I'll
is
say on
what
the
is
live.
your?
How about that? I'll make it TikTok available for you.
Yeah, I was gonna say don't use TOS words, man.
I
Come on.
got you.
Yeah.
Yeah, I got you.
Um,
I got. Well, don't say come on
but-
on YouTube. Don't say come on. I don't know. But I will be
You can.
respectful.
Thank you. I appreciate that.
Let's run that.
So,
Yeah, you got it, brother.
so I was gonna say I agree you should disown your child if they're of that.
On a live essay.
Alwine, your mic was doing the thing again.
Oh, I'm
Robot.
sorry.
You robot the fuck out.
Yeah, Ashton, I
What?
tried to I tried to adjust your settings to
I
clean
can
it up a
hear
little
you.
bit. It just didn't work out very well.
Yeah, you know what happened was like you made an argument, it didn't work out. The logic just wasn't there. It didn't work out. Robotic voice.
Wait, who made an argument?
Yeah, we made an argument. I wasn't paying attention.
I
Sorry.
want some of the. You guys, I don't want. I want the White Knight.
Who?
If you guys don't mind, the White Knight. If you guys don't mind,
Who's?
don't say who. That's what Al says. You heard? I want some of the White Knight.
What?
All right. Anyway, sorry about that, guys. All right. So where do you stand on it, Beth?
As far as with your kid,
Yeah.
If they're not willing to see reason and help themselves, then you really have to separate until they get it. They're either gonna figure it out and come back the way that you raised them, or they're gonna continue in the delusion. And at that point, especially if they're older, you can't be responsible for the decisions your children make. But you also
Okay.
can't let it influence your own home.
Okay. Okay. What about you, Thomas? What's your take?
I'd have a similar opinion to if your kid was like a drug addict or something. That I don't think, if your kid's a drug addict, I don't think you should disown them. That's kind of my point of contention. Is that I think disowning kind of isn't really the answer to the problem. But
Yeah.
also, like I more or less agree with Beth though. So I probably wouldn't be a good. Like I think you shouldn't affirm their delusion, but you also shouldn't disown them. Like you should. You know what I mean? There's another way.
The term disowning is kind of taking it a little too far. That's why when I was saying it, I referred to it more as separating yourself, because you do need to put that kind of distance in there if they're not going to listen to you, right? It's no different than when you're dealing with a small child, except now you are reformatting it for someone who's on a different age level. You can't take away their cell phone anymore and put them in timeout. What else are you going to do? You got to tell them you got to go until you figure this out. Get some help. All you can do, help them get therapy. You can do shit like that. But it's just like dealing with an addict. You don't send them, you don't send them money. You don't support the lifestyle.
Yeah, when you said disown, I was imagining like you can't
Yeah.
you can't use like our last name and shit like that, which like obviously the
Yeah, no, I couldn't do that. As a matter of fact, I would lose my mind if one of my kids did that that dead naming thing.
Yeah.
I'd lose my absolute mind over that. I couldn't disown my kids. I still have a lot of love for them, just a matter of, I can't support the delusion, and you need to understand it. So
Yeah, so we it sounds like we agree then, so that probably wouldn't be a good thing to debate.
I don't even know how I ended up here.
Just a minute, guys. Hey, so Arbiter, listen. You were starting to get on my nerves, and then you said something about a white knight, and I was asking who you were talking about, and you made a slick ass comment to me. So I just kicked you out the studio. Okay, if you want to come in and be cool and chill, that's fine, but like you're gonna have to be respectful. Like we're not here to do the back and forth. I had to mute you and Bass Tweaker multiple times because you guys were kind of just going at each other, right? So, like, be respectful or get muted. And if the muting doesn't work, I'm just going to kick you out the studio. Like, that's how it goes. You're not banned. I'm not telling you to get fucked or anything. But, like, there's an element where it's like, hey, man, just chill out, What's up, Ashton? Welcome back, bro.
Hey, lower class.
Yeah.
Oh, I just wanted to pop in, say hi, and meet you. I'm going to be dropping on. I got yard work I got to get done because tomorrow is going to be nasty.
You're good. Hey, Beth, thank you very much. I appreciate you for stopping in, okay?
Are you back on tomorrow?
I stream every day right now. I'm stuck at home for at least another 2-3 months, so.
Tomorrow I'll be a little more together, and I'd love to come hang out and debate some.
Yeah, let's go. Sounds good.
I'll try and get Emmett in here with me, too.
All right, cool. Yeah, definitely.
All right, you guys have a good one.
Yeah,
Nice meeting you.
Beth, have a great night.
Bye.
All right,
how's
Chris, we'll
my mic sound now?
It's still a little choppy, but
I don't know
Hey,
why.
Crucible
It seems
Ghost.
fucking
Crucible
It,
Ghost.
it
if you wanna jump
sounds.
back, hold on, guys. Crucible Ghost. If you want to jump back in, you're more than welcome to. Just be respectful. That's all I'm asking. Okay.
I was just gonna say, how do you pronounce your? It's Ashton, right? The L1
Yeah.
thing. Okay, I was gonna
Yeah.
say it sounds like you have if you have like a mic, like it sounds like you have like a microphone on like earphones or something, and it keeps like swinging back and forth, and like because you'll get like louder and quieter and louder and quieter. So I'm just kind of wondering what that is.
I have like regular Bluetooth headphones in. Is that better?
Kind of.
Testing.
It's so it's some of when you talk, some of it comes through, and then it immediately goes down. I'll tell you what it sounds like is there might be some like water damage or something to your mic. Is it not letting you come into the studio? I'm waiting for you, Crucible Ghost. I didn't ban you.
How's that?
That's good. It sounds clear now.
Okay. I went through my actual settings and changed it. Yeah, it's just a pair of like Beats headphones almost.
Yeah, man, you might just need to buy a new mic. It's like, to be honest with you.
It's a headset. I don't know how I'm like. I'm on my.
Yeah, Crucible Ghost. We're like this. I don't want this to be something, and I'm not dissing on VK, right? But I don't want this to be that kind of a thing, where like
Didn't say that. Didn't want it to be a thing.
cool. I wasn't saying that. All I was saying was just
I did have a problem with you say that the microphone sounded like it was underwater. No, it wouldn't sound like anything. It sounded like it barely got dipped. He does sound like an alien. I'm not gonna lie.
So, where do you stand on
What's your
on the prompt, Thomas?
Can we
On
talk?
the disowning your kids one.
Yes.
I have roughly the same position that Beth did. That I don't think you should disown them insofar as say like you're not my son anymore, but
Okay.
you also shouldn't like affirm their delusion. So yeah.
Okay. Crucible Ghost, what do you
It's
think?
okay. So it's okay. They live in your house. You just like like whatever. You like pat their head or whatever. They can do whatever they want. That's okay. I mean,
Well, no. Like I said, it's the same thing
Logically,
as
they could even kill people. You're just gonna pat their head.
Dude, you gotta chill with that, man. For real. I'm gonna give you one more chance. Like, you gotta be careful with that, okay?
Oh, you mean the words?
Yes.
Okay, I thought you meant what I. All right, I got you now. All right, I got you. You mean TOS? My bad.
Yes. Yeah. That's all
Sorry,
I'm
used to
concerned
it
with.
different. Yeah, my bad, brother. You know what? I'll respect that. I apologize. I'm used to a different platform. My bad.
I get it. If you're on Rumble, it's completely different. Yeah.
Oh yeah, I know. My bad.
Yeah, Crucible goes, what? Oh, go ahead. Yeah, go ahead and do your thing. Ashton, where do you stand on, is it moral to disown your LGBTQ kid?
I think that it would be immoral as far as not disown. I feel like you should disown, but I kind of agree with like you're still my flesh and blood. But I don't agree with what you're doing right now. You need to fix your life and like help see it.
Hey.
Where do you stand on it, Crucible Ghost?
Well, I just had a follow-up question. Are you religious at all?
Me?
A? No, A.
Yes, I am.
Okay. I am too, but I think it's completely acceptable to like disown them, 100%. If they
Okay.
come back around.
No, I agree. I think you should disown them, but you can't say that they're not your child. That's what
It's
I
not
mean.
like you don't love them, but you can love them, but they're not gonna be in my house.
well, that's not disowning. Disowning would be like you're not a part of this family. Like it's not just kicking them out of the house. It's saying,
I know you
like,
mean like completely like disowning, but like you can disown and kind of talk a little bit. I don't know. I'm a fucking father, so maybe it's difficult for me. I'll disown them. I mean, I throw a little cash or a little, you know what I'm saying? They are college age too, so.
well, like for example, like I don't speak with my like dad anymore, but like he didn't disown me. Like we don't like communicate with each other. But it's not like I still have his last name. You know what I mean?
And do you want your wife to take your last name
Yeah.
and your kids?
Yeah.
Well,
So, how about this? Is it moral to kick your LGBTQ kid out of your house?
That's valid. Yeah.
is it moral to kick your? What if your daughter, your only daughter, by the way, maybe a couple of her brothers, and she had OnlyFans? Is it okay to kick her out the house?
Well, that wouldn't be applicable for this category because that's not LGBTQ.
No, she's scissoring on that motherfucker. That's all she does.
God damn.
Oh,
You know, you
so you're
open up
saying
one
you're
scissor,
saying
you
making
open the second scissor. You
Is
meet them
it-
together.
So what you're saying is it moral to kick like your daughter out if she's making gay porn in your house?
I don't give a fuck if it's gay porn or not. That does have something to do with it, but porn at all. Sex work. Is it okay to kick her out of your house?
Well, yeah. It's just not in the category that we're discussing right now. That was the only reason.
What you guys do? You sit there and you just like brush her hair and say, "It's okay." Oh, here
I
comes the
wouldn't.
BBC. It's okay, baby. You rub
If
her
I had a
hair,
daughter
fucking
and she was
weirdo.
making porn in my house, she can afford to do that somewhere else.
Shit, how weird that shit is when I explain it. What the fuck you weirdos? You gonna rub her hair?
But,
She's gonna get the fuck out of my house. Also, and I'm gonna tell you something you guys don't like. I wouldn't even have a wife like that because my wife does what the fuck I say. I mean, it's simple. She respects me as the provider, protector, leader, and she respects it. It's not like having a slave. It's just like. It's
What do you think,
morals. It's
Thomas?
like-
We can run on this topic.
If
We'll
you
go
have
on.
to
Let's make a
say
new
that my
topic.
wife isn't a slave, but sounds like your wife's a slave.
Nah, I like to talk to liberals, so.
Your what?
Do you hear that?
You said something about a liberal. No, I didn't hear it said.
Yeah, I like to talk to liberals too.
You like to what liberals?
Are you not a liberal?
No, I'm not a liberal.
You sound like one. But
Oh.
speculation.
Dude.
Oh no, that thing about that wife thing was mainly a joke. I wasn't trying to like.
All
I
right.
mean, actually, if you want to go down that road, I think men's rights and stuff like that. I think generally that's incredibly stupid, and I'd be interested. We could debate
You just
that.
said men's rights. That is incredibly stupid. What are men's rights? Please explain one to me.
Well, that's the
What
thing.
are
is
men's
that they're-
rights? Yeah, they're
It's-
non-existent, correct?
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
Exactly.
Oh, so yes, we agree then. Yeah.
Yeah, we argue to agree, I guess.
Yeah.
No, we do agree, though.
All right. So, what do you guys think about your child making adult content in the house?
Yeah, man.
My
I have the
ch-
same about the
What
same
is it?
position I would have as if they were doing drugs or if they were.
That bitch is gonna get out of the house.
Okay.
Sex. I think your first thing should be to, if your kid's making pornography in your house, your first step should
Slap.
be to.
Oh.
No, not even that. It should be to restrict them from having access to like,
Punch.
cameras and shit like that.
To the internet,
then-
yeah, in general.
Yeah, yeah.
All right. Well, let's go ahead and it seems like we all agree on this topic for the most part.
Yeah.
So let's go ahead and give this another little spin. See if we can find something contentious.
She's getting
We
punched
already-
in her face.
BLM and Antifa. Okay, so the prompts that I have for BLM and Antifa are: is lethal force ever justified in a riot? Is extreme prosecution the best remedy for riots? Is what rioting accomplishes positive? Should BLM and Jan 6 rioters be prosecuted the same way? Do Black Lives Matter more? Is the community responsible for keeping riots at bay?
I feel like, well, first it's just us now. I feel like the other guy left, but I don't know. I think most of my opinions on this are going to be pretty much like what you'd expect. Honestly, I don't really have any hot takes as far as this is concerned.
Yeah. So it's like, what do you think lethal force is ever justified in a riot?
Yeah, sure. If
Okay.
if I'm rioting and I throw a brick at a cop's head, I think that cop is justified in shooting me.
Yeah, or an explosive device, for instance. Yeah, 100%.
It's not even that. I mean, I'll go as far as I'm concerned, bro. Any violent attack on another person is lethal force, as far as I'm concerned. Because
Absolutely.
if you know what you're doing, like one punch is all you need. So
Yeah.
If you punch a cop in the face, you don't necessarily deserve to get shot, but like if you get shot in retaliation for that, that follows. So yeah.
It's Rip Bozo. Yeah, I agree.
Yeah, rip Bozo, exactly.
All right. How about is extreme prosecution the best remedy for riots?
What extreme prosecution does that include? Just like sending like a shit ton of cops and just like having like you know what I mean? Like, because when is prosecution only like a legal thing, or is that like?
Yes, that's what I meant by that. So not like persecution. So what I was saying more along the lines of like, is the best remedy for riots like making an example out of people that do riot? And when I say making an example, I mean giving them the harshest possible punishment by law, each and every one of them. Is that the best remedy? Because in my opinion, it acts as a great deterrent, right? Because yes, actually sending the police out into a situation where there's a riot where they can, quell the riot itself immediately. Yes, 100%. Like that's the best way to do it in that moment. But I guess, how about extreme prosecution? Is it the best deterrent for riots? You think that's a better way to word that?
Well, I mean, I it sounds like I agree with you. I'd say the best deterrent for riots is what you just said, which would making it not really feasible to riot in the first place. You know what I mean?
Right. Okay. So yeah, we probably agree on all this shit then. Okay. Let's try another one. And anybody that's in chat, you guys are more than welcome to jump in. I'll bring you up. All right, accountability. Okay, here's some contentious stuff. Okay. So the prompts I have for accountability are: do some homeless people deserve to be homeless? Should women have the freedom to put themselves in a vulnerable position? Should any group be a protected class? Should the country pay for your student loans? And should females be held accountable for their past?
Oh, those are good questions, actually. When you say should females be held accountable for for their past, what is that? What exactly are you referring to?
So, like, let's say if a woman starts an OnlyFans, and should she be held to account, like she can't get certain jobs later in life? If a woman has a really high body count and shares that with the man that she's with, is it okay for him to leave her? Along those lines, right? Like, I guess that is a very broad. These were a bunch of different prompts that got kind of tossed to me when I did like a early morning stream right before I started this. So we're still kind of like working with the prompts and everything, and doing our best to make as much happen with it right now. Kind of building the list, you know. I have a bunch of them, dude. But yeah, oh, Charlie. Hold on, Bubba. But if you have any ideas for a prompt to add, something you might want to debate on or anything.
Yeah, I mean, I'd say for that last one, I think a better way of wording it would be like, should women be more accountable for their like sexual past than men are, or something like that? Because then I would firmly disagree. But if you're just saying like, should women be accountable for their actions? Like, yeah, I think everyone should be. So, you know,
fair.
What I mean?
Yeah. No, 100%.
Yeah, and that's what I was getting at with the men's rights thing. Like the idea that like there's, I think the like women, the like men being promiscuous is like a good thing, and women being promiscuous is bad. Like I fundamentally think that is dumb. So.
Oh yeah, same here. Yeah, I know. I agree 100%. I'm pretty like anti-promiscuity. Not that I think people should be forced to like stay celibate if they're not married to somebody, but like just for the benefit of the individual involved, it's not good to be promiscuous.
Yeah, and like I think morally, it's probably, I mean, just because like just biologically, like I think it's marginally worse for women to do it than men, but like it's as far as like, you know, social stigma and shit like that goes, like yeah, it's the same.
Ooh, vibe coming in with a hot one. Can there be accountability outside religion?
Yes.
I mean, I agree with that. Yeah, there can be, but some people may not believe so.
I think Vibe should get in chat and argue, because I feel like Vibe thinks that there isn't, and we both think there is.
Vibe, I added that. Welcome back, man. Thanks for jumping into chat, bro. I appreciate you. Good to see you again, man. Good to see you. You're more than welcome to jump up. I have the panel link pinned to the top of chat, so you're more than welcome to jump in if you'd like to join the conversation. We're still kind of just building up the prompt list right now. Seems like me and Tomris are just kind of hanging out for the time being.
Yeah, man, we agree. We agree way too fucking much, man. There isn't like anything to debate.
Yeah, 100%. Okay. So, yeah, so I changed that last one to should females be held more accountable for their sexual past than men? That's like a red pill thing. Like,
you should reword it to women, just for consistency's sake.
Yeah, fair. Yeah. No, I see what you mean there. All right. Okay, let's spin the wheel. Abortion.
All right, what do you got?
All right, so for abortion, I only have 4 for this one. The top one is induced birth versus abortion. And that was a topic that was given to me by a guy who comes into the channel pretty frequently, named Curveballs. And he was saying that typically is geared more towards like late term abortion. Like just instead of killing, or damn it, I said it. Instead of ending the baby, just inducing birth and putting it up for adoption. My body, my choice. Is it forcing them to stay pregnant if they choose to have sex? And when does the baby become a life with value?
It's conception for the last one.
I mean, that's what I believe. Yeah. So you're pro-life?
Yeah, I mean, I'm against abortion. I mean, I don't like. Yeah, I feel like you seem pretty reasonable, man. I don't think we're gonna. Yeah, as far as that other one, I don't even know what the logic would be that you can. Would the negative for that one be that someone would think it's okay to have an abortion when that baby would be viable outside of the womb?
No, I mean, like I don't understand the point of having one, like there is an argument, I would say, for if there is a life in danger, there's an argument for that, right?
Sure, yeah.
But outside of that, I don't. It's just one of those things, right? I don't really see, the my body, my choice. That's more, that's a touchy subject, because
is that the whole prompt, just my body, my choice ? Or
yeah, pretty much. I can alter that in a way.
Well, no, actually, I think it's good. I think that's good as it is, because I mean, I would just give you a no, and I would point to like the selective service, right? That if we get invaded by China tomorrow, I don't have a right to not join the military.
Right. Yeah.
Yeah.
All right. Well, shit. Okay. Let's see if we find something we disagree on. There's accountability again. All right. We already got that. Let's see. Fat people. All right.
I'm interested in what you have in here. That's a soup. That's a strange category, but I'm interested.
Yeah. So, I have: is being morbidly obese beautiful?
What the fuck?
Yeah.
No.
But there are people who believe it is. Should people be more conscious of their health? Is fat acceptance good for society? And is being fat good for someone?
No, yes, no, and no. In that order.
Yeah, same. Damn.
Actually, no, yes, no, and yes. Because for that last one, I could point to like sumo wrestlers.
You know what's funny, dude? We actually had that debate on the last one, and that was the point that I was going to bring up.
With sumo wrestlers?
Like when we were doing criticisms, I was surprised no one brought that up, because sumo wrestlers are some of the healthiest guys.
That's not true.
In the world, really. Like, they can be.
I think I was reading something, I forget where it was, but sumo wrestlers have like their life expectancy is like 20 years less than the Japanese average.
Really?
Yeah, because I think it's just for the sport, like the kind of mass you have to build up. It's just like you just build up like a lot of fat, which regardless of what you're doing with the fat, like having a really high fat percentage, like regardless of anything else, like that's just like not good for you.
Yeah, and it's gonna and even though it's not internal fat, it's all external fat. It still takes a real toll on your heart, because those are guys that not only do they have the excess fat content, but they also have the excess muscle content. And like having a lot of muscle can be just as bad on your heart as having a ton of fat.
Really?
Yes. Yeah, that's why like a lot of bodybuilders, they start dropping in their 30s and 40s. You know, now granted they're
I
doing
thought a lot of that was I was gonna say a lot of that's some steroids, but
yeah, they're doing PEDs, but
yeah.
it's typically like the thing is when you have like a bunch of muscle like that, you can't really get that big without them. You know, it's not natural. When you look at guys like Rich Piana or Jay Cutler, or guys like that, dude. Well, dang, man. All right,
What
what
was the last prompt again?
Is being fat good for someone?
Oh, actually, no. Then now that I misunderstood it. The way I thought you were saying is like, is being fat good for some people? That's how I understood it. But when you worded it is being fat good for someone, then that's like asking, is like smoking cigarettes good for someone? Like, no.
Right.
Like, you know, it could help me in certain situations, but no, smoking cigarettes is not good. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Yeah.
See, that was the issue we ran into on the last town hall that we did was fact check, that's true. Average life expectancy is 10 to 15 years younger. Yeah, holy. Yeah, Corey Barton, he's the neighborhood fact checker. He's on it, dude.
To be fair, Japanese people are like the healthiest people in the world. So like, I feel like 10 to 15 years younger than the Japanese average would still be like that's still like pretty old. You know what I mean? Like, yeah.
It'd be like the average mortality age in America. Yeah, no shit.
I forget what it was. Like the obesity rate in Japan is like 4. It's like 3 or 4%. Like it's like really, really, really low.
That's crazy, dude.
Yeah. Well, and I think also it'd be interesting because like not like Samoans and like Pacific Islanders, they tend to just be like not fat, but like they're heavier set than like white people are, like on average. So you could make an argument for them that like it might actually be unhealthy for like a Samoan person to like, you know what I mean? Because they just how they're built, like it might be unhealthy for them to like have like quote unquote a healthy BMI because just how their body is, like they actually might perform better when they're like bigger. You know what I mean?
No, yeah, 100%. I totally get that. Is it version again? All right, let's go Second Amendment because it was almost Second Amendment and it's not giving me any of the ones. All right, so Second Amendment, I have: should gun safety and responsibility be taught in schools?
Yes.
At what point are gun restrictions a violation of the Second Amendment? Should organizations that attack the Second Amendment be prosecuted for sedition? And at what point does self-defense become schmurder?
What are your thoughts on the last one?
Yeah, it's like if your life is in danger, right?
Self-defense.
You know, and there's like the thing with that is there's so many variables involved. So like, let's say there's 3 guys that have baseball bats. I feel it's okay for me to exercise my Second Amendment right to self-defense.
I would go I'd be way more lenient than that. You know, or do you know the details of the George Zimmerman case?
Yes.
Yeah, I don't think George Zimmerman did anything wrong, unless I'm misunderstanding something. I think if someone attacks you with their fists, you have a right to shoot them. In that opinion, personally.
So I get where you're coming from with that.
Yeah. Well, it's like what we were talking about with the police earlier, right? Like if I attack a police officer, even if I'm not using a weapon, like yeah.
Yes. Now I do agree with you on the George Zimmerman thing, because he was getting the back of his head smashed into the concrete.
Yeah. So
like that's like definitely like that will end somebody, you know?
Sure.
I don't necessarily agree that it like just fists. But you do make a good point that you really can't tell when someone genuinely like knows what they're doing, and one good punch could end you, right?
Well, it's not just that it could. I mean, it's 3 times more people in the U.S. die every year from intentional blunt force trauma than from gunshot wounds. So intentional blunt force trauma would, I mean, it's just what we're taught. Like, it could be an object, but if I had to hazard to guess, I'd say probably most of those are just like fist fights where like someone hits their head too hard and they die. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Which I would just say, like, you don't, like you said, like, you don't know in the moment how strong someone is. All you know is that they're about to punch you. You know what I mean?
Yeah. I mean, there's definitely a conversation to be had for that, for sure. For me, and like, you know, I just in the kind of environment that I grew up in and the people that I grew up around, like, you know, we would never pull a weapon unless someone else pulled a weapon, and that's, you know, that's like if the way we said it, you know, was like, if someone wants to throw hands, we'll throw hands, but, you know, outside of that, then kind of everything's on the table, right?
Yeah. Well, I think it's different in, like, if I am like, hey, let's fight, and you're like, okay, let's fight, then it's wrong to pull out a weapon. You know what I mean? What I'm talking about is like if someone just swings on you like out of nowhere, or because I mean, yeah, no, you're 100% right that like if we're like agreeing to it, then it's a little different.
Yeah.
Which I mean, I don't think mutual combat should be illegal. We can get into that if you want to, but like, no, what I was talking about is like if you're just like minding your own business and someone just like punches you. You know what I mean?
Yeah. No.
I think there are some.
I'm definitely in agreement with you.
Yeah, I don't know where. I think it's like Colorado might be one of them, where like it's a gray area if like someone just like attacks you, like just full stop, just like attacks you, but they don't use a weapon. Like I think there's some. I might have to do some reading on that, but
so typically with the I think it's the CCSA or whatever it is. See, I never got a concealed carry license, but I never needed one because like I lived in Florida and Alabama. They're both constitutional carry states. But with the Concealed Carry Permit Association or whatever it is, what they teach is like, you know, you have to give at least some ample like directive of, hey, get away from me, and if they continue to attack, then it justifies it.
yeah, that makes sense. Yeah, but no, that I mean, wait, so if I just, by that doctrine, if I'm in a grocery store, right, and someone just walks up to me and decks me in the face, I have to like say something before I shoot them?
That's typically how it is. So like when you don't have your weapon drawn, it's considered like, you know, you're considered technically unarmed, and then if someone attacks you, the second that comes out, you've changed the equation, right? Like you've changed how things are going to play out immediately. So that gives like the opportunity to go, hey, get away from me. And then, yeah, CCW, that's it. Yeah.
Current CCW requires like 2 or 3 multiple attempts of disengagement before your active force is allowed, as long as it's life threatening.
That's interesting. Yep, I didn't know that actually. That's because I think I know it's like in liberals. I know in some liberal states there's been all sorts of cases where it's like, you know, there's just been like I've heard people just kind of getting into like arguments about it because like there's situational variables and stuff. But I don't know. Mutual combat. So like if you're in a street fight with somebody, or if you are in a bar fight and you say you want to take this outside, mutual combat laws protect you and like another party from going to jail or being arrested for assault. If there's like a cop or something present, like say me and lower class are in the bar and I get pissed off lower class and I threaten to go outside and talk about it. If there's a cop standing by there and I walk up to the cop and say, hey, me and this dude are going to be fighting to mutual combat, then the cop can't legally do anything about it. They can stop us if it gets to a certain extent. But as far as like going to jail or anything like that, that's protected. Yeah, but last time I checked, mutual combat's only legal in Washington and Texas, and even then, I'm pretty sure in Texas there's like some clause where it's like only applicable in certain circumstances. Sorry, you were saying something, Claus?
Ashton, what do I have to do to get you a new mic, my friend?
Dude, I only have a pair of headsets. I have a pair of fucking Samsung Beat fucking earbuds. That's all I have. I'm using my mobile phone. I'm not even on a computer. It's worked before. I don't understand why today is why it's being so fucking dumb. That's what I'm like really pissed off about.
Yeah.
Because any other time that I've been on your streams or on StreamYards, like it's never done this.
Yeah, well, see, now when you just talked that time, it was completely clear.
Okay.
Vibe, I'll tell you, I am a radical Second Amendment advocate. Like, when I say radical, I mean, I believe that gun safety and responsibility should be taught in schools. Kids should be taught how to utilize them. Maybe not give them live rounds to fire, but give them safety instructions and show them how much of a responsibility it is to have that hole puncher in your hand, right? Because that's what they are. They are designed to punch a hole at a target in the distance. So, whatever that may be used for is up to the user, but I feel like safe utilization of those things and an honest, focus on how much of a responsibility it is to have something like that in your hands is very important, considering that it's one of our core rights that we have in the United States. But yeah, 100%. Emma, you're crazy. Open carry? No. See, and that would be awesome if all parents were like that, but they're not. What's going on, Emmett? Good to see you, man. Glad you made it in, dude. Glad you made it in. Give it a shot, bro. See, there should be a PlayStation app you can hook into, or a Sony app or something.
Yeah, I've heard that they used to be way more lenient about guns at schools before Columbine and all that stuff started happening.
Yeah. And then, they've just kind of enforced heavier and heavier restrictions, which, I personally, I believe in a society where people are trained with a responsibility and safety on how to handle those things. That would give teachers the right to carry in school.
Yeah, it's I think a lot of this comes from, and I'm from one of these environments, so I can kind of speak on this.
Yeah.
That there's just a lot of people in the U.S. who just regardless of anything else, just nope, no guns. Guns are bad.
Yeah.
Which is I disagree with it, but it's also obviously when I was growing up, if my school had a gun safety class, my parents would have had a complete fucking aneurysm over it. You know what I mean?
Right. Yeah. What blows my mind is I get where people come from, where they think that they're bad, but people should still be able to understand how to handle them safely and to understand the responsibility that comes with holding something like that.
Yeah. Well,
starting early is the best way to do it.
I've never met anyone who has been in a situation where either they used a gun and it saved their life, or a gun would have saved someone's life. I've never once met someone who's been in that situation who then turns around and says that we shouldn't have guns.
Right. Yes.
Yeah.
Okay. I was waiting to see where you were going with that. I was like, oh, bro, I know a couple. See, I live in Birmingham, and
Okay.
Birmingham has a really high pew mortality rate. Let's just put it like that. There's a lot of people,
Yeah.
and it's all illegal weapons, right? None of these things are legal. None of these things are registered, And I know a couple. I know one guy. I'm not going to say his name, but he got carjacked, and this is a guy who, he's a regular dude. He's not a big Second Amendment guy like I am. He's just a regular guy, and he was in the drive-through for a fast food restaurant, waiting to get up to the speaker, and a guy came up to his car and threatened to take it, and he just instinctively grabbed his pew and ended the guy right next to his car. And it did kind of shake him up for a couple days, but he was grateful because, you know, and he's like, man, I'm glad I had that thing, and I'm gonna keep it with me because you literally never know when something like that's gonna happen.
Yeah, man, and that's like a lot of the most anti-gun people in the country also live in the most safe neighborhoods in the country. You know what I mean? Because like if I'm 100% faithful that every bad thing that happens to me I can just call the police and it's fine.
Yeah.
I'm like, of course I'm not gonna want to have a gun. You know what I mean? Because like, why would I? Yeah. So no, I agree.
See, here's my thing, right? The thing that ends kids when it comes to pew-pews is more often than not mishandling and like lack of securement of them, right? As a parent, and then the kids mishandle them because they have no idea what they're holding. So it's not like kids are out here, you know, pew-pewing each other like that. And I'm talking, when I say kids, I mean kids, you know. But having them just, and I'm not necessarily saying put them in their hands when they're in school, but like giving them like a safety and responsibility course on it, so they know, right? And then possibly like, you know, have something elective in high school or whatever where they can actually like hold on to something. But just having the information out there. I don't know. Have you guys seen that video of the kids that they got a hold of their parents' pew? And here, let me see if I can find this. It's actually a pretty wild video, man. Yeah, this was a month ago. Yes, dude. Okay, this is it. All right, guys, check this out. Okay, this is why it's situations like this that make me genuinely believe we need to teach kids the responsibility of like holding one of these things. Okay, no one gets hurt, so this isn't like, you know, like a terrible video or anything. But just to bring my point home, this is like a prime example of what I mean by this, okay?
Between deputies and two brothers armed with a loaded gun.
Put it down for me, okay?
You're not in trouble, but you have to drop that.
Drone footage shows a 9-year-old boy hiding the gun behind his back. His 7-year-old brother tries to grab it. Then the boy
Minecraft shirt.
pulls the weapon.
Drop it, buddy.
Put it down there.
The 7-year-old boy takes possession.
It's okay. You're not in trouble, buddy.
Deputies continued calling out orders to the boys, desperately trying to stop a tragedy from happening.
Can you put it down for me?
Just put it down.
The boys, wearing Minecraft and Star Wars themed pajamas, are in their neighbor's backyard in Albuquerque. Officers decide it's time to fire a non-lethal rubber bullet.
Drop it! Drop it!
It's a perfect shot, landing right between the brothers. But watch, the 9-year-old responds by raising the gun and taking aim at the deputies. Officers say he actually pulled the trigger, but thank goodness the gun malfunctioned. Another rubber bullet is fired, and this time, the deputies are able to move in as the boys try to hide.
Drop it now.
I don't even have the gun. I don't have the gun.
Deputies yank the gun away and take the brothers into custody as 7 officers swarm. I spoke to Sheriff John Allen, who says...
All right, you guys see what I mean now?
Yeah, well, no, that makes sense with the instinctive thing you were telling about. Like, even if you don't really know what you're doing, like if you kind of just instill in kids at an early age that like this is what you do with guns, this is what you don't do with guns. You know, don't shoot at something unless you want to destroy it and all that stuff.
Right,
So,
right.
yeah.
Don't even aim at something if you don't want to destroy it.
Exactly. Yeah.
You know, never put your finger on the trigger. You know, it's best to leave them alone, at least until you get older. Because that situation could have turned out horribly, bro. You know what I mean? And I'm sure if those kids would have had some element of, when you hold something like that in your hand, it can be, not it is by itself, but it can be an immediate danger to anybody around you. And to understand the responsibility that you have when you hold something like that in your hand, right? It's a tool.
Yeah, I mean, I'd give it, just to give the liberal position a little bit of credit, if we lived in like Norway or something, right, and like guns just were not as proliferated in our society as they are, I probably would be a little more, a little less comfortable with guns being around, just because like your chances of being in a situation where you need to use one are just so much lower.
Yeah.
But yeah, in a country where we have more guns than there are people, like, yeah, it's kind of that ship has sailed as far as I'm concerned.
Oh yeah, 100%. Yeah, it's never going to change, right? And the issue with that is, you know, the only ones you can take en masse, or at least try to. Marcus Antonio, thank you for showing up, my man. I appreciate you stopping in tonight. Thanks, dude. For real, thank you very much, man. But the only ones that you can take en masse are the legal ones. And I forget what the exact, it's somewhere between like only 5 and 10% of pew crimes in America are done with legally owned guns, right? Pew.
Really?
Yes.
That's
it's like
surprising,
5 to 10%. Yeah. Well, because like, you know, typically people who go through the process to get one and have the money to like buy it and have their name on record aren't willing to use it, you know? And I couldn't tell you, like, this is totally speculation, but I would say probably most of the crimes actually done with legal pews are like crimes of passion. You know what I'm saying?
Well, no, and that's what surprised me is I would imagine those crimes of passion to be a higher percentage. Because you're absolutely right. Like if I catch my wife cheating and I shoot her or something like that, like I'd expect stuff like that to be more prevalent. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Well, it's just, see, that's the thing. So, and they fudge those numbers and like they manipulate the data on it so widely, man. Like, so the numbers they continue to use is the amount of pew violence in the country, right? But that includes all violence done with pews that aren't legally obtained.
Yeah.
And,
also,
and they
don't they
conflate those things to try and keep people who have legal ones from owning them, but then it doesn't stop the people who are gaining them illegally from obtaining them, because there are so many channels where you can get them illegally.
Well, they also I forget what the number is off the top of my head, but like the standard liberal number of gun homicides per year includes suicides, or sorry if I can't say that, includes like self-unalivings or whatever.
Yeah, suicide.
Which is like 2/3 of gun deaths, or that.
Yeah.
Or it's like something like that. Yeah.
Yeah.
It's just completely disingenuous because obviously you go to South Korea, you go to Lithuania, which are like the way higher suicide rates than we do, and like they don't have guns, and like they find a way to do it just fine.
Right, exactly. It's just that's the commonly believed. I can't say I know or anything, but that's the commonly believed way to do it. Quick and painlessly. Emmett, what's going on, man? You have anything you want to add? Sorry, bro, haven't really heard much from you so far.
I just don't even think that, like, we think to believe in men that we're like cool guys. We're the cool guys, you know. Just want to be cool guys. But no, there's a lot of people who would like to go ahead and do a lot of damage, and they do it. And they don't necessarily need to have a license to do it. They usually don't. That's why most of the crime is done by illegal things, you know?
Yeah.
If you're gonna be doing illegal stuff, you're gonna do illegal things to do the illegal stuff.
Yep.
So I don't think when it comes to like PPC in school, I don't see any problem with giving kids like range training and having them shoot and doing all that and making it part of their life, because it is part of their life. Even if they don't want to, it is part of their life. They're gonna grow up and they're gonna have to learn, or they're gonna have to be able to understand that it exists, and they have to be careful around them.
Yeah.
And they need to be able to use them, because that's the world we live in. We don't live in Mr. Pacifist utopia where nothing ever bad happens. So I don't give any credence to that. I think having, there was a time, for what I know, in the US where you get range classes at school and you have to bring your pew-pews, and you would go ahead and be safe around them. And it's been the constant attack on that and create these safe zones that have destroyed the actual safety that gun brings when you have one.
Yeah, see, and like when I was in high school, I was in JROTC, so like I was never in the military. It's one of the reasons why I like grew up knowing a lot of people who went into the military, because a lot of the guys that I had that class with all ended up going into either like ROTC in college or enlisting straight out of high school. And while in JROTC, we did live round training. Like, obviously, we had Master Sergeant and Lieutenant Colonel. Those were the two guys that were over the classes, and they would specifically take us somewhere where it was, what's the word I'm looking for?
Was it a school zone?
No, not at all. No. Like, it was like not necessarily a field trip, but it was somewhere off of the grounds. Like, these guys were like Master Sergeant and Lieutenant Colonel in the Army, so they had the clearance to take us to supervised, is what I meant to say, like a supervised, secure location where we could do live round training. But it wasn't the kind of thing where like we did it every single day or anything like that. It was, once every like 2 months or something, where we'd go out and do live round training. But that was all. Like, it was all fine.
I think we're gonna spend some good American money, and we'll put it on getting some ranges on schools and get them to do it every week. I think it's gonna be fine. They're gonna be fine. They're gonna learn a lot more about proper usage of firearms and what they do and how they do it.
So here's
I don't mean like little kids. Like, I don't mean like 2-year-olds. Okay.
Right.
Like,
right.
We're talking high school. I think at that point you're supposed to.
So if we were to implement something like that, this would be the way that I feel would be the most effective if we were going to go that route. Like, we're just spitballing hypothetical kind of stuff right now. You would implement that after having safety and responsibility classes for kids in elementary and middle school. And then in high school, you don't implement the ranges for live fire or anything like that. Even like, there's bullet simulation kind of pew-pews too, right? Where they don't necessarily operate off of, a hammer and gunpowder mechanism, but they operate off of like compressed air, and you could implement that at first and then move into something, but you don't start implementing those things until the kids who have already gone through a necessary amount of like gun safety and responsibility courses have gone through and passed those classes.
All right, that sounds amazing. Let's get some SWAT tactics with paintball guns for middle-aged kids. That is amazing. Okay, go ahead. We make it a sport. SWAT teams, beautiful.
Well, dude, what's crazy is that I went to a pretty like liberal like high school, and so obviously like we didn't have any of the stuff you were just talking about. But the crazy thing is we had archery club, which like they would like, it's exactly what it sounds like, where like they would take bows and arrows and like shoot things over long distances. And like it, as far as I'm aware, none of the parents or anything like that like had the same issue with that they had with like gun training.
Yeah.
Which like obviously like if I'm doing bow and arrow practice, I can turn around and in 2 seconds like shoot somebody's eye out of their head. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And like
No.
I never understood why that was okay, but like gun safety training was like a complete no. Like that never made sense to me.
Right, dude. Or even culinary class.
Yeah, knives, exactly.
I mean, like, you know what I'm saying? Like, I'm just, and I'm not even trying to be like extreme here. It's just, it is what it is. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, well, no, and that goes back to what I was saying with like Norway. Like, you know, if we didn't have guns, there's an argument to be made that we don't want to proliferate them. Thing is, we already have them, bro. Like they're, you know, the Pandora's box is opened. You know?
Yes.
I even say that the Norway thing is not good. Like, you think, oh well, Norway doesn't have guns, but there's knives and there's other ways of. No, we are very inventive in ways of deleting people. There's no shortage in way that people can delete people.
Yeah, and we're also the heartland of the empire, man. You know what I mean? So there's like Norway is in a position where the world doesn't have, I mean, yeah, resources, right? But like the world doesn't have kind of a vested interest in taking Norway down, where, you know, my thing is not only does it come into place with defending yourself from people actually in the heartland, but it also acts as a deterrent for foreign forces, right? So like, you know, what was that quote from that Japanese, I don't know if he was a general or whatever, but he said, the reason no one will ever invade the mainland United States is because there will be a barrel behind every blade of grass.
Oh yeah.
Like that's true, bro. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, the United States can never be conquered because there's a barrel behind every blade of grass. So
yeah.
That's the quote.
See,
it's true. You cannot do it. I don't see a way to do it.
It is, dude, because not only do you have the most powerful and efficient war machine on the planet, but you also have a properly armed and ideally well-trained populace. Because of course there's going to be people, right? And like, this isn't saying everyone needs to carry and mandatory you need to have it on you, but having people understand what they are accurately, you know what I'm saying? Like for people to understand what these things are in like a very practical sense, not in the hardcore liberal rhetoric where this thing is a, you know, life-ending machine, right? Because that's not true. They can be used that way, but you can use lots of things that way. Yes, sir. Yeah. You're damn right there, Panchuchin. Absolutely. Welcome back, brother.
Let me try this one more time. How's that sound? Still fucking being dumb, you guessing?
What'd you say?
I said, I guess it's still being recorded.
I mean, I can like it's a consistent volume now, for sure. You talking about your mic?
I'm trying to I'm trying to check my mic to see if it's working better now or if it's still about the same quality as shares.
It's still kind of the same quality.
It sounds like the audio on like a CCTV camera in like a gas station bathroom.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Jesus fuck. I'm gonna try to get my wife's old computer working to see if I can pull it up that way, because then I can use my PS5 headset for that. So I'm gonna try to do that while I'm listening in from the chat.
Okay.
Yeah. Ashton, I just want to hear your beautiful voice, man. That's all, you know? Well, this was a productive conversation, guys. Man, this is my game. Okay, and here's the thing. Straight up, okay? So, and I can do this. This isn't bad. This won't get my channel taken down, okay? But I have critical defenses in this mag, okay? I bought this. I bought like I have 2 mags full of this. Okay, I bought these 3 years ago, and hopefully, I will never have to utilize these. That's my stance on pew pews. I have them. I'm safe and responsible with it. I never touch this thing. It stays in the exact same place it's always in, right?
Yeah.
And I hope I never have to use the ones that I have in there. Like range rounds are different. These aren't range rounds, you know? I hope I never, not once in my life, ever have to use these things. Ideally, that would be the case. Ideally, I'll have these 2 mags right here. I will have these things forever. You know what I mean?
What's the difference between the rounds you have in there, and are they like hollow points or something, or?
Yes.
I see.
Yeah, jacketed hollow points. Yeah, critical defense, dude. Hornady, they're great. Highly recommend them. They're fantastic. But yeah, range rounds are just full metal. And basically like the main hydro shocks, yeah, those are good. Those are good. I just the main thing when it comes to full metals is there's always like a very good chance that whatever is behind your target is going to get hit as well, right? Like in any kind of self-defense situation. So the reason I go with Hornady critical defense is they're kind of designed to not fully penetrate, right? Like they're designed to stop inside in a quick succession. Because that's the most important thing, right? Like if I'm in a self-defense situation and I have, full metals and, I pull out the pew and I utilize it and it penetrates my target and hits somebody else. First off, I don't ever want to do that to someone that doesn't deserve it. But second off, I'm legally liable at that point too, right? So there's just a like.
Yeah,
I go ahead, Emmett. Sorry.
Yeah, hollow points are the best when you're trying to take into account over penetration.
Right. Yeah. And I don't ever want to use them. Right. Like I don't want to be in a position where I have to. I'm in a pretty like what a lot of people would call a dangerous city. Okay. Still have not been in a position where I had to do that. I know people who have. That's why I have them. It's, like I operate under the kind of moniker of it's better to have it and never use it than have it and never need it than need it and never have it. Right.
100%. Yeah.
And I feel like that's a pretty practical stance.
We really need a complete lunatic on this topic on here. Okay, no, it's just bad. They're bad and they do things that's bad because they're bad.
I know, man, dude. I know exactly. That's what it's in the Second Amendment's like a really contentious topic with a lot of folks.
I'm thinking that my next character, if I ever make another character, is going to be a complete leftist lunatic.
Oh yeah, like JS.
Yeah, like JS did one.
Yeah, he's got Jason Starfire or whatever his name is.
Jason Starfire.
He wears the high visibility vest with the mask on and shit. Dude, that's so funny, bro. That shit is so funny, dude. He's
with
hilarious.
The mask, yeah. I'm gonna go ahead and do it with safety goggles as well.
Yeah.
Just have the safety goggles.
Yeah. No, that'd be great. You gotta dude. So I worked at this place downtown Birmingham back during the shutdown, and there was a bartender that we brought in, and she didn't wear a mask. She wore a plastic face shield.
Oh, I remember those, bro.
So she dude, it was the goofiest thing because it was like, so we didn't necessarily wear masks. Our boss over there made gaiters for us to put on because that was along CDC guidelines, right? Like we'd put these gaiters on. They were like easily breathable. They passed for a mask, whatever. and they had like the company logo on them, which was cool, right? So it was like, yeah, we don't like doing this, but fuck it, we'll go ahead and comply at least to some degree. And he didn't want to get shut down, and people were calling freaking health department to come out to places and stuff. It was just dirty. And she was the one where she was like, no, I don't want to wear that thing. I mean, and it was like, it would get fogged up all the time because, as a bartender, I don't know if either of you guys are bartending, but like you're talking to people constantly, like even as a server, right? But it would start fogging up. So she'd have to like walk away from people and wipe the inside of it and then go back and start talking to them again.
Wow.
It's just like, man, that's crazy, man. That's absolutely nuts.
The whole I think pandemic's fine. The whole pandemic era it's a crazy time. And
oh yeah, it was.
The way the narrative shifted too, it was so bad. Everything was so fucking bad about it.
Oh, 100%. Dude, my thing with all that,
I think it was vaccine. Well, sorry, I thought it was Maxine Waters. It said that she will never get the jabby stabby because Mr.
Trump.
Orange Man bad.
Yeah.
and then it was like, no, you have to do it. So, I don't know.
Yeah. The second he got out of office, it was politically imperative. You were a bad person if you didn't do it. Yeah, absolutely crazy, man.
Yeah, my work made me get it. That's the only reason I got it. Which knowing what I know now, I would have fought that fucking tooth and nail. Had I had the same mindset I do now, but that was like 4 years ago. So my boss just told me to get it, and I got it, and I didn't think twice about it. But
see, everyone at my job, they were pressuring me because, it was like we were in the restaurant industry, and
yeah, same.
Everyone was pressuring me big time. But the thing with my boss is, if you just told him you had it, he said, okay, good. So I got a couple free days off, and everyone thought that I was, so I didn't.
Yeah, my boss, which again, I would have just faked it had I known what I know now, but my boss required that we had those little things that literally no one has talked about for 3 years, the like vaccine cards that like Walgreens would give you after you got vaccinated. Yeah, you had to come in with one of those, and not just with one dose, with two of them. Like you have to get one, wait 2 weeks, get the other one, and then show them it, and then you'd be okay. It was ridiculous.
Right. Absolutely.
Yeah. And of course, it's like something that a pharmacist wrote on Walgreens. So like, I could have totally just printed one and just run on it myself, and he wouldn't have known. But
yeah, exactly. But that was I don't know, man. Like I'm I don't want to say like I'm hardcore libertarian along those lines or anything like that. But the thing that really like tossed me was when the government was trying to force that. And it was like you had an ultimatum: do what we say or do what we say, and that's it, or you don't work and you can't feed your family. It was like you either go and get stuck or you submit to a test. Like what was it, like once every other day or once a week or something like that?
Yeah, it was like every week, I think.
Yeah, and that's like, no, I'm not doing that. I'll find remote work if I have to. Like that was just, it was so extreme. And like I'm the kind of guy where it's like, we've been moving in this direction for so long now, dude. Like after Bush, after Obama, it's like, man, like back the fuck off, dude. You know what I mean?
Yeah, for what it's worth, I think COVID was kind of good for us in that sense. That I think there's a lot of people, like myself personally, like COVID was kind of like after like looking at all they did with like the lockdowns and the vaccine and everything, it kind of just made me like kind of step back and be like, whoa, like what, like there's some people in charge who do not have our best interests at heart. You know what I mean?
Yes.
And I think there's a lot of people who just kind of didn't really think that until COVID happened. So I don't know.
Absolutely based, brother. Yeah, and I will say, it destroyed blind faith in like terrible institutions, like the mainstream media, right? Like if it wasn't for them having that ticker on TV every single day and pressing things on people that were very soon found out to be lies. If it wasn't for that, people would probably still be eating that shit up. You know what I mean?
Yeah, Trump probably would not have gotten elected in 2024 had COVID not happened.
Right.
Probably. Yeah.
Yep. No, it definitely was a net positive. You know, after everything's said and done, like we're still dealing with a lot of the economic kind of restructuring that's had to been done, and that's not all from the pandemic. It's also from the way it was handled on both sides. Like I'm not gonna run defense for Trump and everything that he did during the pandemic, but there was a lot of like mismanagement with the economy.
There was a lot of fear mongering from
what happened.
There was a lot of fear mongering, especially at the beginning of the pandemic. Like,
yeah,
I don't know if you remember, but they were pretty much saying that everybody was being deleted. You know?
Yeah,
they showed footage of like overrun hospitals that had nothing to do with that pandemic. And the other thing is, and I think this was like an operation from the Chinese government, where they were cracking down on everybody and they were trying to make it seem like everything was horrible over there. All of that is really affected the way we perceived it at the beginning.
Yeah, 100%. And like just to back up what you said there, one of the big things that was really because there were hospitals being overrun, but it was bad faith in the way that message was portrayed, because it wasn't just that they were being overrun by all of these like critical cases, but you had people believe if you get a cough, like you're gonna pass away, right? So someone starts coughing and they immediately go to the emergency room. And how many people start coughing, especially when we're coming up on the winter months, right? So of course hospitals are going to start getting overrun by all these people who think they have something that's going to end their life. You know what I mean? Like it's very logical to track like how these things happened and then how the actual information was manipulated to genuinely hurt people, right?
Yeah, it was yeah. Yeah, that's exactly what happened.
Yeah.
But hey, boys, we're back. We are so back. Okay, like I'm not like a Trump dick rider. Okay, I'm not. I'm unhappy with a lot of things, especially now that he's like backtracking on immigration and stuff. I'm not happy with a lot of that, but the general sentiment in the country, it seems, is coming back to a sense of normalcy, right? Like now you're seeing like, the raids, the ICE raids are ramping back up, and these protests are getting smaller and smaller and smaller and smaller and smaller, especially since the Department of Justice had like the IRS and a bunch of different enforcement agencies over in Los Angeles while this was all going down, tracking money and seeing where it was going and coming from. Based, dude. Based. Absolutely based. It's fantastic.
I'm gonna go eat something. I'll be back a little bit later.
Yeah, man. Come on back whenever, brother.
Yeah, I'm gonna do something similar. I got some other stuff I need to do. You're live every day though, correct, Larry Claus?
I do my best to be. Yeah, my grandfather passed earlier this week, so I took a couple days off.
I'm sorry to hear that, man.
Yeah, it sucks, but he's in a better place, and I'm grateful for everything that he's given me. Sure. But yeah, man. Tomris, dude, you're always welcome back. It's a pleasure talking to you today, bro. Emmett, you already know you're always welcome back, dude.
I will be right back. Don't worry. I just need to eat something because VK was wild and I didn't sleep much, so I need to eat something.
Lower class, are you cool? I'm probably not going to, but just in case I decide to, are you cool if I use that the debate that me and what's his face had earlier? Are you okay if I put some like gameplay footage over it and upload that on my own personal channel?
Yeah, I don't care.
Okay, cool.
How about this? If you want to do that, would you mind just plugging my channel and saying, "Hey, this is where this happened at"?
Yeah, I'll do that anyway. Yeah, you're good.
Awesome, bro.
Yeah, and like I said, I'm probably not going to, but just in case I decide to, I'll let you know, bro.
Sounds good, bro. Appreciate it, man. Thank you, Tomer.
Yeah, I'll talk to you soon, man. Later.
Yeah, brother. Peace. Well, boys, it's a good day. It's a good day. You know what I'm looking forward to, man? Genuinely, I'm looking forward to what 4th of July is going to be like next year. That's what I'm looking forward to, man. Oh, yeah, Thomas, if you're still there, bro, if you don't mind, punch your channel link into chat, and I'm going to give you a sub. And anybody else in chat, please, sub to Thomas. He's good folks, man. He's good folks. Hopefully he's still there. But, yeah, man, I'm really looking forward to what 4th of July is going to be like next year, because it's our country will be a quarter of a millennia old. We're still a baby. And in less than a quarter of a millennia, gentlemen, we are still the top superpower. And no one's going to take that from us. The future's bright. Black pillars, this isn't a place for you. Okay? I have a good feeling about the future of our country. Of course, there's a bunch of lunatics here. That's fine. Let the lunatics be lunatics. Let people have their own opinions. Because we will see. We're the empire, damn it. We're the top dogs. The tides are changing. Speed bump, not a roadblock. You know what I mean? All right. Let's see here. How was y'all's 4th of July, man? Did y'all have a good 4th of July? Hope everyone had a great day. Is having a great day so far today and had a wonderful day yesterday. Our country's 249 years old now. Still the top dogs in the world. Still something to fight for. Black pillars have no reason to be black pilled. But if people want to take pills, we let them do that. I got the light of God. Oh, you're good, Ashton. Yeah, take your time, brother. Take your time, man. I'm just riffing, you know? Robert Whaley, welcome in, brother. Thank you very much for showing up, dude. Always appreciate having you here, my friend. Thank you, dude. Always good to see you in chat. Always good to see you in chat. How was your 4th, man? How was your 4th? You have a good 4th of July, Robert Whaley? Tell me what y'all think of these backgrounds, right? So, like, this is the new Town Hall one. I think this is good because it matches up with StreamYard. And, oh, dang. Well, the fact that it wasn't bad is good as far as I'm concerned. Sorry it wasn't very eventful. Mine wasn't either, so I get it. I get it. So this is the new town hall. So when you have, thank you, Panchichin. I appreciate that one, bro. Yeah, man. So that's the new town hall one. Oh, I forgot about these too. I worked on a couple more for God and Country. Yo, check this out. What do y'all think of that? I got 2 of them. I've been working with Leonardo AI, dude. Leonardo AI is like a AI image generator. It makes some good, cool images, bro. I like this one for God and Country. And then there's this one. And there's also, where is it? This one. So they're very similar, right? I like this one better. Tell me what y'all think, man. Tell me what y'all think. Because I have those 2, and then I have the original, which was this one. Which I like that one too, don't get me wrong. They all look great, in my opinion. I'm just trying some new stuff, man. Throwing it at the wall, seeing what sticks. You know what I mean? Hey, are you crazy? How you doing, bro? Good to see you, man. Good to see you, brother. Thanks for stopping in, bro. I appreciate that, man. Thank you. Thank you. All right, yeah, so Panchuchin, this is one for God and Country. These are the 2 new ones. So this is a new one right here. And then this is the other new one, right? I'll just have to recrop it, but I'm doing good, man. I'm doing good. It's a good day, bro. It's a good day. America's another year old. We're almost a quarter of a millennia old, my man. Almost a quarter of a millennia. And we're still the top dogs. And I don't see that changing anytime soon, my friend. God bless America. God bless America. All right, and then this is the original God and Country. Yes, sir. That's right, man. That's right. Hey, by the way, man, if you're not busy tomorrow, I got a Bible study. Yeah, no, for sure. On Wednesdays and Sundays, I do a Bible study on here. It's open panel. You are more than welcome to come in. So for the first few hours, we do like an open discussion, just kind of jump around different scriptures. And then for the last like 3-4 hours roughly, we're doing a straight read through from Gen 1 to the very end. We're going to read through the whole Bible. So just to let you know, man, you're more than welcome to jump in and chime in and everything if you want. Would love to have you part, man. I know you're a believer as well, so it'd be good to have you in, dude. I love getting all sorts of different perspectives. And yeah, sorry about that, man. Yeah, so Wednesdays and Sundays, it'll start around like 3:30 Eastern. So I'm in Central, so it starts about 2:30 for me, right? And then, like I said, first few hours is kind of open discussion. We just, you know, I got a bunch of good folks in chat, and they drop some scripture, and we pull those up, read through them, talk about it. We just kind of open discussion, really. We talk about anything, you know. And then for the last few hours, we do like the straight read through. And as we're doing the straight read through, it's not just, you know, one of us reading, you know, it's like we read and talk. Oh, there it is, man. Congratulations, bro. Congratulations. Hey, dude, new life in the world. God bless. Dude, that's amazing, man. Fantastic. Yeah. Come in whenever you want, man. Come in whenever you want. You're always welcome. Panel's going to be open the whole time, dude. Please. You're more than welcome, brother. Yeah, the first one you like this one better, Panchuchin, you're saying? Yeah, absolutely, man. I'm looking forward to having you in, bro. Robert Whaley, absolutely, bro. Yeah, man. Yeah. A new life in the world is a good thing. We need more. We need more people having more babies, dude. We need more babies in this world right now. I think, no, Panchusian, I think the second one is the one that has less, right? So they're kind of more in line. I can recrop this just to fit it into the format in StreamYard. I'm gonna have to cut off some of the helmets, right? Which I'm not necessarily worried about that all that much. So that's the second one. That was the first one earlier, and then this is the one we've been operating on. Just trying some new stuff, man. You know what I mean? Get some stuff a little more visually appealing. And working with some of these other image generators has actually been really good, because ChatGPT literally is not generating any images for me anymore. None whatsoever. I mean, like I could put like a random thing that couldn't even be like perceived as, yeah. That's what I'm thinking, dude. That's what I'm thinking. I'm thinking this one looks good because it's not as cropped. See, and like so I did the cropping on this one better, more of like how it's supposed to be for these. But luckily, like I have the regular files backed up, so. And then these were gonna be for like my chill streams, right? These are the 3 that I have right now. So I got this one. I got this one. And then this one's my favorite just because it's got 3 flags. But I got this one. I feel like it gives that kind of like backyard hangout, you know, kind of vibe to it. It's just like that's, you know, these aren't real pictures. This is all like AI generated stuff, but this is like, it's nostalgic for me, man. Like this is, you know, it reminds me of younger days, man. Things weren't as serious. Yeah, man. Yeah, absolutely, bro. 100%. Yeah. Cool, man. Good. Awesome, bro. I'm glad you guys like those, man. Yeah, it's been fun, dude, doing this doing the streaming thing, because, you know, I can try new stuff. I get to meet new folks, and you know, you guys are all so great. You know, like it's genuinely been like a blessing, dude. It really has. You know, like I'm not making any money off any of this, bro. This is something that I like to do every day. I'm incredibly grateful for it. Abe Dinkus, my man, what's going on? How you doing today? Good to see you. Good to see you. I see my man is going live again today, bro. I saw that. I saw you at 7. Saw you at 7. I'm gonna jump in and BS with you for a little bit, if that's okay, my man. I don't know if I have any metalheads in the crowd, but I made an AI song for Town Hall. Hold on. Tell me what you guys think about this. I don't know how many metalheads I have in the audience, so if you want me to stop it, just say so in chat. But what's up, Rude? Welcome in, dude. Ooh, Elder Lion and mangoes. Okay, that's gonna be interesting. I'd like to see that. What are they debating? Definitely worth tuning into that one. I was on the panel last night with Elder Lion, but I think he had to jump off for some reason. I've had some good talks with RK Mangoes. I'm pretty sure that's who you're talking about. Rock Mangoes, or however he says it. He seems like a pretty cool guy, man. Okay, religious topic. Oh yeah, that'd be good. See, I'm still learning like the Bible and everything. I'm no authority figure. You know, that's one of the reasons why I wanted to do the Bible study, because I want to learn, man. You know, like I got saved about a year ago, and you know, I figure what better way to learn about the Bible than to actually read it? You know what I mean? So it's definitely been I don't feel like I'm well read up enough on the topic to actually have like a debate on it yet. But I love listening to them because, you know, of course, like lots of people are much more well read on the topic than me, you know, and hearing what they have to say, getting different opinions, and then as I read through, I can, you know, see what they're talking about when I actually read through it, you know. Soldiers of Reason. Never heard of it. What's Soldiers of Reason? By the way, M, thank you, man. Welcome in. Welcome in. All right, let's see here. There's a socialism conference going on right now. Ugh. That stuff's crazy to me, man. Oh yeah, dude, I'll definitely look into it for sure, 100%. No. So when I did the deep dive on Rand, so I read through a bunch of the studies that they had on their actual website, and then just like an overview history of them. And there was actually like I was under more of like a conspiratorial impression of Rand. I still do hold some of those kind of thoughts on the way that they try to manipulate data and the conclusions that they come to, because the conclusions that they come to. Oh, really? Oh, dude, thank you. I appreciate that, M. Yeah. But some of the conclusions they come to don't necessarily match up with the data that they've released. But at the same time, If it wasn't for some of the people, some of the scientists that worked there, yeah, no, 100%. But like especially going into like how they were wargaming things and like the threat of like a nuclear strike or anything like that. That was really interesting stuff. How they were like tight-lipped about the person that they had brought in to train them how to not utilize emotion, like the math team, right? I forget what they called them. They had like the math team, and then they had there's the MAD team, and then they had the social sciences division. And the MAD team, they had somebody come in and train them on how to essentially compartmentalize their humanity. So when they would be making decisions, i.e. dropping, one of those massive explodey boys on like a highly populated city, where they would be able to truly engage in that decision during the war game without having emotion play anything, like any part of it. And the thing that was crazy to me was, how could they bring up them bringing somebody in to do that and then not explain where this person came from, who taught them this level of like psychological manipulation or psychological training, that's the kind of stuff that was really sketchy to me, because it was like, whoa, wait a minute, like you just kind of like brought into the conversation, this person showed up and started teaching these people how to like evade humanity when dropping something like that on a highly populated area. It's just a crazy aspect of the story that like, it was like, where did this person come from? Who taught them this crazy shit? Like, how could you possibly like bring someone like that up and not go into a deeper explanation on like where they came from? It's just, that kind of stuff was really sketchy to me for sure. Ashton, that song that I played earlier, it was actually an AI song that I made on Suno. It was free too. Now, granted, I'm not allowed to use it for commercial use, but I'm not making any money off of YouTube right now. So, that being the case, I can utilize the song while I'm not monetized and while I'm not making money. The second my channel gets monetized, I'm going to have to probably delete that video and then come up with a new song. But, I'm still just kind of trying new stuff and doing new things, you know what I mean? Just having a good time of it, brother. That's all. But yeah, it was really crazy going through like Rand. I'll tell you, the big pharma and government kind of deep dive thing that I did, that shit pissed me the fuck off, dude. Because like, it's people in the medical community, and I don't want to say exclusively, but like especially, that really want to push for like a government funded single payer healthcare system. And when you see how like we're already giving them a shitload of money and they are banking, I mean like multiple billions in the past. I think it was saying in the past like 10 years or something, the industry in total made $2 trillion in profits, and all of their risk is mitigated by taxpayers' dollars. That's absolutely crazy to me, man. It's crazy, bro. And it's the medical industry, like the medical community, that's really pushing for like a single payer healthcare system where, everyone pays taxes into this thing. And what their justification for it is that what's going to end up happening is with that amount of leverage from the government, if we were to give the government that amount of power, they're going to be able to negotiate for cheaper prices. But then when you go on the Congressional Budget Office website and you look into like the way that taxpayers' money is kind of moved around when it comes to research and development for pharmaceutical companies, the amount of money that's put in to research and development has no bearing on the price that they charge. And especially with the system that they have, where taxpayers' dollars create the supply by researching the R&D, so it mitigates all risk, like all the way through their clinical trials and everything. And then, what's going on, dude? How you doing today, partner?
Man?
Not much,
good,
bro.
Good
Good to see you. Thanks for jumping in, bro. Thanks for jumping in.
Yeah, hell yeah, for sure, man. Let me see if I can change the settings here so I can use my Bluetooth. Let me see. I think I should download the app and come back, or maybe I would. There we go. Can you hear me fine?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Okay. Yeah, man. No, I was actually. I haven't watched the whole videos yet that you did. I haven't watched the second one. I know I took part in the first one when you did that deep dive on Rand.
Yeah.
And yeah, no, I started getting into some of Jay Dyer's stuff, and he talks about Soldiers of Reason, and I thought maybe you might have seen it or read it. But I'm reading that one and something called because you're in YouTube, it's called Grape of the Mind.
Oh.
So it's actually this PhD psychiatrist who was like the head of the psychological wing in the Netherlands after World War II. And he analyzes a lot of like the brainwashing techniques and all that. And when you said that stuff about Rand, can I get you to repeat it? Because I was having technical difficulties trying to get this working.
Oh yeah, you're good. No, so the thing when I was reading through all that, I forget exactly what. Let me see if I can find it. Hold on, I can pull it up for both of us. It was on. Let me see if I can pull this up. Here it is. Yeah, Texas National Security Review. So I don't want to go through the entire thing because it's long, dude. It took like multiple hours to pull it all up. Yeah. But no. So the thing with it is they during this, and like highly recommend anyone wants to read through this. But as they're talking about how they were prepping, they had the MAD team, which were like the statistical analysts, right? And the way that they would react in certain situations. And then they had
Lord, can I stop you there real quick, man?
Yeah.
Just on the MAD thing, is that the same guys that were creating game theory? Is that like the same team?
I believe so. Well, I believe both of these teams were working on the same concept, right? Like it was two separate teams because they were doing the wargaming thing of like how to react, whether or not you would like preemptively launch, one of the big boys, or whether you would wait for it to be more of a reactionary kind of response. And what they were doing was they had the MAD team, which they were the cold like statistical analytics, like those guys, and then they had the social sciences division, which they were like tasked specifically with taking like humanity into account when it came to making their decisions. And they found like vast differences in both of them. Like, the MAD team, they were very quick to just start dropping them, and then the social sciences division were actually able to, during the war games, were able to like, they would go in and they would make alliances with neighboring nations and really be able to develop diplomacy to where they never once dropped one. So it was really interesting contrast in the way that they approached that with both sides. But the thing that blew my mind and kind of like was really sketchy to me was they just very briefly brought up how they had brought in this lady. I'm pretty sure it was a lady if I remember correctly, but they had brought in somebody, and this person's entire goal was to take people through, I don't want to say necessarily like psychological manipulation or something. It was more like send them down thought patterns that would help them compartmentalize their humanity for the MAD team. Because with MAD, they wanted to stick strictly to numbers, so they didn't want humanity to come into it at all. So she would be able to like talk with them and get them to compartmentalize their humanity and take their humanity out of making any of these kinds of decisions. And the reason that was so sketchy to me is because they never tell you where she came from. They never tell you like who she worked for. She just appears and teaches these people how to like not look at human beings as like actual people.
Did you get
and
her
then
name?
Disappears.
Were you able to get her name?
Let me see if I can come in through this and find it. Hold on.
If not, I'll look it up later. But I find that really interesting. So there's a guy named Jose M. Delgado.
Yeah.
Who was part of MK Ultra, and he has a whole book on this, on how you can make people compartmentalize that kind of thing. Now I don't know if when they were doing these MAD role-playing games, if it was just a question of she just talked them through it, which I imagine that sounds more akin to what she would do. But there's like whole works on how you can do this, how you can kind of make people dissociate themselves through kind of like demonizing language and that kind of stuff, where they view the other person as less than or not really human.
Yeah, as like an inanimate object.
Yeah, or like a monster or something like that. And you know, you see this a lot in like global politics when we're talking about somebody that's evil. We don't really view them as the same thing. But yeah, there's plenty of writings about that kind of shit. And oh, excuse me, can I curse?
Yeah. You can cuss, man. Just when it comes to TOS, it's like, you know, gay slurs, you know, N-bomb, stuff like that, right? Like the real
mean stuff. Yeah, no, fair enough.
Techno-strategic language. Okay, so this is...
Strategic language.
All right, so this is where it talks about it, okay? First, I discuss Carol Cohn, discuss her notion of techno-strategic language and the role it played in shaping the discourse of defense intellectuals throughout the Cold War. The effect of techno-strategic language was to exclude discussions of ethics and emotion from the rational world of the defense intellectuals at RAND. Next, I examine the role of emotion and ethical decision-making through the Aristotelian ethics of practical judgment and David Hume's concept of empathy. I highlight how the emotional engagement of the players was correlated to the level of realism present in the game's design and was pivotal for the outcome of nuclear restraint in the SSD game. That's the social scientists, or social sciences guys. I proceed to trace the design, play, and results of the Cold War games of the MAD and the SSD respectively. I argue that the SSD's political military game engaged the emotions and ethical intuitions of the players and enabled them to make moral choices even in the absence of explicit moral language. Next, I examined the... Okay, so hold on. I'm looking for the part where it actually talks about where they had... Defense intellectuals... If I'm not mistaken, it should be right in the beginning where it starts going into the MAD team, because the MAD team's down a little bit. There we go. Okay. The Mathematical Analytics Division. Okay. All right. Uncertainties. So there's just so much to read through. This is a long article.
So this lady has a lot of feminist works, apparently. She has articles called Sex and Death in the Rational World of Defense Intellectuals.
Yeah.
And another one called Wars, Wimps, and Women, Talking Gender and Thinking War. Okay. That's crazy.
And of course, like...
Go ahead.
I was just gonna say, of course, it's a feminist who's the one that's like speaking about things to compartmentalize your humanity when making, catastrophically damaging decisions, right?
So she also has she has a bunch of articles on this kind of thing. One called Feminist Peacemaking. So yeah, it's exactly that, what you're saying there. Perspective. Okay, all right. She found her niche and stuck to it, man. Yeah, I was kind of curious about that, man. I remember you were reading too about how Rand was pushing for certain medical care or something like that. I don't quite remember that part of it. I know I read it with you, but I can't remember off the top of my head now. Do you remember at all what that was about?
Yeah. They were much in favor of like universal health care, and what they were showing was like the way that the data was provided was that people who were on free health care visited the hospital more, and they were less sick. But people who were not on free health care and were on the separate payment plans that they had illustrated. So like there were several different methods that they offered for this kind of thing, and basically the more that people paid for healthcare, the less healthy they were. But the thing that was like really kind of upsetting to me when it came to that was they didn't give any sample information, and like who were these people who what kind of, when we're talking about healthcare and we're talking about people going to the hospital and things like that, for me, the thing I think of is like, if you're going to do any kind of data analysis on it, it has to be completely upfront and in the open what kind of medical history these people have, because there could have been people that were already pre-hypertensive and all these things, and they could easily lump those into the category of people that have to pay more. And then you take the healthier people and put them on the free healthcare side, and that skews the data immediately. Now, my whole thing with that is these guys specialize in doing data-driven research, right? So if they were to make this study as equal as possible, they would want to show that, right? And show we did everything we possibly could to make everything as even as possible when it came to the health of the people involved, yada, yada, yada. But they completely left that out. And to me, that's what calls into question, the accuracy of the data that they presented. You know what I mean? What's up, Struggle? Good to see you, man. Sorry it took so long to get to that one, bro. I appreciate you coming in, man. Thank you.
Yeah, man. I'm a hop off because everybody inside is listening to the TV, and I'm out here in the sun, man. But I'll be back on in a little bit if you're still streaming.
Yeah, bro. I'll be around. I'm probably gonna stay on. I'm in Central Time, so I'm probably gonna be on until I'll probably be on for another 2 or 3 hours.
Oh hell yeah. I'm in Central Time too, man. Yeah, I'll catch you in a few.
Come on back, brother. Thanks for jumping in, dude.
Thank you.
Yeah, the Rand Corporation, man. These guys, I'm trying to find where it brings up, because it was this one that brings up that lady that they brought in. Damn it, dude. It's such a big ass article, man. Avery, what's going on, dude? Welcome in, bro. Thanks for jumping on with us today, dude. Thanks for jumping on, man. Ashton, dude, the second you can, jump on in, bro. I think the debate is the debate portion of today's town hall is over. So I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to change up the title. seems like we're not getting too many folks up in here to debate right now. Oh, Avery, he meant GTSY. It means good to see you. Hey, Bubba. Come here. You want up here? You want up here, buddy? Come here, Bears. Hey, Bubba. You all right? You okay? Hey, what's going on, buddy? What's going on? That's a good boy. He's a good boy, huh? Is he a good boy? Guys, I might have to take him out. He usually doesn't bug me like this unless he's got to go to the bathroom. So, go ahead and throw up a marquee, and I'll be back shortly, gentlemen. All right, ladies and germs, I'm back. I'm back. I had to change my shirt because it's hot outside and I'm fat. No, Panchuchin, I wasn't taking a nap. I wasn't taking a nap, brother. No, Charlie was bugging me. He only bugs me like that when he's really got to use the bathroom. So I had to run him outside, and it's still scorching out there. So came back up and changed my shirt. Here I am, boys. All right, let's go ahead and take this rand down. That was definitely an interesting conversation for sure. I'm really. Oh yeah, Corey, jump on in, bro. It'd be great to talk to you, man. I'm really interested to see what happens between now and the midterms, because I genuinely believe that come probably like 2 months out, maybe 3 months out, possibly more. I'm not Alex Jones. I don't have an insider or anything like that, but I think we're going to start seeing a lot of these scumbags in Congress start getting handcuffs slapped on them. And I'm a little radical, just a touch, but I'm looking forward to it. I can't wait. That's what I think is going to happen. I'd say I'm probably about like 65, 70% sure, just because those are the same people that set the precedent that's how you win elections. And now that we have a brand new administration in office and essentially, full control over the first two branches or the first two articles of the Constitution, potentially three, right? Like I'd say we have a good grip on the Supreme Court right now. Let's keep that going, right? But I genuinely think like that's what's about to start happening. I think they're probably like building cases, but it's just not in the news. They're not telling the media about any of this shit. Because, see, the whole point of the Democrats telling the media about all this stuff was political game. If they were actually building a case, why would they be so upfront and emboldened and brash by it? Yeah, that's fair. That's fair, Corey. But, while they have investigations open, there ain't nothing they can do. And I just want to continue touching back on this quote from Maxine Waters. We don't know what they have on us. Pull this up. Here we go, boys. You ready? Turn the music down. Actually, I'll just pause it.
Because all of our privacy is being taken up by Elon Musk and Trump, and we don't know what all they have on us. We don't know what all they have on us. People of this country are being
Stupid ass bitch. What the fuck? Stupid bitch. Isn't that shit crazy? That's not out of context. Yeah, Panchuchin. I'm telling you, bro. Like, I can't wait. What we've seen so far in the first, 5 months, coming up on 6 months of this second term of the Trump administration. I genuinely believe this is going to be a fucking drop in the bucket. Of what's to come. Genuinely believe that. And you know what's funny? That's the thing with investigations, right? So the way the legal system works is until charges have officially been filed, they don't have to release any of that information to anybody. They don't have to tell you what evidence they have on you until charges have been filed. And you file for what's called discovery. That's the only time when they are legally required to present you with all of their evidence. Now, granted, like I said, okay, this speculation. I'm basing all this off of like 65 to 70% sure. Okay? But a lot of things add up. A lot of things make sense. That's what I'm saying, exactly, Panchuchin. They set the fucking precedent. They're the ones that did it. Remember, Donald Trump ran on not throwing Hillary, or on throwing Hillary in jail. Maybe not necessarily he was going to throw her in jail, but that was the kind of rhetoric that he played with. And he got into office. And he didn't fucking do it. So he didn't start the precedent. He bullshitted about it. He was like an edgelord about it. But he didn't do it. They didn't levy criminal charges against Hillary. And from the beginning of his first term until just up until he won this last election, they have fucking thrown everything they could at him. And I'm not even a Trump dick rider. I'm just looking at the situation for what it is. That man had everything thrown at him, including bullets. So nobody is going to be able to convince me that this guy is just going to let that shit slide. And I genuinely think he's strategically waiting to capitalize on that the same way they did. Coming up into this last election, they threw 4 or 5 different cases at him at one time? And all the people who support the fucking Democrats, I promise you, they wouldn't give a shit if he was innocent and they threw him in prison. They would have cheered it on. He knows who they're bought and sold by. Shit, I wouldn't be surprised if he was one of the people buying and selling them back in the day. Not saying that he was. I'm not making a definitive statement. But it's interesting. He knows how the game works. See, I don't come from the perspective of everything Trump does is good. I don't come from the perspective of everything Trump does is bad, right? But my general take when it comes to anything government is the more of them that are locked up, the better. And I don't want people thrown in jail for crimes they didn't commit. I want the criminals thrown in jail. If they committed a crime and they can prove they committed a crime, they should go to jail. And I genuinely think that's going to happen. I think there's a lot of things that we're not necessarily going to find out. There's probably a lot of shit that's going to remain classified, or maybe stuff that, like, the evidence has long been destroyed. That's my big thing, right? So, like, with the big crimes like that, it makes no sense to me why they would classify it and then leave it available for anybody who could potentially use it against them to use it against them. That makes no logical sense to me. And I'm not justifying anything. I'm just saying, like, that it makes no sense for them to do that from the perspective of someone who's committing a crime, right? So, that being the case, there's going to be paper trails for stuff they can find. And they're probably not going to get all the criminals that are in our Congress, but they're going to get enough of them. I believe this. Now, I could be completely fucking wrong, bro. Trump could completely rug pull everyone that believed in him and turn out to be just like them. What's up, Achilles? Welcome in, bro. Thanks for jumping in, bro. I appreciate you, man. That could happen. That possibility is still there. And I'd say, especially over the last month, Trump has given me reason to not really trust that he's going to follow through with a lot of shit that he said. He's already backtracking on immigration. I'm just in the camp straight up, right? We're in this economic position right now where the thing that is good to bolster the economy is to import labor from other countries, from people who are not beholden to our labor laws. That's why they're bringing them in fucking semi-trucks and they're baking to death in the desert. Well, they're not anymore. But they were. This is undeniable. So, there's two options in that scenario. One is to let it continue. Or two, Big Soda Corey Barton, how you doing today, my friend? Thank you for jumping in. Thank you for...
Of course. Sorry, I had some family event on my wife's side, so we went to go eat hamburgers and bratwurst and all the good stuff.
Good, man. Awesome, bro.
And I was looking for Aston. He's been running from me.
This is good. I like this. I like this. This is healthy beef, bro.
Oh yeah.
What's going on, Rude? Good to see you. Yeah, no, he is 100%. He's backtracking a little on the big backtrack though, because his whole thing was to get rid of the illegal immigrants, period.
Mm-hmm.
And now he's giving leeway for people who work on farms and stuff.
No,
and here's my
it's
thing,
lobby.
right?
It's lobby.
And see, like, call me a heretic, right? But I can be. Nah, it's not, bro. No. So I know that's what all the libs say. Yeah, that's what all the libs say. So, I think there is a conversation to be had for people who come here and work and don't cause any trouble, and they're just here on an expired visa. There's a conversation to be had for that, right? What's up, Rude? Welcome in, bro. Good to see you, man.
Yeah, I hope I sound alright, bro, because I'm just not like my normal headset shit. I see this as potentially way fucking worse, because now he's putting it in, so it's up to farmers and for people who own hotels whether or not an illegal immigrant is okay to be there or not. It's not to do with the government anymore. It's like it's basically farmers and fucking hotel owners get to decide your fucking immigration. It's fucking insane. How is that not way worse?
Is that really what's going on?
Well, he's allowing farmers to be responsible and in control of having illegal immigrants there or not.
For me, I probably wouldn't even just paint it as farmers. I'd probably paint it as the agro and industrial complex, or
he's stipulated for farmers and for like hotel owners, and this motherfucker owns hotels. Like, you don't see any fucking issues here?
That's a conflict of interest. I mean, to be fair.
No, that is 100%. No, that's a good point. I didn't even think about that. No, that's a good point, Rude, for sure.
So he can be like, oh yeah, I'm sweet. I can have all the illegal immigrants working here, and it's not an issue. And like, the fuck, yo, it's fucking crazy, dude. It's way worse.
It's a backtrack, because what that tells me is these big corporations are telling them, no, we can't survive without these, illegal immigrants and stuff like that.
Before, illegal immigrants just flat out weren't allowed there. If they got caught, they got deported. But now, if you're Trump and you own hotels and employ illegal immigrants, ICE can rock up at your door and you just give them a handshake and say, no, they're sweet here, and that's it.
You can't be outdone by Obama.
That's fucking wild.
Well, I mean, to some degree, that's already been happening. I think now there's like, I would say there's more than likely going to be some form of documentation done for them. That's what they were talking about, where the way it has been is they're just bringing like literal semi-truck loads, 50 plus in the back of a semi-truck over the border and taking them to who the fuck knows where. Like, Rude, I promise you, this is not a conspiracy theory.
Yeah, I know that, but like, the immigration isn't for the welfare of the immigrants. This immigration issue has never been about that. There's some people bleeding hearts like yourself or whatever who are like, oh, we don't want them to suffer. But it's never been about that.
Of course.
They just want them out of the fucking country. But now it's up to the farmers and hotel owners. They get to choose if an illegal immigrant is allowed to be there or not. It's not up to the government anymore.
Really? Is that actually a stipulation in the?
No, it's. I don't know if it's a stipulation, but he's saying, like in the shit that I watched of his, he was saying that the right is going to have a big issue with it, but did you watch there was a video on X I watched.
I did see that where he called the radicals on the right aren't going to like it.
And he said it's going to be the responsibility of farmers and hotel owners.
See, I would like to read into it and see exactly what it entails.
Yeah, I would too, but like from what I'm seeing, bro, it doesn't look better. Like they should have nothing to fucking do with it at all.
You're making a good point there, bro. You're making a good point. I can't even argue against that. That's a very good point, bro.
Like farmers, I can understand because you need to be able to produce stuff cheaply, but it still should have nothing to do with the farm owners. It should be completely government run, and they show up and say, okay, how long's this person been working here, or fucking like find illegal immigrants in your country that aren't criminals and allow them to work at farms or some shit, but not put the responsibility onto the farmer.
Yeah. Okay. All right, so here are the existing measures and the proposed measures for this.
Yeah,
so there's
cool.
an there's an E-Verify program, which is it's an online system run by the Department of Homeland Security and Social Security Administration. It allows employers to electronically verify new hires' eligibility to work in the United States. While voluntary for most private employers, it's mandatory in some states. Utilizing E-Verify can help reduce the risk of hiring unauthorized workers, demonstrate compliance, guest worker programs. So the H-2A program allows agricultural employers to bring in foreign nationals for temporary or seasonal agricultural jobs if they demonstrate they cannot find sufficient U.S. workers. Okay, so this is going to be what it sounds like is they're going to run at least the agricultural side of things through the H-2A program. So the Trump administration initiatives, this current administration has signaled a willingness to find solutions for these industries. Trump has discussed a system for some undocumented workers in farms and hospitality to remain in the U.S. legally, pay taxes, and be responsible to the farmers. Or was it the other way around? This is an AI overview I'm looking at, so like this could be wrong. All right,
but either way, he's leaving it up to the farmer's discretion. And I see that as potential, like what you were saying, what's bad for immigrants. I see that as potentially worse, because if you're working for a farmer and he has the ability to say whether or not you're illegal or not, whether or not you're like, bro, that can be exploited like fuck.
Yeah, 100%. And it will be.
Yeah.
All right. It's considering a policy that would grant temporary passes or exceptions from deportation for certain undocumented immigrants working in key industries, specifically agriculture and hospitality. See, so what I would say, like, the only way to do this to keep them from being like severely taken advantage of, it's not about immigration, it's about replacing the workforce. Yeah, Achilles based. What I would say is, if they wanted to do this and not let these people get exploited, they would issue them all some kind of like extension work visa or like emergency work visa or something, if they're actually planning on keeping them here for a period of time, and then having to work with the companies to implement either them stepping up to the plate and helping these people get some form of like permanent work stay or whatever. But they're going to have to get these people documented because, like you said, otherwise they're just going to be taken advantage of.
Yeah, I don't know how they're going to pay taxes and shit like that without being documented.
Right, exactly.
It just seems like if farmers and stuff are able to just like import foreign workforce, because obviously they're not going to be able to find employees, because all you have to do is have your wage low enough that no one wants to fucking work there.
Right.
And then you can import as many fucking immigrants as you want. It's kind of like, I don't know. It doesn't seem like a good step. I think it seems like a step in a worse direction than was already there. Just because, like, it's still the same. Like, currently, it's still the same shit that it's always been, right?
Yeah.
So now all this is achieving is setting an exception where an employer can import illegal, undocumented immigrants and have them fucking work there.
Yeah, literally turning a blind eye to it.
Yeah.
Purposefully. Yeah, no shit. No, like I'm with you on that.
It was a huge miscalculation on Trump's part.
Oh yeah, 100%. Yeah. All right, so focus on essential workers. The initiative acknowledges the vital role these workers play in the U.S. economy, particularly in industries heavily reliant on immigrant labor. The policy is seen as an attempt to balance Trump's commitment to increase border security and deportation with the needs of these industries. The details of the temporary pass, including eligibility criteria, are still being developed by the administration in collaboration with agencies like Department of Ag and the Department of Homeland Security. So we're just going to have to see exactly how they plan on implementing this thing, because it seems like it's still in development as we speak. So
yeah, I just don't see it as a It just doesn't seem like a dude, like because the current way that he's doing things is just the way it's always been, and now he's just created in a wiggle room for people to, or like a loophole for people to navigate. It doesn't seem beneficial to immigration. Like it seems. I think he's fucking up. Like obviously, I'm on that side. I think immigration is good, but I think for him and for your side, it seems fucking messy and dumb.
A net negative, yeah. It definitely could be. It definitely could be. Dub, by the way, thanks for coming in again, bro. Good to see you again, bro. But yeah, no, I'm with you. Dude, I'm not a Trump dick rider.
Yeah.
I'm not.
No, I know that.
Yeah.
I'm gonna be honest. There's been a lot of times where I've been like, "Damn, Trump, he's killing."
Oh, dude. Especially over the last month, bro. The last month has just been fucking dumb. But I will say, it is interesting to me. The amount of funding that we're about to give ICE makes them more funded than the 4th largest military in the world.
Well, let me ask you this. I mean, do you think other agencies are run effectively?
No.
Do you think this agency is going to be run effectively?
No.
And so it's kind of like, well, we just do $100 million at them. Something needs to happen.
Oh, bro, it's 150.
I mean, I know it's going to take time. I'm not saying, it'll be overnight, but I do always distrust the government giving them, massive amounts of budget increases.
I'd say 170 billion.
Yeah.
So was that like $4 billion before that, or like I know it was insane
I think it was
increase.
like 16. It's like 16 to 17, I think, if I'm not mistaken. Here, let's look it up. But yeah, no, I'm with you, Rude. Like, I'm not 100% happy with him, but I will say, like, just the way that I look at these kind of things, everyone in our government sucks, and if next year we start to see a bunch of the criminals that are in Congress get handcuffs slapped on them and thrown in jail, if they've actually committed a crime, I'm all for it. All right.
There you go. I just think it's wild.
Yeah. No, you're right. I agree.
Like, it just seems like so like night and day. Like how hard he's gone on the immigration shit to now like creating a loophole for himself to utilize for his business.
Yeah.
It's just, I mean, even if he was talking big, the optics around that, whoever told him that would be a good idea, or whoever didn't tell him not, or the people that told him not to do it didn't speak up loud enough. So there's some insane optics.
Absolutely.
Yeah, Australia only spends 50 billion on military a year.
Welcome in, Dub. How you doing today, man?
We had conversations about this, Rude. I mean, y'all guys really have helped us in a lot of conflicts.
Yeah, but we just have your back though. That's different. Like
that's fair. Well, sorry for dragging you in a lot of pointless wars.
No, what do you mean?
Iraq.
Yeah, but it might be considered pointless, like we shouldn't have been there, but it still is good to do these things. Like, I don't know.
So you're from Australia? Thanks for having me on, by the way. You're from Australia?
Yeah, man.
Yeah, I'm Australian.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. I find it. I mean, and I know this is off topic, and I don't mean to do that, but I mean, I was watching YouTube videos of your government basically shooting beanbags or something at people during the COVID protest. So I mean, like, your government actually treated the incident of COVID even worse than ours did.
I know you're saying that, but with your recent riots, your government wasn't doing anything different. And for those COVID lockdown bullshit you see online, that was literally one city in all of Australia. And like I spent probably 1 week with a mask on the entire time. I never got locked down.
The issue remains that happened.
One city. Yeah, but it was literally one city that experienced like pretty harsh lockdowns, and that was because they are the biggest tourist area. Most tourists, from other countries come into that area. Yeah, no, Melbourne.
You had some tourists that had some balls on them, and he decided to protest. But so if the rest of the people didn't, it would have been just straight up.
Yeah, a lot of that
shit. Just like it was here. The only thing is, it's worse when you start bringing out the police to like totally start beanbagging people. People are running everywhere. I don't even remember what we're doing. But those might have been shot.
You had the National Guard rolling on your recent stuff. Like, what do you mean?
And to be fair, I don't know if we would accept tourists doing the same thing in America. Like if tourists started rioting in America, we wouldn't take too kindly to that.
Yeah,
you have to refresh my memory though. Were those actual shots?
Sorry, I can't hear you very well.
Were those? I said, were those actual shots fired? I can't remember.
Actual shots fired when? What do you mean? Sorry, I missed what you said.
During the COVID lockdown thing and the protest, were those actual shots?
Of beanbags.
Okay.
Rude, I got a question for you. Now, what about those COVID camps? I'm not from Australia, so I just kind of heard it through, news agencies and stuff like that. Was that kind of riled up, or did that seem legitimately scary?
To be quite honest, man, everything you guys seen over there was probably 90% propaganda. So they could say, see, here's another Western country, how they're doing it. You guys aren't getting it that bad, so be happy.
That's fair. Because I started hearing like they were turning like these COVID, or they were building like COVID camps and shit like that. But I also know American news likes to, glorify a lot of details.
And lie. Yeah, I will say, hey, by the way, Dub, Rude is a trustworthy source. He's good faith. He's like, when he says something, I believe him. You know what I mean? So.
Oh, there was a couple of small COVID camps, but that was like mostly to cater to like the Aboriginal, like the native population, to help them out, to give them areas to recuperate.
Did they take too kindly to that?
Probably not. I don't know. It's not like I doubt it was like a prison.
Okay. Well, like I said, I mean, outside of random news articles I read, I have really no clue. They definitely.
I was living on the coast, right? So the police were actually coming out to the water and telling people they can't surf because they're not wearing a mask or something. I mean, that's ridiculous. So I just, it did strike me though when Australia had that thing. I was like, wow.
Yeah, I mean, every country in the world fucked that up for the most part, I would say. I think the country that got it the worst though, at least from like what's been reported, was China, dude. They were literally like welding shut doors to buildings, and there would be like electrical fires, and the entire building would go up in flames. It's a true story.
Yeah, I don't believe fuck all of what I see online with any of this stuff.
That's a problem though, because then you're basically, instead of being a conspiracy theorist, you're like an anti-conspiracy theorist, and a lot of the conspiracy theories, let's call them that I've seen in the past however many years have been true.
Well, so Rude, I will say, when it came to the like Australian camps and stuff, that was more articles that were written. The thing about the buildings in China, there was like videos taken of that. There were mass like sweeping protests all over the country. Like,
yeah, but like where my brain goes, unless I can verify and validate what was going on there. Like I've seen videos of them welding up doors as well, but I personally can't verify if that was for the COVID shit or that was a previous video recorded because that building was getting demoed. You know what I mean? Like if you're setting a building up for demolitions, you're going to seal it off so no one can go in there before you blow it.
That's fair. That's fair. That's fair.
Or it could have been the earliest form of AI, and so therefore, how can you really believe anything that you see? Ah.
I don't know. I didn't see any six-fingered people.
Yeah, fair. Yeah.
A little AI joke.
Yeah, but you know what? They were six-toed, but they were wearing shoes, and you just couldn't see them.
Exactly. Yeah.
That's fair enough. 'Cause like, from the way the American news media made it portray, like Australia was one of the worst ones. But that's like I said, that's just their portrayal.
Well, I mean, as far as like getting back to the immigration thing, I mean, honestly though, even if it can be said that, oh my gosh, I'm so scared that if we deport all of the illegals, then we're not even gonna have space to fill these jobs. Oh, guys, it's not rocket science. I mean, come on. Where I work right now, you wouldn't even believe some of the people actually think that they're irreplaceable. Training doesn't take that long. You don't even need to go to college. If you don't understand that by now, if it can be said, your college degree, you won't even go into that same field. So then, therefore, college is kind of a waste, and we can train you and get you up to speed really quick. But the law of the land is the law of the land. I think that's my point.
I mean, fair. I mean, I'm definitely pro deportation and mass numbers.
I mean, the only way someone can try to have a point against what I'm saying is that it would be a system that's set up currently that is favoring the rich. So, in other words, I think, if I'm not mistaken, if you had 500 grand and could buy a house a couple years, maybe 10 years back, you can get automatic citizenship. And I might be wrong on this, but I don't think I am. I got it from a pretty good source. So that would mean that a country can pay on behalf of their own people, let's say China. Sure, 500K, Wang and Chang, you guys are in. You're married now and you're in. Who cares? But if that is the case, then an argument can be made that the system is in serious trouble and is flawed because it's only allowing people with money or by money back people. So they have connections. They don't have any money in their country, but their country's like, yep, you over here and you over here, you're spies. We'll pay for your house and you're now a citizen of the United States. Because that's maybe even worse.
I guess like where we're at right now, man, is just really operating off of a lot of hope that it doesn't happen. Like that's where I'm at, right? What's going on, Abe Dinkus? Welcome back, dude. Welcome back. Avery, welcome back, brother. Good to see you, my man. Thanks for jumping in. Avery says, purchasing a property for $500,000 does not automatically grant you citizenship in most countries, including the United States. The EB-5 Immigrant Investor Program in the U.S. offers a path to permanent residency and potential citizenship through investment, but the minimum investment amount is currently higher than $500,000. Yeah?
Yeah, in the back tub, I posted a link from Australian media that shows you what those camps were.
Yeah,
in case you were curious.
It read it a little. It seemed like I'm not from Australia, so what's more west? Like I guess is that where like a lot of the
like further north and further west from where I am. So like yeah.
Okay. Because
So
I
I'm
know
not
Australia is mostly populated around like the coastal area. Is that fair to say?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, mostly.
But I'm not too interested about the camps. I'm just interested. So there is a YouTube channel where I think they were telling this story. Pretty much, I think the guy moved out to Australia, and he moved on to somebody's ranch who had like 100 acres or whatever it was, and he was living in a storage shed, like those sheds that you, or not a shed, but a container. It was a
Yeah.
container channel, right? And he's like, "This is very odd. The police just came out here, blah 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 blah, and he's in the middle of nowhere." So it's like, why are they going out into the middle of nowhere where the guy has no chance of even seeing anyone unless he wanted to go to the store? And they're bugging him about. That's the concern. I don't care about. I never heard anything about camps or nothing like that. If I did, it was from that guy's channel. But it's very interesting how even in the most remote places, or the thing that I can relate it to is even being out in the ocean surfing by yourself and there's no one there because everyone wants to stay home. The police were still coming out there going, flagging people down. Hey, you can't be out here. What are you talking about? There's no one out here surfing these waves. This makes no sense. Oh, well, you can get it from the salt water. I mean, come on. So, I mean, I don't care. Whatever. Maybe they did have some camps. You said that it's confirmed, and so I guess you can confirm it.
Police aren't like they're not there to enforce like logic or rationality. They're just there to enforce whatever regulation or law they have to enforce. Like if they say, oh, okay, you're not gonna encounter other people because everyone else is following the regulation that's set in at the moment, they're not going to give you like that wiggle room or that exception. It's like, okay, you can only do this because everyone else is doing the right thing, what they're told to do. Like you don't get to have a fucking free range playground of the beach just because everyone else is doing what they're told to.
Yeah, but then there is a part of that just isn't logical, and actually being outdoors seems to be the only logical place to be if a place indoors is actually going to do nothing but have people's breath get trapped basically indoors, especially if your house is completely sealed. Like mine isn't, for example. Where I live, it's hot, and I got my AC set to 65. If I turn my AC off, it's up to like 80. But, I mean, the only logical place to be, say in an earthquake, is outside, under no trees, not near a house, so on and so forth. Why? Because nothing's going to fall on you. It's not likely that the earth's going to crack open and you're going to fall in some big ditch. So to say that you can't be outside makes no sense. Now, to be at a supermarket, it's a little bit different, but you know what? Have those people fix their duct system, their HVAC system, and maybe the problem goes away because you have more draft coming through the room. I don't know what to say, but the thing that is amazing about all this is when the people in New York, they moved the people who were sick into an elderly place, and what do you know? All of them got sick. But how do you start a panic? Well, you basically try to tell the people, these people are sick, and all of them got it. Well, yeah, they're like 90 years old, and all of them have some kind of underlying ailment. The majority of them are going to die. They get chew. Oops, I just killed her grandma. I'm sorry, but I didn't mean to do that. I didn't cover my mouth this one time, and that happened.
Oh yeah, 100%, dude. I mean, like, that year was marred with so much shit that the people that we look to for authority got wrong. Whether or not it was malice or incompetence, that doesn't matter. It's the fact that they got so much stuff wrong. So much. Like, how many people stayed inside when one of the best deterrents from it was like consistent vitamin D. Going outside, being in the sun, getting adequate sunlight. You know, like a lot of like vitamin D deficiency was actually like a precursor to having it worse. Corey Barton, he posted this into chat. It says, the Port Augusta Regional COVID Accommodation Facility caters for around 100 people, including Aboriginal people unable to return to their homelands and communities in the far north. That's from that's a direct quote from the article that Rude posted.
Yeah, I was going to say it seemed to be specifically this this area. I don't know how big the area is, but it seemed like this one was the first built. I think it quoted they built it pretty early on into the COVID thing, and 100 people don't sound crazy, but I do question the unable to return to their homelands.
No, like it was so like native people who were coming to Port Augusta to do whatever they had to do there.
Okay.
And they like obviously they couldn't travel back, and they were told they had to like self-isolate or whatever if they had symptoms. And these people were like finding old broken down sheds and anywhere to try and isolate and live because they couldn't find anywhere to stay.
Oh,
it did mention that too, like a lot of them were homeless or had like I guess no place to return to in that article. I mean, I don't know. I guess the American in me questions the return to their homeland, but I mean, it didn't seem like that big of a place or like they carried that many people. Like it seemed designed for the Aborigine people. Because like the American media made it seem like they were taking Australians and putting them into camps, and that they
most
were
of the Australians are like most Australians and Western, like most international visitors, if they came back and they were tested positive for COVID or anything like that, they were just made to like self-isolate in a motel or hotel room for 2 weeks.
Yeah.
But a lot of them
we had a similar policy.
Yeah.
I don't know. I think that it's all just the way things are turning out. It's almost like with the COVID thing, I'm sure there's X amount of people died. I don't think that the numbers are probably correct. They're probably really higher than they were. But
I think that's
not only could it possibly have been some kind of scientific genealogy experiment. However, look at what it's done to various businesses, restaurants. All of a sudden, people are staying at home. They have to learn how to cook, all these things, and now they realize, hey, I can cook pretty well by now. So they were basically training people to know how to cook. Now what happens? Well, restaurants, pretty much, you can get F. And after that, food prices are going to go higher because now people are shopping at the store, right? Instead of going to the restaurant. So some of those rich people in those restaurants, you've been open for how long? Like since the 30s? Oh, you're going out of business? Oh, too bad, so sad. And those people are now, yeah, I'm sure they're doing fine, but the point is that the prices in the restaurants are ridiculous. Eggs can be $10 or something. You gotta be kidding me. Like, I don't think so. Something's fishy.
Well, yeah, no, like it's all hindsight. Like, I think the way they did things, trying to force like jabs and all that sort of stuff was bullshit. I never went for it. Like, it was an easy call for me just to weigh up the odds of like someone who's fit and healthy. Odds of complications from the jab were higher than odds of complications from the Rona. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So it made no sense for me to go get it. But like, it's hard to say what would have happened if they didn't put in some of the things that they did, like trying to limit the amount of people who had to need the hospital so that hospitals didn't get overwhelmed and shit like that. Like, if hospitals got overwhelmed, there could have been way more issues come from that. But
the problem with the hospital theory, and then I'll mute myself, is that Actually, the respirators became the problem, as it turns out.
Intubation. Yeah.
I had a lead. I had a lead. She was, I want to say, 52, and she died from complications to a respirator. That's my one, I guess, scary COVID story, because I had technically gotten it twice. I don't know. I didn't get it in two different of what they call Omicron or COVID. Like, I got it 2 weeks apart, 2 or 3 weeks apart. And then after that, I never really had any problems.
Well, see, if somebody puts you actually on a respirator, and I only know the name Dr. John Campbell, who's a YouTube channel, because of COVID. And when I think about it, though, when you're hooked up to a machine, it can actually slow down your breathing, I would imagine, to where you just pass out and go away.
That's a wild comment, the True Few. True Few says, just accept the slavery. You can join the enforcement class to gain some bennies. Oh.
Man, there's some truth to that. And it's funny, but not funny.
No, not yet, dude. I'm not black pilled, man. I'm not.
I mean, I don't think I'll ever be black pilled. You know what I mean? But it's just, it just doesn't seem like that's the direction that it's going in. And depending upon your living scenario, you know, what your job is, so on and so forth, at this point, that can be hilarious for certain people. You know, what he just said can be hilarious. But for others, it's the truth. And for others, they're like, oh, what a conspiracy theory. You know, like, no way.
It's somewhere in the middle. That's what I'd say. It's somewhere in the middle.
It's always in the middle.
Yep.
How you doing so far today, Rude? It's what, like 11 o'clock where you're at right now?
Yeah, it's like 10:30, man. Yeah.
You do any
Just chilling.
debates today?
Fuck. No. I was yelling at Jim last night, that fucking lawyer from Sydney.
On Justice Channel?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. I've been keeping you in a couple of the debates.
No, I'm not a debater, man. I hate fabricated arguments.
That's
If you say something that pisses me off in the minute, I can't help myself. But I'm not fucking signing up for it. Oh yeah, let's set a date in 2 weeks from now, and we'll argue this thing that no one gives a fuck about. So I'll spend 2 weeks reading information, and whoever memorizes the information better is gonna win. It's like, fuck off.
Yeah, that's fair. But I'll be waking up where I'm at, and I'll be heading into work, and I'll see your icon on Justice Channel, and I'm like, damn, bro, I'm just going into work.
Yeah, I don't mind Justice Channel just because it's like, it's not my crowd. You know what I mean?
Who is your crowd?
I don't think I have one, dude. I don't have a team. I'm not really left. I'm not really right. I hate both. I hate team sports, and I don't like things that both sides do. But I do like something that both sides do. Fair. I think the left and the right is just led to like either side of an extreme. Like you were saying, generally what's in the middle's a bit better.
Yeah.
Yes, that's about as base as you can get.
Yeah, if you're on one of the teams, then you kind of, it's like you've got a menu. It's a set menu, and you eat from that menu. I'm in the middle. I just pick and choose from the buffet. I'll take some from the left, some from the right. Yeah.
I mean, to be fair, like once you start like self-identifying with a team, you kind of, is it your principles or is it the team's principles? And then you get so locked into that to where, you know, you're being convinced that the other side's trying to get you, and then you're stuck on either side trying to figure out, you know, what's the next thing you can do to take out the other team.
Yeah.
That's base take. I like it.
Kind of where you need to stick to your principles.
Yep.
So then you're not ever really going to agree fully with either side.
Oh yeah,
But then,
I definitely don't. Yeah, I don't fully agree with like the right. I mean, I'm definitely like more, I would say, right wing by like the colloquial definition of it. If it, by my own standards, but I know people don't look at left and right the same way I do. I am like super far right, but that's by my own definition. Most people would probably consider me like center right, you know, colloquially.
Yeah,
well, so what I would say is like I used to totally think about democratic stuff, values, and helping the poor and stuff like this, and it made sense to me because I was told basically that no matter what happens, 5% of the population is always going to be poor. There's nothing that can be done about it. So I'm like, okay, well, we should allot some money for these 5% people, whoever they are, and maybe they could pull themselves out. Maybe they can't, but at least we have it there. Now, I think the Democrats have played that virtue signaling card so badly that you have no choice but to go to the other side, because I can't agree with trying to save the whole world. I mean, come on, man. We just turned 5% into the, we'll let everyone in, and, be so nice. Well, then why don't you invite them into your own house and let them live rent-free so we don't have to have the taxation money going to them so that they can live at that apartment across the street that your friend wants to buy but can't afford. You know what I'm saying? Because that invites a ton of problems.
Yeah, that's too much socialist bullshit. And yeah, I can't stand all that stuff on the left. Like, the only socialist stuff I wholeheartedly agree with is like everyone should have completely free medical and completely free dental, because like if someone can get issues seen to quickly before they become an issue, then it's cheap, so it doesn't cost a heap. And fucking, we're all cattle, bro. We're all just cattle wage slaves. You keep us healthy, we keep the money rolling in.
Yep.
Like, surely it's got to be better having fucking everyone fit and healthy to work than having a heap of sick people and fucking like not making any money.
But see, that's the issue where like the healthcare industry, and that includes like big pharma and such, where their lobbyists come in because they are a for-profit industry, right?
Yeah.
And they lobby our government, and they've created essentially a system, at least in America, where our FDA works in conjunction with, and this is not a conspiracy theory, I can pull up the receipts for you.
Yeah.
So they work in conjunction with the pharmaceutical industry. We shell out so much fucking money already to them to mitigate the risks on their investments that they make into new medications, that they profit to the tunes of literally multiple billions of dollars every year.
Yeah.
And none of that, there's no advocation for the taxpayer who's covering the nut on like the most expensive part of this thing.
Yeah, they're not getting the benefit.
Right. So the reason I'm against that in America right now is just because we're already paying for it and we're not getting any benefit out of it. Like, people say, well, you're getting new medications, and it's like, yeah, but in the past 10 years, there's been almost 16,000 medications recalled, and we paid every dime for that. And those companies were completely wiped clean of any liability to the people who got sick or died from those medications.
It's not only that too. Not only that, but sorry for a quick second. If you were to think about AI and how it can automatically kind of like go, okay, so what are your symptoms? Boom, anyone can be a doctor at that point. So then
that's all doctors do anyway. They sit there at their computer googling fucking symptoms while you're sitting there talking to them.
It would just be basically a form of nepotism in which all the rich people can hire their own children as doctors. They went to doctorate school. Somehow they got through. Somehow they're all brilliant. I mean, all of us people with lower genes are just, we're just dumb. There's no way we could do it. But you see that little conspiracy theory in there, and that could possibly happen.
Yeah.
All the rich get rich, all the poor, you're done.
We've done that for centuries, decades, generations. That's why engineers are fucking retarded nowadays, because they're not actually engineer by trade. They're just a person in front of a computer putting numbers into a program that they don't fucking understand.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, that's
what we do.
It's essentially what it comes down to, you know? I will say, if there was like a large scale advocacy for the everyday person in this country by our government against the pharmaceutical industry, which is like, that's one of the things I like about RFK. I know a lot of people have like, you know, he's got the weird stories and yada, 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 whatever, right? Like that has nothing to do with my next point, but he's really doing a lot to try and bring like genuine health back. Like one thing he did, and I didn't even hear about this until yesterday. Okay. But they just banned like big pharmaceutical executives from being on the board of like regulatory committees within the FDA and like under the entire branch of the human health and safety service.
Very nice. That's a big W.
Yeah, it's huge. Yeah, it happened in April, bro. I didn't even hear about that. It's massive. That's massive, dude. It's like things like that, like as we move in that direction, it's like, okay, this is a good thing. This is a good thing, right? Like taking the little W's where you can, getting pissed off about the L's, because I get pissed off about these fucking L's, bro. I'm not happy with the L's, but you know, any little W's is massive. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Oh, for sure. Like, let me tell you, try to make this story really compact. Have you guys ever had somebody walk up to you during the COVID thing and say, if you don't take your shot, you deserve to die? Well, I did. Somebody actually said that to me.
Yeah, I mean, there's unhinged lunatics out there, man. And like, unfortunately, they're also American citizens and they vote. Like, that sucks. But you know, luckily
that's big pharma getting their you know, their with propaganda in there into people's brains and then trying to force everyone to do one thing.
Yeah, I mean that's what they aim to do. You know, we literally had the president, while speaking to the nation, say, our patience is running thin with you. Go fuck yourself, dude. Why are you advocating for a pharmaceutical company? That's what he was doing. That's the kind of stuff that, like, that's the kind of stuff that makes me think, like, okay, I don't care who represents this side of the aisle. Like, I'll never vote for these people. Ever in my life.
Yeah, they certainly have swung it into a fashion which might condition your brain to think so, but then all of a sudden, Donald Trump used to be a Republican, right? So then all of a sudden, all they'll have to do is flip it to the other side, you know what I mean? And then, you voted Republican. Always remain with your independent thinking. That's the key, I think.
Oh yeah, 100%. I mean, like, I see, my thing is, right, like, and I know a lot of people don't see it this way, but this is just, like, when I look at Donald Trump, I don't see, he's not, like, people call him far right. He's not far right. He's like pro-gay marriage. He's pro-choice. He's a New York City 90s Democrat, dude. Like, that's Donald Trump. But the people on the left went so fucking far left that now they see somebody who is like a very moderate right winger. They see someone like that and they look at him as like something that's incredibly far right. When you can point to multiple fucking examples of people that are in the Republican Party right now, colloquially, and go, wait, they're way more right wing than him. Like, they're anti-gay marriage. They're pro-life. You know what I mean? They were advocating for more immigration back in the 90s when the Democrats used to hate immigration back in the 90s. You know what I mean?
Lower class.
Yeah.
I want to ask the whole panel too. Actually, have you ever seen a female penis? Oh, I didn't mean to say that. But have you ever seen a female sausage? A female sausage, bro. Have you ever seen one?
No.
Female sausage.
I can't say that I have.
The mind boggling.
We're going down the trans rabbit hole here. I know where you stand.
Yeah, but okay. So oh, this is gonna get stupid. Yeah, let's go.
I didn't mean to go there. I'm sorry.
It's cool. It's cool. Me and Rude don't agree on this. But like,
you know, trans people don't claim to be the sex that they aren't.
So they're just gay.
No, I'm saying they don't claim to be a different sex. They claim to be a different gender.
Oh gosh! All right, go ahead. I've heard
what's
this
going on, man?
argument
Good to see you,
many
brother.
times.
Thanks for stopping in, bro.
I've heard this argument many times, man. And sex and gender are both the same thing. You've allowed those. Hold on, and then I'll let you go, and I don't have a response.
Let's just go with that first point.
Liberals. Hold on. Liberals have pushed so hard to get this, whatever this is, in there, and some people have bought it. And I think you've bought just a bad 12-pack of eggs. Sorry.
I haven't bought anything. Okay, so just logically, why do we have two different words if they have the same definition?
They do. Definitions on words, however...
why do we have two different words?
Hold on. I know they have two different words, but they've always meant the same thing. So we'll just take one word. The word, it's a word for cigarette. The English call it a certain three-letter word that starts with F and ends with G. So words over time people want to twist them and make them something else. Sex and gender have always been the same. However, over this liberal way of thinking and rule, it seems that it's not the case anymore.
Hey, Dub, I just want to say real quick, dude, thank you for the restraint on that.
I'm trying, man.
No. That was a clever way to avoid TOS. I appreciate it, bro. Thank you.
I didn't even know that was your TOS, and I always try to control my language as best I can. So.
No, yeah. Dropping the F slur is like serious TOS. I've actually had one of my streams taken down because Base Tweaker did it on like he wasn't like calling a gay person that word. He just said it kind of like in passing. We were like bullshitting around and it just kind of came out, you know? Well, a couple hours later, dude, someone must have reported my stream or something. They shut my shit down, so I had to.
We're talking about English, the English language here. You know what I mean? We're not trying to offend anyone. We're just talking about historical facts. That's all. Don't anybody report it. We're just talking about English. We're all historians on English.
Okay, so you realize that the term FAG has been around for a lot longer than cigarette. And you know what cigarette is, right? It's cigar-et, and things with et on the end of them, and you normally classed as feminine. So when you said that's why it would have been given the term of FAG, because it's a feminine cigar.
It's actually incorrect. Cigarette means bundle of sticks in Old English. That's what it means. Bundle of sticks, and that's exactly what it is. It's tobacco dried, and it's become a little bundle of cut up sticks. That's what it is.
Bundle of sticks.
Correct. Look it up. I'm correct.
And you can't see how that would have led to the meaning multiple men term? A bundle of sticks? You can't see how that would have led to meaning a multitude of men?
Yeah, somebody came up with, well, hey, you know what? It happens all the time. Back in,
my point is that it meant that derogatory term before it was ever used to describe a cigarette.
No,
it
was
would have been
not.
used to describe a cigarette because it was a feminine
Yeah.
a feminine thing that you're putting in your.
Hold on, bro.
It's not a cigar. Men smoke cigars.
You're
Bundle
letting
of
your
sticks
brain.
smoke cigarettes.
So hold on, real quick, guys, real quick. Panchuchin, I do want to stick up for Rude here. He is not pro like compelled speech, so he's not one of those like psychos that believes that everyone should call these people whatever they identify as.
No,
He does it
not.
himself, just out of like kindness and for dignity and all that, whatever. But he doesn't. He's not like a speech police kind of guy.
Yeah, it's everyone's choice to make. But like, I see it as like, okay, just to cut the fat off. I think self ID is retarded in all forms of self identification. I don't think anyone can call themselves something. I think identity is the tool of the observer. So that means someone who isn't involved in the situation, how they see you. Like you said that you consider yourself to be like center right, but maybe the majority sees you as center left, or maybe the majority sees you as full right wing. It's whatever the majority sees you as.
Well, I mean, that could. Go ahead.
Well, I was just sorry. I got stuck on a couple websites because when we were talking about the pharmaceuticals. So Pfizer's biggest. I hate to derail the conversation, and I do apologize if I am. But Pfizer had 5 drugs that got a lawsuit for $2.3 billion. They made upwards of $6 billion on these 5 drugs. Yeah. And so they were criminally punished a third of the price of which they profited.
Yeah, it's stupid. A fine should be whatever the profit is plus the fine.
It's crazy. Like I'm sorry to derail the conversation. I got like when y'all were talking about it, I was gonna bring up the Pfizer thing, and then I started going through it about how it wasn't just one drug; it was 5. And I was like, I wonder how much money they made off those 5 drugs. It was almost $6 billion.
I'm glad you did continue, right? I mean, hey, bring up the facts you're looking up, bro.
That's crazy because it's like they treated this one lawsuit between 5 drugs as just one individual lawsuit. So it wasn't a lawsuit per drug violation. It was all 4 drugs combined together, and then the lawsuit was paid out for a bunch of different, I guess, violations. It was crazy.
You think that it's all figured into their bottom line, though? You know, especially with the lower class mentioning how they have these people that are in there on these panels, you know, where they're really not supposed to be. That's a conflict of interest.
We were talking about that the other day. How it's a blatant conflict of interest.
You get the same sort of bullshit where the fine versus the profits doesn't add up. Like with oil spills and stuff like that.
Yep.
It's all factored into their profits, so they don't really care about it. The fine does nothing for them. Doesn't affect them.
And since it's levied at the company and there's no actual charges against the individuals, the company can just, put off, still take home, 3/4 of the profit and be okay.
And so here's a question: are fines factored into your profits and losses at the end of the year, so you're paying less tax?
I mean, should we be able to deduct them?
Good question.
I mean, knowing our government now, obviously not.
That sounds illegal.
Yeah, so
that sounds
it should be, but I don't know. I've never looked into it.
It sounds logical though.
Okay, so it says under section 162F of the Internal Revenue Code, generally corporations are not able to write off or deduct legal penalties as fines imposed by the government for violating laws.
No, that's good then.
Yeah, that's fucking based, dude.
Because that would have been fucked.
Yes.
It's like you'd find to do nothing at all then.
I'm gonna be honest, like it would be all profit. They wouldn't have to pay no taxes, or at least Pfizer wouldn't for 2004. That's insane.
See, but they probably built that in too. They're like, oh, okay, we're not gonna be able to write this off, but even that plus the other losses, so both losses combined, we'll still make money. Oh yeah, let's do it.
Yeah, so just getting back to the how you said the female sausage sort of stuff. For me, like I do see gender as different from sex. I see gender as an expression generalized based on the normal expressions of a sex. Like because the way identity works and identification being a tool of the observer, it's the way the observer has identified someone as a female, usually. You know what I mean?
So okay.
It's that physical form and the how they dress and how they look. That's how we've identified them as that sex, and we've used the term gender to identify them.
So let me just say, what the problem is that generally speaking, in let's say the 90s, these types of things were not accepted whatsoever. Why do you think it was called the closet? Because now people are putting on the actual clothes that they identify as and walking out in public.
That was the same with gay people, though. Homosexuals and stuff. There was the same term used for homosexuals and stuff, though.
Of course, but that's all they are. They're just homosexuals dressed up in clothes where they actually want to walk out in public and have people accept them. You understand?
But how does that affect you or me? That specifically?
Because it's like in LA, Christina Aguilera had a concert, okay, and she was waving around a plastic cucumber strapped onto her midsection, and that was in public. That's not acceptable.
Bro, come on. Do you listen to metal at all?
I just, but
do you know what?
Hold on. She was in public. No. She was in public. If you want to pay to go to a concert, that's your choice. If you're in public, however, now someone's kids are going to a spot where they're like, "Oh, Christina Aguilera, yay!" And the parents are like, "Okay, like her music kind of sucks, but that's all right. Let's go." And then all of a sudden, their kids are exposed to the stuff. That's total bollocks, bro. That's bollocks.
There's worse things on YouTube that kids can see.
I know that, but that's why parents need to monitor this stuff. Yeah, hey, when I handed my my brother's kid my phone when he was little, I said, "No YouTube." And then as he would keep coming back and asking for my phone, I said, "What's going on?" And he goes, "No YouTube." And so that's that. If you're not monitoring your kids because you're home from work and both of you need to work and you're both tired, well, you're not actually parenting your child. At that point, that's
my issue is that with that is like it's hard to take it as a genuine concern with people when there is far worse things that the kids are seeing inside the home, like, and no one's saying anything about that. Like, if there's an actual genuine concern about what the kids are seeing, people should be lobbying against the shit that's on YouTube that kids have access to that they can see every fucking day.
But see, you're just taking a specific argument to negate every other argument.
What I'm saying is, why are people crying about their kids smoking weed if they've got access to meth? Worry about the meth.
No, exactly. But you're taking one scenario about meth and you're negating every other drug as if it's bad. Yet we have examples that it used to be marijuana used to be a Schedule I drug, and now in Oregon at least, right? I don't know if they're doing it anymore. They're selling marijuana at Costco. So it's like, well, who really cared all along? Maybe the government was just suppressing this because it's an actual medication for certain people. Not for everyone, but for certain people it is.
I couldn't tell you either way. But I just think, I don't know. It seems silly to complain about the minor things when all the bad things are happening and no one cares.
Oh, come on, man. A chick with wearing a plastic cucumber strapped around her waist in front of a public venue where everyone is allowed to come.
How
And the only
long have we
reason
had
why-
gay pride parades where there's men and women dressed up in BDSM leather gear with other people in dog collars being led around on all fours? Like, that shit's been publicly
still no-
visible for decades. That's
still no
way worse.
excuse- But it's still no excuse to say that it should have never happened in the first place.
Yeah, but we're at a point where that looks silly to be worried about when there's all these other things we're accepting that we should be worried about.
Yeah. I don't think like Dub. I don't think he's necessarily excusing it, but what he's saying is like, you know, especially since like every kid has a fucking smartphone now, they can go online and you can see some wild shit online, and where that was if that were to happen without the precursor of this stuff being normalized in like the online sphere, most people would look at that and go, that's weird, and then you'd have a laugh and like go along with your day, right? Where now it's to this point where, you know, kids are exposed to absolute depravity and degeneracy.
Yeah, but like
And-
we would have been exposed to worse shit back in our day too. I think, because like
Well,
when you're a kid, when you're like a teenager, did you ever go to like Faces of Death or
Yeah, 100%.
Rotten.com or fucking like, you know, like we've seen some fucked up shit.
Yeah.
Rude. Let me allow me to respond to that. Now, there's a difference because we do have AI. Because we do have that. Anyone could put in anything and images will be made towards whatever subject. So
you have to train your
now
own AI
we-
model, which
hold
you
on. So
can't do that on any-
now what we need, I didn't hear what you said, I'm sorry because you were interrupting, but I mean, I will stop, but I wanted to respond to lower class specifically. Now that we do have that, so now if you actually make the AI scenarios, all this weird stuff, happen in public, people start to really believe that certain things are okay. Do you see the distinction that I'm trying to make there?
AI models don't train themselves. Like, for you to achieve any kind of nudity or any gore or anything like that, you'd have to train an AI model yourself on those things. And to do that, that means you've already got access to those things to train it. You can't go to Gemini or ChatGPT and try and get like gore or nudity or anything bad.
But listen, though, I will accept that as correct, okay? But then the problem becomes when it's introduced into a public sphere rather than a, I don't know, a private spot where people gather and dress up in black robes with hoodies and, you know, they're just doing their thing. If that starts happening in public, you're going to want to shield your kids' eyes from that because they will, once they see that people actually act this way in public, things are going to get really weird. At that point, your kid's going to accept, they're thinking this way. And all of a sudden, if you're they're just people, let's try to accept them. Your kid meets one of them and they start talking. Sally can go talk with Timmy or whatever. And then they start explaining their beliefs. All of a sudden, you're like, wait, you just ruined your own kid because you weren't paying attention. So all the stuff in the public forum that was happening, so you're exposing that to them in real life, not just online. You see?
I'm more worried about what kids do than what they see. Like, if I was going to be concerned about anything to do with AI, it'd be around the AI companion models. But I think probably going to be super detrimental to teenagers and shit like that.
No, I agree with that, Rude, for sure.
I think that the more ideas that they're subjected to.
Yeah, but you can't brainwash people, man. Like you can, but it's not like, okay, they see a couple of plastic cucumbers taped to women, now they're a trans woman. Yeah, they're gonna be a trans. It's not gonna be like that. To brainwash people, it's like excessive shit that no one's ever gonna have achieved to them by.
Yes, but I'm sure. Sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off, Rude. Go ahead.
You're right. You're good. No, you're good. I was finished.
Yeah, but I will say kids are a lot different, and that's why, like, people and like this goes for anyone who preys on kids, not any specific group or whatever, but the accessibility of adults to children online is just it's a highway now versus where it's not some creep like parked outside of a playground or something.
Yeah, someone they're playing Minecraft with, someone
Right.
they're on Roblox with. They're
Right,
things that are
right.
way more concerning.
And like these people who do this kind of stuff, they groom these kids. They make them believe in certain things, and they tell them these things are true. And kids are, I mean, let's be honest. Kids are fucking retarded, right? Like,
But that's something that's always been an issue.
right,
What we need to
100%.
do is
Yeah.
establish better boundaries and enforce parents actually using the tools available to them to keep kids out of those situations.
Yes, based 100%. Absolutely. Yeah. Yeah. I mean, that's to me, that's the most reasonable response to all of that is like more involved parenting.
Yeah, like my kids, I got a 7-year-old autistic son and a 5-year-old, and they've both got devices because as they go through school, they have to use devices, even from first grade. There's a Lexia program where they have to use tablets to do math and English and stuff in class. So they need to be accustomed with how to use devices. But with getting a device for your kid, you also get the tools, because when you log in, you put in you make a Google email, you make it recoverable to your email, you set up a family network, and then you install programs on that. It can only be accessed. The kid can only go to websites or anything that you approve. If my kid tries to download anything or go anywhere, I get a notification straight away whether or not I approve it.
There's a
And he
problem
can't
with
do anything until I say it's okay.
That's
but
based.
there's a problem with what you're saying. So now, if you don't give your kids the proper teaching, which I know this channel hosts some proper teaching materials. However, if you do not tell your kids that certain things exist, it's almost like saying, "Hey, we're celebrating Christmas," and then all of a sudden, the kid across the street, when you're 8 years old and they're 12, and they go, "Oh, that doesn't even exist." Now, okay, how is it being presented? First off, but to get more back to the problem at hand is, if you don't tell people that evil exists, and then they don't even kind of have any idea about what that actually is, and society starts allowing it in public, your kid has no clue. You can't explain everything to them unless you're talking about certain subjects. You have a better chance of having them understand what that is. But if you never went over that, it's like sex ed back in the days, right? Nobody wants to talk about the birds and the bees with their kid. They kind of allowed the education system to do that. But in that sense, here's where the problem lies. When you let these people do these things in public, it's stuff that your kid has never been introduced to, or maybe even worse, they've seen it on like in some random channel in an AI, or even worse if it was real. But then they're going, "Wow, I never knew this. People were this demented." You see, that's why we can't allow these things in public.
Yeah, Panchuchin. As far as I'm aware, I can't remember if it was 13 or 16, but like December this year, there should be a ban on kids being on social media, which I think's good. I don't think they fucking need it.
Same.
They just use it to bully each other and fucking fuck around and find out.
Yeah, and then like adults get access to kids, and
Yeah,
they can send them all sorts of weird bullshit and tell them all sorts of lies. Like that's, I'm big. I know, and I know like that sucks because social media like started coming around when I was a kid, right?
Yeah, MySpace and all that shit.
Yeah, but it's there's no good that like there's genuinely, I believe there's no like true benefit that comes from kids being on social media.
No. and the harm's just numerous.
Exactly.
Did you say like up to 13, Rude?
I can't remember if it was 13 or 16.
Okay. I mean,
honestly.
I wouldn't be mad at the 16, but the 13 does sound, I guess, as reasonable as having no ban.
See, like oh, go ahead, Corey.
That wasn't me.
That was me. Go ahead.
Oh, I was
I
just
wasn't
gonna
say nothing.
if I had my way, we'd start regulating social media companies to where they can't institute. I forget exactly like what the name of it is, but like social media apps and things are designed to sound in specific ways that trigger dopamine responses within the brain. And there's a lot of people, unfortunately, in this world that they don't have any real life friends. Based, yep, absolutely.
I think Facebook had some studies on that, like especially it was either shortly by the time they purchased Instagram or leading up to the purchase of Instagram, where they started to do these studies with like Instagram females from the ages, I think, of like 17 to 12, and they were kind of judging like what your average feed like what was on the average feed, and it was just a lot of like, I guess, emotional trauma and stuff like that.
Yeah, it's pretty.
I'll see if I can't find the study and post a link.
It's really just scary how this thing has kind of become something that's gotten out of hand, where there are people who are genuinely like they're lonely, and instead of having something in their life to motivate them to go become more social and get out and talk to people or go get laid or whatever, like I'm personally, like, I'm against promiscuity across the board, but I'm not the kind of person to tell someone that if they're incredibly lonely and they just need someone to sleep with for a night, that it's bad for them to do that once in a while. That's not my place in life. Plus, like, I do it myself. I don't necessarily mean to, like, I don't go out with the boys trying to get laid. Like, I'll go to a bar and get drunk, and then I wake up next to a chick I don't really like, which I'm not proud of that. But, what it really comes down to is, like, having something that, if anything, it drives more isolation than it does, like, true engagement in social behavior. I would say there should be regulations against, like, having something like that trigger dopamine responses, like,
yeah.
I don't know how they get around that or whatever, but,
I have a real life story, and I want to add to what you're saying. I was riding on a 8-rail train, all right, and so I was in one of those cars, and there's a guy who has like a plastic credit card looking thing, and he has a lighter, and he's lighting it, and I'm looking at him, I'm going, holy shit, what is this guy doing? And I look around, what's everyone doing? Looking on their damn phone. They're not paying attention to what's going on in the real world. You know what I'm saying? How do you interact with these people? So how you interact with them, which is what I did, was, hey, you, get the out of here now. And then he gets off at the next stop. Some lady gets off at the stop after that, and she's like, oh, I feel a lot safer with you around. Well, why isn't this? So no one's going to do anything about anything, and some lady compliments me on that? Like, why am I being complimented on something that's so common? It's because it's become uncommon to rare for people not to be staring at their stupid-ass phones because they get some kind of satisfaction thinking that they have a friend out there when you don't actually even hang out or do anything. Oh, let's go to the beach. Oh, let me get a snapshot real quick and let's leave. You didn't actually go to the beach. You didn't enjoy the beach at all. You just went there, took a picture, and left.
Yeah. Yeah. No, 100%.
Yeah, social media is bad for everyone at the end of the day. I think because you're only seeing the best of someone's life,
right?
And I think that has adverse negative effects on other people. Like, if So like everyone, you don't see the bad parts of someone's relationship. You only see these glorified parts. So you have this weird idea that everyone else's relationship's better than yours, and I don't think that's good.
Yeah, well, and like, you know, the dialogue that we have here and the way that we interact with each other in this space in general is a lot closer to like true social engagement. But when it comes to like just typing something up for someone, there's no way that can be truly genuine. That's like an opinion, right? So take that with a grain of salt. But a true genuine response is what comes out of your mouth when you hear something someone says to you, at least for the most part, right? Like I'm talking like, you know, manipulative people outside of that and whatever, but when it comes to like typing something out on text, there's always some element of like premeditation to what you're writing, you know, versus just saying the thing as it comes to you.
Yeah,
you know?
It's crafted and intentional.
Yeah. Well, boys,
I think that it depends on the conversation that you're having, because sometimes if depending upon what level of knowledge that you're at, combined with what level of actual evidence that you will need to present, sometimes you need to craft an answer that will have multiple different sources. You know, it depends on the complexity of the conversation and what you're having, because sometimes I walk away from a conversation, for example, and I'll be like, there's so much more I should have added. But then if I see it in the text form, so somebody left a comment in their comment section, and I'm like, oh, I get to think about this for a long time and include what I want. Maybe I want to have a conversation with them and debate in a way, or what have you. But, oh, my phone's ringing. Hold on.
Oh, you're good.
But it's like the typing out of something could actually turn out better, because if you actually want to have a conversation, then you can leave that conversation somewhere, or you can just say, hey, what do you really know? And they can answer you back, and you'll have a conversation more than a debate. But because I don't like to try to stump people, you know what I mean? Oh, well, do you know Latin, or do you know this? Therefore, you don't even know what you're talking about. That's not even close, because you know, we have translations that work, but then if I'm thinking multi-faceted, then it could be better to have the time to digest their question and come up with a more comprehensive answer than just off the top of my head in a conversation. So.
Oh, yeah. I get that. Here, 1 second, brother. Balsanya, welcome in, bro. Thanks for stopping by. I do appreciate it. Always look forward to seeing you. Thanks, bro. Yeah, anyway, sorry. Go ahead.
I'm gonna bounce, boys. I really feel like cooking up some steak right now. I'm fucking hungry.
Hey, Rude, get it, dude. Get it. Hell yeah, man.
Cheers for the convo, guys.
Hey, have a good night, bro. Always good to talk to you, man.
We'll do. Later.
Peace.
Later.
Yeah, Rude's good people, man. I like Rude. But
Duck in a while.
What's up, Corey?
I haven't seen Duck in a while.
Oh, Duck doesn't come to my channel anymore. He blocked me.
Oh, what a weenie.
Yeah. It's whatever.
Happens all the time to me. No problem there.
Yeah.
Yeah, I didn't even like do or say anything to him.
I think you're very wild.
He's a ducker. That's funny. Yeah, I don't even have any hard feelings towards the guy, man. I really don't. The good conversations I've had with Duck have given me like my actual perception on who he is as a person. You know what I mean?
That's fair. But you want to talk about when were you on with Rob Noor and Brian?
What happened?
Said, remember talking about what?
Corey, I don't know what's going on with your mic, but it's real muffled. I can't really hear you very well.
Okay, can you hear me now?
Try again.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah.
Okay. I think it was my phone volume was turned down.
Uh-oh.
You hear me? But you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Okay. No, I was watching a panel. They're raising tomato, and I seen you, Rob, A, Ryan, some guy with a beard.
Oh, yeah. That was on Sarah's panel.
Yeah. Now, is that what got you interested in wanting to debate the, I guess, the party switch?
Well, that topic came up, and so tomorrow I'm doing a Bible study. You're more than welcome to come by. It's called God and Country. So what we typically do is it's going to start about 3:30 Eastern, 2:30 my time, and the first few hours we do like kind of an open discussion, toss some scripture around, talk on it, yada yada. Hey Dub, have a great night, man. Thanks for stopping in, bro. Always good to talk to you. And then the last few hours we do just like we're doing a straight read through of the Bible. So right now we're on Exodus 10. Yeah, we read Exodus 10 on Wednesday. So I do it every Wednesday and Sunday. And then right now I'm doing Saturdays and Tuesdays are town hall debate. So we're still kind of building the town hall debate thing. I think we like, I really like the structure that we have for God and Country. I'm going to keep doing that just the way we've been doing it.
Oh, it's fantastic.
Yeah, but town hall debate, we're still kind of getting this all put together, you know. Like I look at this as like a team effort, right? It seems like it's going in a good direction.
You have back-to-back town halls.
Hold on, Corey. I'm sorry, bro. I could not hear. It sounds really muffled.
It takes time, man. I'm gonna back out and come back in.
All right. But yeah, Em, would love to have you by, dude. Please. And you're more than welcome to jump in, read some scripture with us, dude. We're just going through the word tomorrow. Corey, you're backstage now. You'll never be back. No, I'm just kidding.
You hear me now?
Yeah, much clearer.
Okay.
Bro.
Yeah, I don't know. I think it's something to do with my phone. But what I was saying is, I think the town hall has been kind of successful. I mean, 2 days of different debates on with different people.
Yeah. It kind of got a little hectic there earlier with that one dude. I can't remember his tag name that came in earlier, and it sucked because, you know, him and Bass Tweaker went at it, and like I was forced to kind of mute both of them.
Damn, I miss Bass Tweaker.
Yeah, I mean they didn't debate or anything. It was Oh, dude, I would love to. Yeah, man. If you ever want to do something like that and like jump in panel, bro, you're more than welcome to. We can come up with some good stuff. I still have I still have some more topics that I haven't touched on, dude. I've just kind of tried to develop a little more structure to what I'm doing. And so if you ever want to jump in and run something, bro, please, like, hit me up, dude. I'd love to do it with you, for real. But yeah, that one dude in Bass Tweaker started going at it, and it was getting to the point where like I would try to talk and like keep the conversation going, and I was trying to like we were discussing different prompts and like, you know, changing them to make them a little better for like a debate kind of format, right?
Yeah.
And it just seemed like they were going back and forth so hard that I muted both of them. And I know Bass Tweaker jumped out, which I don't blame him. You know,
Yeah.
he was getting interrupted, and that dude was talking shit to him. And I gave that dude like several. I gave that dude Yeah, dude, that sounds great, bro. Absolutely, man. Do you have me on Discord? Here, I'm gonna drop the link to the channel's Discord. I'll drop that down in the I'll drop that down in the chat, bro. You're more than welcome to join in. But no, I mean the dude was like talking shit to him, bro, and like I kept giving the guy chance after chance, and finally I kicked him off the panel, and I was like, dude, like if you can't like be respectful and follow TOS, then fuck off. Like I don't have any reason for you to be here, you know. So,
well, you gotta respect the format.
Well, 100%, dude. And that's that's the thing, right? Is I was like, bro, we're not doing that here. We're not fucking doing that here, bro. Like this isn't like a back and forth calling each other names. I'm not dissing VK, but this isn't fucking VK, man.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like this isn't blood sports kind of thing. We're trying to have like civil conversations and debate topics like men. You know, I don't want to say it like that necessarily, but like, you know, just like civilized people, right? Like,
well, we expect you to control your emotions.
Yes, that's really what it comes down to. Yes, sir, Panchuchin. I sure did, bro. I lopped all of it off, dude. I lopped the whole top, man.
You got that Mike Benz look.
Yeah, dude. Well, see, I do this probably once a year anyway, you know. So, it's comfortable, and dude, with it being like 100-some degrees outside, bro.
Yeah. Watch out for them sunburns.
That's why I got these bad boys, man.
Oh yeah, smart.
You know what I'm saying?
Smart. Yeah. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. I think Tucker did something crazy today.
What's that?
He met with the Ayatollah, the head of the Ayatollah.
Wait, he met with Khomeini?
Yeah.
Are you fucking serious?
Yeah.
Why would he do that?
Well, now, I love Tucker. This is probably a little worse off optics, but to be fair, if in the name of journalism, I understand where he's going about it.
I mean, I get it, right? Like Tucker Carlson, Panchuchin. My thing is, right? Are you going down the Enron rabbit hole? Oh, nice, Em. Yeah, Tucker Carlson. So, like, look, I don't have anything against people like going and talking to folks, but when this is already a contentious topic, you're gonna go and talk to people who, yeah, N-word, exactly, bro, exactly, yeah. But if you're gonna go and talk to people that are like generally known as fucking bullshit factories, it doesn't make any sense to me.
I mean, Donald Trump talks to CNN.
Yeah, but
not saying Donald Trump is a bullshit factory, but CNN is definitely the bullshit factory.
Yeah. Well, Trump can be a bullshit factory sometimes too. Don't get me wrong.
I mean, I like it because I do remember back in the day, Walter Cronkite. He would meet with I forget the president's name. Who was the last president that they had before the wall fell? Was that wasn't Lenin, was it? No, not ours.
Oh, Gorbachev, yeah.
I remember Walter Cronkite having a meeting with him during the heat of the Cold War. It's like, I like it because it's, I mean, a journalist who's willing to go out of the way and, you know, allow, I guess, another side to be heard. I can't bash it at all. The date was a little iffy. I'm pretty sure either he's been holding on to this meeting or he did it on the 4th of July.
Yeah. You want to hear something?
That's it.
Sorry.
You good?
My bad. Panchuchin, you're right. Oh no, N-word, you're good, man. You're good. You want to hear something funny about Gorbachev? So the guys in the USSR's government that convinced him to actually like cave and take the wall down, when they wrote all of like the not peace treaties, or I'm trying to think of the exact word for it, like when they essentially like came up with all the paperwork for that to like, hey, you know, these are concessions we're going to make. This is what we're going to do, yada, yada, yada. In all that paperwork, they had included clauses that essentially stripped him of all power in the USSR. So he signed away, essentially abdicated all of his power in the USSR without even knowing it.
Well, you know what's wild? So the term oligarchy, like one of the key definitions, speaks directly to the Russian literally I guess the Russian oligarchs that kind of took power after the USSR turned more into Russia.
Yeah.
There's a specific definition of oligarchy that directly references all those Russian oligarchs. Like, that is one piece of the oligarchy definition. Like, when you look it up on like Merriam-Webster and Britannica? Yeah, I always thought that was weird that, like, part of the definition of oligarchies is directly given to those Russian oligarchies. Does that make sense?
No, it does. It does.
Okay,
yeah.
okay. Yeah, I always thought that was wild.
It's like saying, you know, like, oh, if stupid had a definition, your picture'd be right next to it. Yeah.
I'm just like, I mean, because the term, if I'm not mistaken, the term dates back older than 1990s, but it's just interesting that then there's a definition provision that's directly tied to them.
Really?
Yeah.
Huh.
See if I can't. I'll do Merriam-Webster. Maybe speaking out of my ass.
I like how I pulled it up in Britannica and the picture next to it is Frederick Engels. Isn't that fucking crazy?
I think I'm talking rabbit hole of oligarchy. And I swear one of the definitions I got was specifically Russian oligarchies during the fall of the Soviet Union. I was like, that's kind of weird.
Yeah. Well, that's what socialism actually like advocates for, is oligarchy.
Yep.
It has to be an oligarchy.
Mm-hmm.
There has to be a small group of people who are in charge of the masses.
Yep.
By and large, all the power is centralized to them, right?
Which is ironic, because that's pretty much the same definition of fascism.
Yeah.
That's always a fucking hand grenade topic.
No, it really is, dude. Yeah. It's just funny how people don't like etymology.
I've heard Andrew Wilson say that word, and I'm pretty sure it's the study of words, or I know it's related to the study of words.
Yeah, the study of the origin of words and the way in which their meanings have changed throughout history. Yeah, dude, yeah. Like fascism is a good example.
Yeah.
Because fascism is now this like hardcore right wing, but it wasn't always characterized by that, because like Benito Mussolini was a socialist writer.
And I've seen a debate with Andrew, and he was bringing up another name. He was bringing up, I guess, a book that was written who is considered, I guess.
You still there?
You hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
You hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Okay. Yeah, no, I can hear you. It's just, when I have to go, I guess, off the Streamlabs, I think it cuts me out.
Oh, yeah, dude. Streamlabs is awful on the phone, bro.
Yeah. I gotta fucking... I mean, I guess I could just do the same thing on my laptop. I gotta plug it in. I haven't used it in a while.
They really need to make, like, just an app for streaming.
Yeah. Yes. That would probably be the next thing I would invest in if I was a Streamlabs company. How do they make money? Is it just the person who does the streaming you pay?
Yes. So this costs me, if I want to get like the base model that I have right now, it only costs me like $45 a month. But for the advanced, where you can like add different texts and all sorts of shit,
Yeah.
it costs like $90 a month.
I mean, to be fair, now that does seem a little high, but I guess the quality of the, I guess, conversations, they turn out very well.
Yeah.
It's definitely good quality stuff, but it does seem on the pricier side, especially for lower class. You know, us lower class.
Yeah. I mean, it's not too bad,
Yeah.
right? So I'm really like easily pleased with a lot of the stuff that they have to offer.
Yeah.
And here, hold on, let me see if I can get. There we go. Wait, hold on. There it is. All right. Yeah, I'm easily pleased with this, dude. I don't need too much yet. There is going to come a time when I'm going to want to. Hey, what's up, EA Audits? How you doing, man? Good to see you again. Welcome back. Welcome back.
Yeah.
Where I'm going to want to add like a little more customization to it and everything. But for right now, for what I'm using it for, and like kind of the path that I have set up with it, I think it's just fine, dude.
Oh yeah. I'm gonna be honest. It seems like there's I see a good bit of people using it, especially in the debate sphere.
Yeah. Oh yeah, 100%. It's definitely going well, man. I'm happy with it, bro.
So I was watching that podcast I sent you with Tucker Carlson and gosh, I'm drawing a blank on his name. Scott Horton.
Yeah.
So they get into something that I didn't really know about. It's a good chunk into the podcast. They start talking about the chemical weapons that Saddam Hussein had, and so Scott Horton talks about a journalist. I forget where he's from, but he did an article, I think 10 years ago, in the foreignpolicy.com or something like that, where he states, you know, a lot of those weapons and chemicals he bought came from European nations.
Yeah.
And this was leading up into the early 2000s. And then that just kind of freaking to help, I guess, I think it was to help with when Iran and Iraq were going at each other. And that's just a wild statement that they think about.
Yeah.
Because it's like, well, that's a huge reason why we went to Iraq. I mean, of course, the weapons of mass destruction, but they were also spreading rumors that he was, you know, gassing his own people and stuff like that. But they never tell you where the chemicals came from. They just kind of skip over that part.
Of course. Well, you know, and it's the same thing with, like, you know, what is funding to a large degree the Russian war effort?
Like, I guess the Russia versus Ukraine.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know. You probably have to tell me.
The EU. Last year, the EU spent more money on Russian oil than they did giving aid to Ukraine.
Yeah, well, I was going to say, Mike Benz is. I remember him having a podcast where he talked about even after Germany condemned Russia, they were still buying most of their oil from Russia.
Yep.
And then I guess because Rob's done a deep breakdown of this. When you start looking at the Ukraine war, it just kind of seems like it's a big proxy war to get cheap gas into Europe.
Yeah.
Like they want to subvert Russia's control on that oil. And I think Scott Horton lays out, you know, there are certain countries like Syria and I forget the other two countries you named, but Syria being the main one. It's so Russia, or
either we or Russia was going to build a pipeline through Syria right before the revolution happened, or the civil war. And it's ironically a civil war happens right after these big plans of a pipeline going through Syria.
Yeah, they get crippled, exactly.
And it's just crazy that we've built Russia to be this big bad guy, and the Democrats, the same Democrats that are so fear hungry around Russia, will downplay China. And it's
100%.
And if I'm gonna fear anybody, it's gonna be China. China seems more scarier because they seem as close to us as any other nation.
Well, no, 100%. I agree with you unequivocally, and I will say, China proves much more of an economic threat to the United States than Russia proves a militaristic threat to the United States.
I mean, us just now. Don't get me wrong. From all the information that I've seen, Russia's been handling this war quite easily. I mean, there's a lot of people that say they won't, but I mean, they have all the important territory that they need. Like, I mean, they have all access to the Donbass. They reach all the way to, I forget the name of the sea. I think it's either the Crimean Sea, but it could be the Red Sea. But it's pretty much their warm water port. So it's like now they have the complete access of it. So it's like the rest of Ukraine. I mean, they could, if they wanted, they could take it. But it's like I don't think they have interest in that. I think their biggest play was this warm water port. Because if you get that port back, now Russia can be a powerhouse, right up there in the Mediterranean.
Yep. Yeah.
And it's like America's like, whoa, this could be a chance that we could prevent Russia from getting that. So let's just throw a bunch of money into it.
Well, you know what's fucked up is, oh, no shit, Panchuchin. They got all the rare earth areas.
Oh, China, yes.
Hey.
China's, there's some type of African initiative where they will pay they will pay for infrastructure to be built there if you give them the rare mineral rights.
Yeah. Well, see, like we went to sign that deal with them, and it kept getting shot down by a little fucking puss boy, dude.
Well, but see, what China's doing is China's like, hey, we'll spend a whole bunch of our money in your country. You just give us those rights. So now China's getting all these like rare minerals, and once they get if they can get that manufacturing going, like, I mean, they're getting it going, but once they get it going, it's gonna be a powerhouse. They're gonna have all the minerals they need. They already dominate the technological material side of it, where they've got chips, they've got solar power, they've got all this stuff to sell you. It's crazy. It kind of scares me more than anything in this world.
That's crazy, bro.
I mean, it's all these countries. Like, I mean, we've seen their CVID domination, where they were able to take away the like masks and stuff like that, and it's like it almost dried up for us. Yeah. Because most of our equipment comes straight from China.
Yeah.
I heard a rumor that they make a lot of our electrical grid components, and how do we know we're not exposed there? Like all for our power lines, our conductors.
Hey, what's going on, buddy? Welcome back.
What's up, Bob?
Corey?
Just how much, if any country were to scare me, it's definitely China.
Yeah, no, 100%. And they own ByteDance, which owns TikTok. So, like, it's safe to assume most of the shit on TikTok is a bunch of fucking Chinese propaganda.
Well, what they told us is they're the data centers in Texas. But what they don't tell you is, I'm pretty sure there's a backdoor access for China. I'm pretty sure China's a lot more technologically savvy enough to get that data if they wanted it.
Yeah. Well, they could. Well, I mean, dude. So, all right, the way that like ByteDance isn't a Singaporean business; it's a Chinese business, and the way that Chinese businesses work is they have a representative from the CCP on the board of every company. So you want to tell
50
me
employees or more?
Huh?
I said I've heard the rumor that any company that's 50 employees and up will usually have a representative that goes back to the CCP.
Yes.
Like, another thing to look at. So, you ever heard of that popular game Fortnite?
Yes, I have.
Okay, so that company looks like a front to then buy licensing agreements with all these big corporations to where you can now advertise their trademarks inside your game. And so now China has access to all these copyrights that, I mean, it's Star Wars, it's Family Guy, it's, NFL, it's all these, I guess, licensing agreements that they have. And there's no telling what they could do with that.
Well, they're going to steal the IP for sure.
That's exactly right. And
I mean, dude, oh, go ahead.
No. You keep going. Yeah, it's just crazy.
Yeah, dude. All I was gonna say was China's already notorious for that. First off, but second, they're capitalizing on our video game industry is so ass right now, and China has capitalized on that immensely. I mean, look at Marvel Rivals. That game came out, took the fucking market by storm.
Yep.
And then in the inverse, a small one dev team, Tyler's Video Game Studio is what it was called, created one of the most viral games that has been released so far this year. And he probably did that on a couple $1,000 budget. Schedule 1, right? Go ahead.
Oh, well, I didn't mean to cut you off. I was just going to say, one of the most popular games to exist, Minecraft, that's a Chinese company.
Really?
Yeah, Mojang or Mojang.
I did not realize that.
Yep.
I thought they were Swedish or something.
Yeah, hold on.
No, Panchuchin, that's a good point, dude. Look around your room. What can you find that China didn't have a hand in making? Not much, my friend.
I've noticed I've been getting some items and on the box it'll say made in USA. But then when I pull the item out, it'll say CE on the item, and that means Chinese export. So anything that has the CE on it is made in China, and that's called Chinese export. And it'll be a weird CE. It'll be like a circular C, and it looks weird, and it says Chinese export. But I've even noticed they're lying about where things are made. But then you'll know because you'll see that CE on there, and I'm like, see, that even things that say made in America, they're lying about, and they'll put it on the box, all made in America, but it's not. It'll say Chinese export right on it.
Yep. Well, just to fact check myself, it's a Swedish-based company.
They get bought by China?
The company that owns, I guess, the company that owns Mojang is the company called NetEase.
NetEase, yeah.
Yep. I mean, I'm telling you, China's playing the long game.
Yeah,
it's like they want to dominate all these different industries.
Yes, they do. It's dangerous, bro.
Target the children. If you convince the children that you're not a threat, then the wolf can come, and carry off with your children.
Yep. Exactly.
I mean,
Same way these fucking groomers do to kids, man.
That's what I'm saying. Now, I gotta give it to them. As dangerous as China is, we are underestimating how smart they're playing us. And Trump's in the only opposition.
I'm not underestimating them. See, I'm not the kind of person, for me, I don't think I'm not quick to call malice incompetence, right? Like, I genuinely believe a lot of it is malice. That's just how I operate. You know what I mean? These politicians who write these deals with China, who have signed over so much of our industry, like so much of our markets over to China, they like, I refuse to believe that they're doing it out of incompetence. It makes no sense. These people are smart.
We're just being slaves.
Right.
I mean, from social media companies to pharmaceutical equipment to our solar panels that are being pushed like no one's tomorrow.
Yep.
Like all this stuff is coming directly from China, or it is coming from a company that is based in another country but is owned by a Chinese conglomerate.
Yep.
Like, have you ever heard? I forget who talks about this, so I guess I should be careful. I have heard that the big problem with the Uyghur Muslims directly has to do with China wanting to build a pipeline into Iran.
Oh, it makes sense.
Because that way you don't have to ship the oil all the way around India. You can have a pipeline that goes straight through, then then Iran can sell dirt cheap oil to China.
Yes, exactly. Iran already is like what, 20 to 25% of their industry production?
Yep.
Comes from Iran?
Yep.
Yeah.
And it's like that China could really turn Iran into a powerhouse if they wanted to. Not compared to us, but compared to the region.
Yeah, Avery, that's a good point, man. And like, I saw a graph when it was talking about a nation's energy production and how like China, their energy production, instead of it being a graph that goes like this, it's starting to go like this. Just straight up. Like, they're producing insane amounts of power over there right now.
I don't think they care about anything other than like what gives them the most power. Kind of like not solar panels, not the water bullshit. It's like I've heard strictly coal and nuclear.
Yes, exactly. And they know, the AI powerhouse, 100%.
That's true
too. And they know that all this green energy shit is a waste of money.
Yep.
They know it doesn't produce that much energy. And if people continue to invest in these things and transition their economy to this green economy,
it's a dead end.
Yeah.
And they know that. And then they feed off that. And then so that tells you how much of this green bullshit is just being pushed by people who are too close to China.
Yes. The world's getting hotter. No one's denying that fact. But yeah, exactly. Yeah. No, yeah. I mean, that's what I believe, bro. Straight up. I mean, we literally we have members of our Congress sleeping with Chinese spies.
Was it Eric Swalwell?
Yes.
Still on the Intelligence Committee after it happened?
Yes.
What? Like, that's just pure insanity.
Right.
Bro, we tried to arrest people who gave a poll to Russians during the 2016 election. No, we did arrest people for that.
Yep.
Yeah. I have to give it to them.
Boys. I've been at this for almost 6 hours.
You good, brother?
I'm tired. I'm gonna grab me some dinner. Corey, great to see you again. Great talking to you. Aaron, great to see you again, man. Next time, come in a little bit earlier. I typically start around like 2-3 o'clock Central, so please come in a little earlier. I'm
okay.
Streaming for about 6 hours, dude. You're more than welcome to come back whenever, my man.
All right. Well, thanks for having me on.
Absolutely, brother.
Y'all have a good night.
Later, guys. Chat. Thank you, guys. Appreciate it. Your support means the world to me, bro. I always look forward to seeing you guys every day. You make this worth it for me every single day. Getting on here and just bullshitting with you guys has become like part of my routine now, you know? And I can't wait to do it again and again and again and again, man. Thank you guys. I love y'all. Peace!